price is in order to kind of make sure that there is, enough capacity out there to meet the growing needs for AI. But no, to your point, absolutely, I think there's a huge risk out there in terms of the availability of supply to meet the needs of AI if kind of the explosion is to the extent that some of these companies are alluding to. It's probably going to be the biggest bottleneck, we think, for the adoption of AI here as we kind of look out over the next 3 to 5 years. So I think it's one of these fluid stories out there. But typically what I've learned is, when you have issues like this over time, the tech industry is able to find solutions to it. But yeah, it is definitely an issue out there that we're going to have to keep an eye on, and it's probably going to be problematic. As we kind of look out, maybe a little bit more further than 12 months out from now. Sure. But yeah, over the next 3 to 5 years, definitely an issue.
Well, appreciate you weighing in regardless. Thanks, Angelo. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Angelo Zeno there of CFRA, because the consumer does not have a Mark Zuckerberg-sized balance sheet, that's for sure.
I'm glad you brought this up, because did you see yesterday at the cabinet meeting, the president said he got this photo they held up from Mark Zuckerberg, and what it was an AI data center they're building in Louisiana, and it's the size of Manhattan, basically. So you saw how the data center was just basically superimposed on Manhattan. And Trump talked about this, the energy demand that is going to be needed for this. And already this is a conversation in Washington, because congressmen and women are really concerned about individuals and small businesses having to pay higher electricity prices.
NVIDIA in the pre-market higher by about 0.75%. Let's give you an update on stories elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg brief. Here's Yahira. Hey, Yahira.
Hi, John. Aside from the Lisa Cook drama, we're learning President Trump is stepping up his efforts to exert more control over the central bank. Sources telling us here at Bloomberg, the Trump administration is reviewing options for exerting more influence over the Fed's 12 regional banks that would potentially extend its reach beyond personnel appointments in Washington. Meanwhile, French Prime Minister Francois Bayrou is under pressure as opposition parties unite against him. The far-right National Rally, leftist France Unbowed, and the Socialist Party all plan to vote against Bayrou in next month's confidence vote, potentially forcing his government to resign. And the Justice Department is widening its probe of United Health. Sources telling us here at Bloomberg, the DOJ's criminal division is looking into the company's prescription management services, as well as how it reimburses its own doctors. The previously unreported areas of the probe show the scrutiny goes beyond an inquiry into possible Medicare fraud. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Yahira, thank you. More from Yahira in about 30 minutes' time. Up next on the program, slapping tariffs on India.
I don't want to make a trade deal. No, we want to make a trade deal. You're going to put tariffs on you that was so high, I don't give a damn, your head's going to spin.
That conversation up next with the former Trump trade official, Kate Kalukowicz, live from New York City. You're watching Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Screen Time is back this fall for year 3. We're bringing together the biggest names in business and pop culture, like Netflix co-CEO Greg Peters, Instagram boss Adam Mosseri, and Los Angeles royalty Will Obey. We're going to talk about how sports is eating entertainment, check in on the state of the movie business, and get an update on LA after the fires from Rick Caruso and Irving Azoff. You should expect newsy interviews from industry leaders, meaningful business networking, and of course, great food. We'll feature some of the best chefs and food trucks from my hometown of Los Angeles. Tickets are available now, and you should head to bloomberglive.com/screentime for details. I'll see you in Los Angeles, October 8th and 9th.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you the latest in tech and AI news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tom McKenzie in Paris, and this is Bloomberg.
Bouncing back in yesterday's session, closing within 0.1% of all-time highs on the S&P 500. Futures this morning just about positive. Likewise on the Nasdaq 100. Under surveillance this morning, slapping tariffs on India.
I said, I don't want to make a trade deal. No, we want to make trade deal. I said, no, I don't want to make a trade deal with you. I said, call me back tomorrow, but we're not going to do any deals with you, or we're going to put tariffs on you that are so high. You're going to put tariffs on you that was so high, I don't give a damn. Your head's going to spin.
Here's the latest this morning. Trade in focus with the White House hitting India with a 50% tariff as the de minimis exemption is set to end on Friday. The former Trump White House trade official Kate Kalukowicz writing the following. The expanded tariffs further weaken the prospects for a near-term US-India trade deal, with bilateral talks stalled. Kate joins us now for more. Kate, welcome back to the programme. I think we have to start from the very top, blurring the lines between economics and national security objectives. Can you just build on that and why India is so important right now?
Yeah, the situation with India is at a place I think none of us predicted early in the president's term. You know, they had risen out of the gate really as one of the first countries with which we expected a trade deal. But these national security issues, particularly the ongoing situation with Russia and Ukraine, have really elevated them as a problem in the president's mind. And now we see tariffs reaching the levels of China, almost the highest of any country at present.
Okay, as you know, China still buys Russian energy. The Europeans still buy Russian gas. Does consistency matter here?
Well, apparently not. The president has made clear, of course, that he'll go after some of these other nations with this new executive order that targets buyers of Russian oil. But it's very clear only one country has received the additional penalties, and that's India. So hard to say that there's consistency here.
So where do the talks stand now? We know that they're basically on hold. How quickly could these two trading partners coalesce and get to an agreement?
Well, as we've seen with other previously stuck agreements, I mean, I think anything can happen if you get the two leaders together. What we've seen so far, however, is that, you know, India's prime minister, because he has his own domestic political challenges, of course, is somewhat reluctant to get on the phone with President Trump. As you all know, that can be quite uncertain as to what the president can ask when he gets on the phone with you. But I think it could get unstuck if the two men get together and find a pathway forward. That's what we've seen happen with President Trump, and I think it could happen here with India.
Is it going to potentially hurt India's chances, given the fact that Prime Minister Modi is set to have a meeting and meet Xi Jinping in the next couple of days?
Well, I think that Prime Minister Modi is trying to flex a little bit here and show that he has other options. I'm not sure it will impact President Trump's view of this. I think this still has to be an issue resolved between the United States and India, and it doesn't matter if the Indians bring the Chinese alongside. It is hard to ignore, however, that the highest tariff rates at present really are on countries aligned with China, and that's China, India, and Brazil, a group of nations the president has repeatedly targeted.
When it comes to the exemptions, though, this is really key. The likes of Apple, which put a lot of time and effort into moving their supply chain out of China into India. Do you think that exemption stays?
Well, that exemption is not really related to India so much as it is to the president's impending action on semiconductors and their derivatives, like the products Apple makes. So that exception is really in place only until the president makes that move on semiconductors, which the White House has said is imminent. But you raise a very important point, which is in President Trump's first administration, a lot of companies moved from China and they moved to India. So, we could see some very dramatic consequences for those that have done their manufacturing there.
Anne-Marie, just to build on some of that, Mexico, Canada, Kate, next year, how crucial are those negotiations going to be?
They're really important. The U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement, of course, is coming up under review. This was an agreement renegotiated by the first Trump administration. It's an agreement he's called the greatest trade deal ever negotiated. But the truth is the North American supply chain for American manufacturers is critical. It is crucial in this global competition with China, with India. And I think it will be very important to see that reshored, essentially, and restabilized.
Well, when it comes to the goods that are going between these borders, 90% are USMCA compliant. They are also getting this exemption when it comes to the tariff rates. What does the Trump administration want to see build upon their USMCA that they themselves struck when it comes to renegotiating that exact trade deal?
Well, I think what we've seen in a number of the trade frameworks is what we're going to see in the USMCA negotiations, and that's to get rid of what we consider transshipped goods. And again, this is to ensure that Chinese inputs, Chinese goods are not somehow making their way into the United States through our North American partners. So when the USMCA was renegotiated, we did see tightened rules to ensure that all cars that benefit from USMCA are.
잠시 후 AI 장마감 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 개장 브리핑 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
The president will push Mexico and Canada for similar commitments on a range of goods to ensure that anything benefiting from this duty-free treatment is actually a product of North America.
Okay, we're still trying to figure out if some of these tariffs actually stand up to legal scrutiny. And at the cabinet meeting yesterday, the Treasury Secretary talked about customs revenue of north of $500 billion a year. Are these tariffs and the revenue they're generating now too big to strike down?
Well, it's a great question. I think we are nearing that. And certainly the president's rhetoric, the president of his cabinet, really justifying the value of these tariffs and what they're doing for the deficit in the United States indicate that by and large, they are here to stay. We have action after action piling up, which threaten to raise the tariff level. I think it's going to be very challenging in a wholesale fashion to see these tariffs coming down anytime soon.
Kate, appreciate your time. As always, the former Trump trade official, Kate Kalukowicz, there on the situation with global trade and what's going to happen with the legal issues in the days to come.
Right. What did Henrietta Trey say? She is waiting for the courts to, what she thinks, strike down IEEPA, but then they're going to have other avenues to keep tariff rates. You mentioned the Treasury Secretary yesterday. Not only did he talk about the tariffs coming in, he, even though he doesn't like the CBO, he says once in a while they have good analysis. The CBO recently said that basically the tariff policies could reduce the deficit by $4 trillion over the next decade. And the Treasury Secretary said yesterday he actually thinks that number is going to go up.
They're going to have consequences. That will for the bond market. The 10-year this morning, 4.27. Up next on the program, we'll catch up with Drew Mattis of MetLife, Mark Short, the former Chief of Staff to former VP Mike Pence, Jeffrey Gertz of the Center for a New American Security, and Krishna Mamani of Lafayette College. Live from New York City this morning. Good morning to you all. The second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance, just around the corner.
From the beating heart of global finance and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
How much does the geopolitical volatility emanating from the United States perhaps undermine the bull case for Mexico? Is that a scenario you've plotted out?
Structurally speaking, we do still have a very positive view in Mexico. On the macro side, it is a very attractive investment geography for the U.S. Mexico is hugely competitive in terms of costs. The wages in Mexico are much more competitive than the wages in China. So why would the U.S. companies not take advantage of that?
And this structural cost advantage is going to lead Mexico to continue to contribute to the growth of U.S. as well. The value chains, the supply chains are so integrated that Mexico has to play a continuing role in the further development of the U.S. And U.S. is growing very healthily, very nicely. It will benefit Mexico. This way or that way, it will benefit Mexico.
Mexico for BBVA is, a source of resiliency of earnings, and it generates, complements the diversification that we have from the footprint. But there's another topic that is very important, which sometimes we don't focus a lot about, and why we're so convinced that Mexico is going to continue to do well, which is the leverage in the country. Because the leverage in the country is only 33%. And when you've seen Mexico grow and BBVA grow in Mexico, structurally speaking, the leverage is so low that just a little bit of growth in the leverage is going to be able to support that bull case in Mexico. So that's why we're structurally positive in Mexico.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
Jumpstart your trading day with 2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
Bloomberg Open Interest.
Every trading day.
Only on Bloomberg.
Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on the issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa.
New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg.
The Federal Reserve is in an incredibly difficult position here.
This is a real assault on the Federal Reserve's independence.
The Fed is under a lot of pressure in terms of the future policy path.
I expect to see a little bit more done to control the long end of the yield curve this time.
What you're seeing in the long end is certainly somewhat worrisome.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning, good morning. For our audience worldwide, the second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now, and your scores look like this. Equity futures on the S&P 500, adding just a little bit of weight to yesterday's rally, very close to all-time highs. Futures this morning, very much unchanged on the S&P and the Nasdaq 100. In the bond market, 2-year, 10-year, 30-year, things just settling down after all the drama surrounding the Federal Reserve in the past 24 hours. Bond yields up by a mere basis point at the long end of the curve, down a couple at the front end. The 2-year, 365.97, 30s, 492.75. Your week ahead is shaping up as follows. Later in the week, the main data point, core PCE. Before we get there, though, after the closing bout, the data point maybe of the week beyond PCE, NVIDIA earnings. Tech giant NVIDIA reporting after the closing bout.
Highly anticipated to have this earnings report after the bell today when it comes to NVIDIA. Of course, on one side, we have seen already what their biggest customers are saying. They're spending big. We're talking eye-watering numbers when it comes to AI, and that's 40% of their revenue, Jonathan. But then on the downside, people really want to know and get a clear picture of what is going on with NVIDIA and their sales to China. There's been this almost off and on again sales momentum given the policy in Washington, D.C., and no one really has a clear understanding of actually how much they are still selling into that market.
You can't sell them, you can sell them, but you need to give us a cut of the revenue. That's the message from the White House recently. The Chinese, we want them, now we don't want them. Do the Chinese even want them in the country right now? That's part of the debate in a way that maybe it wasn't in the last few months.
Which is why there was this report that what you saw from NVIDIA is going back to their suppliers for components for the H20 chip and saying stop making them right now. And that was just days after we exclusively reported that firms in Beijing, the CCP, basically telling companies to shrug off these chips. But Angela made a really good point earlier, and that's what's going to happen with the Blackwell. Jensen Huang has done a very good job as the CEO of a company, pushing this administration to see.
자, 잠시 후.
Will they do so with these higher advanced
안녕하세요.
as well?
Let's look at the pre-market higher by 0.6%. This rally is not all about big tech. It's about other parts of the market too. The S&P 500 within 0.1% of all-time highs. Banks, the KBW Bank Index at a record. Home builders up so far this month by 15%. Delta, United Airlines up by double digits for the month of August.
전원이 찾았습니다. 억스 모드. 전원이 꺼졌습니다.
A rate cut when it comes to September, and that is why I think the PCE report is going to be so interesting. Well, actually, I thought it was going to be so interesting, Jonathan, before, as you continuously mentioned, Jay Powell basically told us all to look through any CPI prints because there's going to be an on and off effect when it comes to the tariffs and how they're going to impact
안녕하세요.
inflation.
안녕하세요.
Everything's going to come down to this jobs market report. But right now, the market's pricing in a Fed rate cut in September.
Payrolls a week Friday. Coming up this hour, we'll catch up with Drew Mattis of MetLife ahead of earnings from NVIDIA. We'll speak to Mark Short, the former Chief of Staff to the former VP Mike Pence, on the growing turmoil at the Federal Reserve, and Jeffrey Gertz of the Center for a New American Security as the White House looks to take stakes in more U.S. companies. We'll begin this hour with stocks near all-time highs ahead of earnings from NVIDIA. Drew Mattis of MetLife writing, there is too much short-term faith in AI. The real impact of AI will take place over the next decade, not over the next year. Drew joins us now for more. Drew, welcome, sir. Just build on some of that if you can. Do you think this market is super
안녕하세요.
Well, no, I think the investment for AI has to take place now. But when I think about productivity and I think about cost savings, is that going to come from existing companies or is that going to come from companies that are built within an AI ecosystem? Because they're going to look very different than the companies we have today.
안녕하세요.
And I think those are the companies that are really going to drive the productivity experience.
안녕하세요.
For markets. And then on the kind of social side, it's really going to be a big boost to educational quality. And you can use AI to basically create individualized tutors for students. Those students will benefit from that, and what we're going to end up with is a surge in labor quality because
잠시 후 개장 브리핑 및 속보 전달 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 잠시 후 8시 10분부터 속보 전달 및 개장 브리핑 진행하도록 하겠습니다.
Well, I think that there's a lot of interesting things going on in energy, including kind of a movement towards kind of more predictable supplies, and I think that what we're seeing is actually kind of a confluence of factors, some of which are political and some of which are being driven by AI. It's everything has consequences, right? I mean, you switched from horses to automobiles, and that created a whole bunch of changes in jobs. It created changes in energy supplies. There were all kinds of people who got put out of work, and all kinds of people who entered jobs that didn't exist a few years before. And I think AI is clearly going to be something like that, where people are actually forced to kind of reevaluate. And there's of course going to be losses within that, and managing those losses is really going to be the challenge for the government and for companies as we move forward.
Well, to John's point on electricity, I mean, how much higher do you think energy demand as well as price might actually go?
Well, I mean, it's an open question because I think, anyone who lives in northern New Jersey sees that, the brownouts, there's, kind of issues with electricity on a day-to-day basis that, if you think back 10 years ago, just wasn't happening, right? And so I don't know exactly how that gets resolved, but I do know it has to get resolved, and it's worth the focus of the government to make sure that there are sustainable supplies of energy. And I mean sustainable in the way that maybe predictable is a better way, right? You shouldn't be having brownouts in the United States of America. It just shouldn't happen.
When you talk about the short-term faith in AI, and actually really this is a long-term project, what companies do you think are going to be the ones that are doing the work now that's going to pay off in the next decade?
Well, as I said, I'm more focused on kind of what kind of companies come after the companies that we currently have, right? And what does the future of kind of corporate America look like? If you were to build a company from scratch today, how would you build it differently than a company that's been around for a few decades? And I think the answer is you'd probably build it very differently because you'd have a very different structure with regard to the number of employees. You'd have a very different structure with regard to how those employees interact with each other. And the real challenge for kind of companies today is going to be how do we adapt to stay in front of that curve?
Drew, I want to build on the rest of the equity market. It's not all about tech. We've seen a rebound in small caps, a bounce in the banks, the home builders, seeing the same thing with the airlines as well so far this month, Drew. Do you think the economic data in the months to come is going to back that up?
I don't. I actually think that, I think the labor market is in the process of weakening and will continue to weaken. I think a few Fed rate cuts because the economy is weakening is not usually a good thing, right? What you want the Fed to be able to cut for is because productivity is accelerating and there's a limited danger of inflation. And while we're not really so worried about the inflation story, even if we expect it to be a little high, the growth story just isn't that great. Who actually are going to be buying these things? Who's going to be doing these things? Are people going to feel confident going out and spending? And I think the answer is increasingly that people are trying to find ways to cut back in order to basically pay for higher energy costs, for example.
Drew, to build on that, and I think this is so important, we often say this, not all rate cuts are created equally. Some are because of a softer labour market, others because inflation is contained, and we certainly don't have the latter at the moment, so let's sit on the former. Drew, if you believe that, what do you think the correlation is going to look like between stocks and bonds over the next quarter?
I mean, I actually think that the long end of the curve is kind of stuck where it is, and any kind of cuts are going to come with a steepening. So, it's going to be a bull steepening, but it's going to be a steepening. But I do think the long end is pretty much locked where it is today. Maybe you get down to 4, but by and large, I think 10-year yields are going to be where they are right now, plus or minus 25 basis points.
Drew, are you surprised that we haven't seen a massive move in terms of markets overall when it comes to the drama surrounding the Federal Reserve and this administration?
I'm not, because I think people are kind of wanting to see this play out. I also think, look, for the Fed to be independent, they have to be above reproach. And now we don't know what happened, but if, the Treasury Secretary was exactly correct, right? It's an agreement between the Fed and the American people to basically say, look, we trust you to manage your business and to do it in a way that's appropriate. If that's not being held up to, then of course there's going to be a re-examination of that. And I think, all the weeping and wailing and gnashing of teeth about this being an attack on the Federal Reserve, I don't see it as being an attack on the Federal Reserve. I see it as being, if you separate it from the person making the comments, would you still have the same visceral response? And I think the answer would be no. You'd be thinking more about the allegation rather than about who made the allegation and what it might mean going forward. The main key point is if you want the Federal Reserve to be credible, the people on the Federal Reserve have to be above reproach. And if that's not happening, then Federal Reserve independence doesn't matter anyway.
So Drew, we've had this dance.
자, AI 개장 브리핑 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
For a long, long time.
자, 개장 브리핑 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
From the Federal Reserve to the White House, from the White House to the Federal Reserve. Do we have to be consistent about that? I think we should be. Should we start to establish rules about the ability to switch from one to the other down in Washington?
I think there should be a lot more rules about kind of once you're on there. I think we've reached a period where people think, they don't really think about what they've done. I think if you think about the Federal Reserve, you can think about it like, hey, you know what? I'm going into, this is going to come across wrong, but like, I'm entering a new.
8월 27일 장마감 AI 모닝 브리핑입니다. 간밤 미국 시장은 그야말로 폭풍전야였습니다. 시장을 뒤흔든 가장 큰 이슈는 무엇이었나요?
네, 어제 시장의 모든 관심은 단 한 곳으로 쏠렸습니다. 바로 트럼프 대통령과 연방준비제도, 연준 간의 정면 충돌입니다. 트럼프 대통령이 연준의 리사 쿡 이사를 전격 해임한다고 발표하면서 중앙은행의 독립성이라는 민감한 문제를 건드렸습니다.
정치적 불확실성이 극도로 커진 상황이군요. 이런 가운데 시장의 또 다른 관심사는 역시 내일 새벽에 있을 엔비디아 실적 발표겠죠?
맞습니다. AI 랠리의 심장인 엔비디아가 어떤 성적표를 내놓을지에 따라 기술주 전체, 나아가 시장 전체의 방향이 결정될 수 있는 중요한 이벤트입니다. 옵션 시장에서는 실적 발표 이후 주가가 약 6% 변동할 것으로 보고 있는데 이는 시가총액으로 무려 2,600억 달러에 달하는 규모입니다.
알겠습니다. 그럼 가장 큰 이슈였던 트럼프 대통령과 연준의 갈등부터 자세히 짚어보겠습니다. 연준 이사를 대통령이 해임한다는 것 자체가 굉장히 이례적인데 정확히 어떤 상황입니까?
트럼프 대통령이 리사 쿡 연준 이사의 모기지 대출 서류에 허위 사실이 있었다는 의혹을 제기하며 즉시 해임을 발표했습니다. 하지만 쿡 이사는 대통령에게 해임 권한이 없다며 법적 대응을 예고하고 사임을 거부하면서 사상 초유의 법적, 정치적 다툼으로 번지고 있습니다.
이게 왜 그렇게 중요한 문제인가요? 연준 이사 한 명의 거취가 시장 전체를 흔들 정도입니까?
네, 이건 단순히 한 개인의 문제가 아니라 시장 경제의 근간을 이루는 중앙은행의 독립성이 훼손될 수 있다는 심각한 우려를 낳기 때문입니다. 만약 대통령이 정치적 입맛에 따라 연준 인사를 교체하고 통화 정책에 개입한다면 장기적인 경제 안정을 위한 결정보다 단기적인 경기 부양책이 남발될 수 있습니다. 이는 결국 통제 불가능한 인플레이션으로 이어질 수 있다는 공포감을 자극하는 거죠.
시장은 이 불확실성을 어떻게 반응했나요?
시장의 반응이 아주 흥미로웠습니다. 단기 국채 금리는 트럼프의 압박으로 금리 인하 기대감이 커지면서 하락했습니다. 하지만 장기 국채 금리는 오히려 상승했는데요. 이른바 수익률 곡선 스티프닝 현상이 나타난 겁니다. 이는 시장이 단기적인 금리 인하 가능성은 보면서도 장기적으로는 연준의 신뢰도 하락과 그로 인한 인플레이션 위험을 더 크게 가격에 반영하기 시작했다는 명백한 신호입니다. 달러 가치도 하락하며 위험 회피 심리가 뚜렷하게 나타났습니다.
정치적 소음이 시장을 지배한 가운데 경제 지표도 발표됐습니다. 미국 경제의 체력은 어떻게 나타났나요?
네, 두 가지 중요한 지표가 나왔습니다. 먼저 7월 내구자의 수주가 전월 대비 마이너스 2.8%를 기록해 예상치인 마이너스 3.8%보다는 양호했습니다. 항공기 같은 변동성 큰 항목을 제외한 핵심 자본재 수주는 오히려 1.1% 급증하며 강한 모습을 보였습니다. 이는 기업들의 설비 투자가 여전히 견조하다는 의미로 미국 경제의 기초 체력이 아직 괜찮다는 긍정적인 신호로 해석할 수 있습니다. 또 다른 지표인 8월 컨퍼런스 보드 소비자 신뢰 지수는 97.4로 예상치 96.4를 상회했지만 전월보다는 소폭 하락했습니다. 고용 시장에 대한 우려가 커진 점이 부담으로 작용했습니다.
정리하면 정치 리스크는 최고조에 달했지만 기업 투자와 소비는 아직 버티고 있는 형국이군요. 이제 개별 기업 소식으로 넘어가 보겠습니다. 모두가 숨죽여 기다리는 엔비디아 실적 발표를 앞두고 어떤 점들을 주목해야 할까요?
핵심은 두 가지입니다. 첫째는 당연히 매출과 이익, 그리고 다음 분기 가이던스입니다. 시장의 높은 눈높이를 충족시킬 수 있느냐가 관건이죠. 둘째는 미중 무역 전쟁의 여파입니다. 엔비디아는 최근 미국 정부와 중국 수출 라이선스를 받는 대가로 중국 매출의 15%를 지불하기로 합의했습니다. 이 딜이 수익성에 어떤 영향을 미치는지, 그리고 중국 내 수요는 실제로 어떤지에 대한 최고 경영자 젠슨 황의 발언 하나하나에 시장이 촉각을 곤두설 겁니다.
엔비디아 외에 어제 시장을 뜨겁게 달군 또 다른 뉴스는 AT&T의 대규모 인수 소식이었습니다.
네, 통신공룡 AT&T가 위성방송 및 통신기업 에코스타로부터 약 230억 달러, 우리 돈으로 30조 원이 넘는 규모의 무선 주파수 라이선스를 인수하기로 합의했습니다. 이번 인수로 AT&T는 오지 네트워크 경쟁력을 한층 강화하게 됐고 파산 위기에 몰렸던 에코스타는 기사회생의 발판을 마련했습니다. 통신업계의 지각 변동을 예고하는 빅딜인 만큼 규제 당국의 승인 여부가 향후 중요한 변수가 될 전망입니다.
그 외 주목할 만한 단신들도 짚어주시죠.
몇 가지 중요한 소식이 있었습니다. 먼저 미국 최대 건강보험사 유나이티드 헬스그룹에 대한 법무부의 형사조사가 기존의 메디케어 부정 청구 혐의를 넘어 처방약 관리 서비스와 의사 보상 방식 등 사업 전반으로 확대되고 있다는 보도가 나왔습니다. 또 트럼프 대통령이 메타 플랫폼스가 루이지애나에 건설 중인 AI 데이터 센터 비용이 500억 달러에 달할 것이라고 언급하며 AI 인프라 투자의 엄청난 규모를 다시 한번 실감케 했습니다. 한편 히토류 업체 MP 머티리얼스가 중국으로의 원자재 수출을 중단하면서 히토류 가격이 2년 만에 최고치로 급등한 점도 공급망 재편과 관련해 주목할 만한 뉴스입니다.
실적을 발표한 기업들도 있었죠. 주요 기업들 성적표 정리해 주시죠.
네, 어제 장마감 후에 발표된 실적 중 가장 눈에 띈 건 데이터베이스 소프트웨어 기업 몽고디비였습니다. 2분기 주당 순이익 EPS 1.00달러, 매출은 5억 9,100만 달러로 모두 시장 예상치를 크게 웃돌았습니다. 연간 실적 전망치까지 상향 조정하면서 시간 외 거래에서 주가가 급등했습니다. 이는 클라우드 기반 데이터 서비스에 대한 수요가 여전히 폭발적이라는 것을 증명한 셈입니다. 경기 둔화 우려 속에서도 기업들의 디지털 전환 투자는 계속되고 있다는 강력한 증거로 볼 수 있습니다. 이외에 캐나다의 주요 은행인 뱅크 오브 몬트리올과 뱅크 오브 노바스코샤도 모두 예상을 상회하는 견조한 실적을 발표했습니다.
정말 많은 일이 있었던 하루였습니다. 오늘 시장의 핵심 다시 한번 정리해 주시죠.
오늘 시장의 핵심은 세 가지로 요약할 수 있습니다. 첫째, 트럼프와 연준의 충돌로 중앙은행의 독립성 자체가 시장의 가장 큰 변수로 떠올랐다는 점. 둘째, 이런 정치적 불확실성 속에서 시장의 모든 희망이 내일 새벽 발표될 엔비디아 실적에 쏠려 있다는 점. 마지막으로 거시 경제 지표는 아직 미국 경제가 버틸 힘이 남아있음을 보여주고 있다는 점입니다.
기자님 설명을 듣고 보니 정말 변수가 많네요. 오늘 나온 이슈 중 청취자 여러분은 어떤 점이 가장 인상 깊으셨나요? 연준의 독립성 문제일까요? 아니면 곧 있을 엔비디아의 실적일까요?
오늘 밤 가장 중요한 관전 포인트는 단연 엔비디아의 실적 발표입니다. 발표될 숫자 자체는 물론 이후 진행될 컨퍼런스 콜에서 최고 경영자 젠슨 황이 중국 사업과 향후 AI 칩 수요에 대해 어떤 전망을 내놓을지가 시장의 방향을 결정할 겁니다. 특히 중국 관련 매출이 수익성에 미치는 영향에 대한 구체적인 설명이 나올지 주목해야 합니다.
네, 엔비디아의 컨퍼런스 콜 내용까지 저희가 내일 브리핑에서 자세히 분석해 드리겠습니다.
내일 뵙겠습니다.
8월 20...
자, 여기서 개장 브리핑 종료 후 잠시 후 금일 주요 뉴스 및 일정 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 잠시 후 약 20분 뒤 금일 시장 영향을 줄 만한 뉴스 및 금일 주요 일정 살펴보도록 하겠습니다.
Its way through the legal system. John, of course, President Trump is elevating allegations of mortgage occupancy fraud against Cook, but important to note that at this point, they are only allegations and no formal charges have been brought.
Tyler Kendall with the latest in Washington. Tyler, thank you. Here in New York City, Mark Short, the former Chief of Staff to the former Vice President Mike Pence, joins us now for more. Mark, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for being here. A much more interventionist White House over the past week and maybe the last number of months as well.
Yeah.
Can you just weigh in? How are you framing things at the moment?
Well, on this particular topic, I actually think there is probably broader support among a lot of small government people who say, you know what, the notion of a Fed truly being independent was a nice notion when before it had $7 trillion of assets on its books. And so you have a lot of unelected people with 14-year terms that have enormous influence over the economy. Having said that, I think there's probably a desire also that if there was actually effort to change it, it would be more above board than coming up with sort of these fraudulent charges against the board governor, because there's probably plenty of political appointees in the administration of multiple mortgages too, and said they're primary residents. So I'm sure there's a double standard here, and I wish there was a more intellectual appeal about the Fed's role as opposed to coming with bogus charges.
I just want to pick up on the language. A difference between charges of fraud and fraudulent charges. Which one do you think it is?
I think these are bogus charges. I mean,
what makes you believe that?
Well, I don't know how many homes she has, or if she listed both as prime residents, but is that really a reason you're going to remove somebody as a board governor? And again, I believe there's probably plenty of people in the administration who've done the same on their mortgage filings.
Well, lots of reporting over this summer about Ken Paxton, who's the Attorney General of Texas, who's running to be the senator.
Right, great point.
And do you think this litmus test now for the president? He's going to decide whether or not he's going to back Ken Paxton because he has 3 residences listed as a primary mortgage home?
Anne-Marie, he's very flexible on these things. I think this is more about his effort to exert control over the Fed, because I think they're concerned that their trade agenda is causing great weakness in the labor market, and they want rates lower. And to be fair, this is what the president has always wanted, is lower rates. Even when he had the option to appoint Jerome Powell in the first administration, there were 3 options between Kevin Warsh, John Taylor, and Jerome Powell. And the president asked, who's going to make rates lower? And that's one of the ironies, is that he chose the person who Steve Mnuchin told him was going to keep rates lower, but obviously he wants them even lower than they are now.
How difficult is next week going to be if the Senate Banking Committee begins their hearing of Steve Myron? When you look at some of the Republicans on that committee, are we going to see pushback not just from the likes of Elizabeth Warren, but also like Tom Tillis?
We haven't seen it yet, Anne-Marie, so I'm not so confident there's going to be significant pushback on his appointment. I think this is about an effort to exert control and have a majority so he can lower rates faster. But again, I think it's reflective of a concern about where the labor market's going.
I remember Stephen Moore nominated for a seat on the Federal Reserve.
Yeah.
The Senate was Republican at the time, and he didn't make it, and there was pushback. What's the difference between that first term for the president and this second term?
Yeah, great question, because I think this is much broader than the Federal Reserve. I think it's about all of his nominations. I think that, you go to his cabinet, and I think it'd be hard to envision that RFK would have gotten confirmed in a previous Republican-controlled Senate. I think this is basically a reflection that Republicans are very worried about the president primarying him. He has shown his ability to engage in primaries and exert that control, and there's just an enormous fear factor, and he's using that with great leverage amongst Senate Republicans.
Has the party changed?
The party's absolutely changed, John. I mean, I think the party has certainly become far more populist. I think, when you see basically the federal government looking to seize means of production, and the biggest cheerleaders are Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders, and there's not a Republican speaking out about the government taking over 10% of Intel, on the heels of saying, in selling, we have export controls, we don't want to sell these chips to China. Oh, but if you allow us to take 15% of the profits of NVIDIA, it's okay. And on the heels of saying we're going to take golden shares of Nippon Steel, U.S. Steel, it's like this is clearly moving in a direction where the populism and the progressive merge, and there's been total silence among Senate Republicans.
And Senate Republicans, with their silence, you say potentially, though, they're interested in revamping the Federal Reserve because they're in favor of small government. Nothing you just listed in terms of taking shares of companies is small government.
Emery, that's, I think, one of the shocking parts is that I do believe that the first Trump administration was predominantly small government. It was deregulatory. It reduced taxes. And I feel like the second administration is exerting its influence in all sectors of the economy and looking to exert its muscle. And I think it's a very different agenda.
To be more constructive on what they're doing in terms of, say, Intel, there's been a lot of criticism that they're mirroring what China does, or this is state capitalism like Europeans did in the 1960s. What do you actually think Trump is thinking? Is this about building a sovereign wealth fund? What is actually the strategy?
I think that he kind of rejected the sovereign wealth fund the other day, but I do think it's concerning that the trajectory there is basically Saudi Arabia, China, Iran, Russia. Those are the ones with sovereign wealth funds. I certainly hope that's not where we're going. I do think it's more, in his mind, simply about leverage and where he can have leverage. But again, the basis of it was 2 weeks before he more or less insinuated the Intel CEO was a Chinese spy. And then basically allowing, basically saying, okay, well, we're not so worried about the national security anymore as long as we can have 10%. It's like, what's the justification? And I feel like when you do this, you crowd out private investors. I don't think this would be good for either side. I think you're going to see Intel stock probably decline, because what private investor wants to engage if they feel like the federal government can just come in and take 10% or more?
The sovereign wealth funds, the CHIPS Act, that's the investment vehicle. I didn't see that coming, but that's where this is going, apparently.
Well, yeah, potentially. I mean, and it's also not just the examples Mark Short brought up. You also had the DOD recently take a stake in a company as well. And Howard Lutnick is basically saying that this might be potentially direction of travel for other defense companies.
Mark, this was great. It's good to see you.
Thanks for having me. It's good to see you guys.
The traditional Republican view of what's playing out down in Washington, D.C.
It isn't a traditional Republican view when it comes to what is going on with this White House and corporate America. They are taking a much more interventionist approach, which usually really puts the hair up on the backs of most Republicans.
A conversation will continue. Up next on the program, we'll catch up with Jeffrey Gertz of the Center for a New American Security. Plus, Danny's back with your morning movers as shares of Kohl's are soaring following an earnings beat. That stock is up by 17%. From New York City, you're watching Bloomberg TV.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
Astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Francine Lacqua in Sintra, Portugal, and this is Bloomberg.
Right, okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity. Only on Bloomberg.
Equities just about positive on the S&P 500. Big day coming up. Earnings from Nvidia after the closing bell. Futures positive by 0.05% on the S&P. On the Nasdaq 100 up by close to 0.1%. And after some decent outperformance on the Russell in the last 24 hours, a bit softer there. We're down by about 0.1%. With 2 hours until the opening bell, let's get you some morning movers. We can do that with some single names with Danny. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Some retailer earnings coming in. JM Smucker falling in the pre-market, down a 4.25% this morning. It was a miss on their earnings. Basically, all the categories looking weaker. Everything from their coffee brands to pet snacks and human snacks. You know it's bad when you're not giving your pets as many treats. The CEO there saying that it's a dynamic external environment. Of course, they're also dealing with things like tariffs on Brazil, which in particular would be hurting their coffee business. However, positive results when it came to Kohl's reporting this morning. They've been in the middle of a turnaround effort, so maybe this is giving some credence. It is a beat and a raise for them. 17.33% is a surge we're seeing. And perhaps key for one of these consumer-facing companies that is also dealing with tariffs is the fact that they were able to raise their margin outlook for the entirety of the year. Now, finally, wrapping things up with PayPal, those shares are falling this morning, down 2.4%. A German outlet reporting that there appear to be some security issues with PayPal, some sort of system failure, that system looks at fraudulent payments. So German banks have been blocking direct debit payments from PayPal over fears over what that security system failure might mean. So again, those shares down in the pre-market, John.
Danny, thank you. Thanks for the update. Appreciate it. More from Danny in the next hour. On our radar this morning, President Donald Trump hitting India with 50% tariffs as punishment for buying Russian crude. The move putting a strain on ties with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Key exports like electronics and pharmaceuticals are exempt.
And that's really the key here. These ideas like iPhones, which basically Tim Cook did a lot of work moving logistics from China to India. He says by 2026, he wants all the US-bound iPhones to be coming from India. There was this concern, are they going to be hit with this massive high tariff? Kate Kalukowicz, though, was saying that this really has less to do about India and more to do about the president waiting to go forward with his semiconductor tariff rates. So potentially, this story could continue in what might actually be exempt or not, depending on how they're going to view the chip sector and what tariff rate that's going to be set at.
So India, of course, has massive barriers to entry to export into the country. That's been a problem for a while. They would say we're an emerging market. We need to protect infant industries. That's becoming more and more controversial as that country grows richer and richer. The justification for this, though, I think they've got some reason to be a little bit irked with this situation. They're not the only ones buying Russian crude. Chinese are as well. Europeans are buying Russian energy, for goodness sake, still. And yes, that number has dropped away compared to what it used to be, sure. But that's still a massive, massive problem. And a question of consistency will be a question that's asked from, I imagine, trade partners.
Right, and this question has been put forward to the administration because the number one buyer of Russian energy is China. And that is the reason why Putin is able to continue funding this war on Ukraine. When you ask the administration about it, what they will say is, well, China actually has diversified, and their numbers haven't really changed, maybe come down a little bit even from Russia, even though they're number one buyer. They are diversified. They're saying India was opportunistic and took advantage of the situation. Also, this is a problem, though, for Modi. because this means he's having a very tense relationship with the President of the United States. This was someone that everyone thought a trade deal could happen almost immediately. And what do we see him doing this week? He's having a meeting with Xi Jinping, and he's leading into countries part of the BRICS.
You were in the room with the cabinet just yesterday, the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick sparking a minor rally in defense stocks after suggesting the US might take stakes in some defense contractors. Lutnick mentioned Lockheed Martin, saying it gets most of its revenue from federal contracts.
So I guess because it gets revenue from federal contracts, they think they should have a piece of the pie. I guess if you're looking at the art of the deal, though, when you see what valuations are right now, why take a bite of the apple when valuations are so high? Isn't art of the deal to really buy low and then sell high? Not going to get into how they're thinking about where valuations are. What I will say is that whether it's Intel, whether it's this golden share of Nippon Steel, there was also the Pentagon having a deal with a rare earths mineral company, MP Materials, $400 million equity stake. I think that's what they're looking at in terms of where they're going to play in the defense sector, and they're going to say, we're doing this because of national security concerns.
Look, sometimes the free-handed market doesn't help you secure national security objectives. Building out domestic foundry capacity for semiconductors might be an example of that. Okay, but I think we want to do our best to foster innovation. And I don't think anyone could sit here right now and say that private defense contractors in America haven't fostered innovation over the past few decades. They have the technology that everybody wants. So I'd be asking the question, okay, if you want to take stakes in these companies, what aren't they doing that you'd like them to do? Is this really about national security objectives or just about getting some money?
Well, I think that's a question everyone's asking. What are you basically, and we saw this in the Biden administration, national security ended up being this cloak put on everything else to make movements that were either socially inclined or politically inclined. This is being used, national security, to basically get at what you want. Many are potentially going to say. What I will say, though, Jonathan, is the government is intervening, and it's not going to stop here. And Howard Lutnick was pretty clear about that yesterday.
Speaking of intervention, the White House trying to gain more influence over the Federal Reserve's 12 regional banks and looking at how regional presidents are chosen. The Board of Governors is set to approve the current roster of Reserve Bank presidents this coming February, so the pressure on that institution is going to continue to build.
So the idea here is, and the president said yesterday, we're going to have a majority. Well, they will have a majority if they're able to put someone in Lisa Cook's seat. And right now, obviously, she's going to have this legal battle with the Oval Office. And if they're able to potentially have this majority, the thinking is those governors that were appointed by the president will vote to reshape how the presidencies work. Now, this might be a long shot, which a lot of people are thinking it potentially is, but we have reporting that this is something they're thinking about.
I take issue with some of this. We expect Governor Waller, Governor Bowman to go along with this and just start voting down regional Fed presidents. Well, we're going to treat them as political puppets.
Well, you asked McKee this question earlier in the week, and it was the key question, and he said he finds that really hard to believe that those two individuals would go along with this.
That's the latest on the Federal Reserve. Let's turn back to tech and the main event after the closing bell later on this afternoon. Earnings from NVIDIA. Jeffrey Gertz, the former White House Director for International Economics under President Biden, writing the following. The financial performance of semiconductor companies, and especially NVIDIA, are increasingly driven by government policy. NVIDIA is squeezed between both the US and Chinese governments. It will be a struggle to satisfy both of them. Jeffrey joins us now for more. Jeffrey, welcome to the program, sir. I just want to extend some of the thinking with you. Do you think it's going to get harder and harder to maintain a presence in both markets, both the US and in China?
Yeah, certainly. Thank you for having me. Happy to be here. I do think this is the real question NVIDIA is facing, and other companies as well. Can they actually manage to be in both these markets at the same time? We've seen the United States under successive administrations put in place more and more policies, certainly around export controls, making it more difficult to do business in China. And we see the Chinese government taking its own action, saying, don't trust U.S. chip companies. These chips may have secret backdoors in them, all these kinds of concerns on it. So I think, NVIDIA is clearly trying to chart out a path between the two of these. We see Jensen Huang kind of shuttling back and forth between Beijing and Washington, but it is a perilous path to travel, I think.
For a long time, Jeffrey, we always thought about this from one side. Would we allow our technology in America to go to China? And now I think increasingly we've got to think about the other side. Will China allow that technology to continue coming into the country? Where are we on that point now?
Yeah, exactly. So I think we've known for a long time that China always wanted to have its own indigenous capabilities. In place, targeting Huawei. the Chinese government, they're not stupid. They've been aware that this is a kind of key vulnerability for them. So they've been that is saying, well, don't buy American, buy of these industries, or are they really just trying to sort of transactionalist kind of get a few extra bucks wherever they can here?
Who do you think could be next?
자, 안녕하세요.
I mean, that's also a great question. So, we've heard talk of kind of other companies that have received CHIPS Act money also being kind of potentially targets for the year. There is an important difference, right? So Intel, notably under the CHIPS Act, in order to receive grants on the CHIPS Act, you need to be hitting your various performance milestones. It seems quite likely that Intel was not hitting those milestones, and so this equity stake deal is a way for them to get that cash out in those milestones. I think for the chips companies that are hitting their milestones, they're going to be much more reluctant to deal any kind of equity stake, so we'll see how that all plays out. Defense contractors, I know you're just talking about, that's another key area where it seems quite possible. The kind of critical mineral space, another strategic sector where the government has already made some moves, and we could see some more moves, I think.
This decade, as you know, Jeffrey, you've been there. The White House, under Biden, under Trump, has really re-engaged with industrial policy. What would you say is the biggest difference between what you worked for and what you're seeing play out now?
Yeah, so certainly we've seen this longer-term shift towards industrial policy, which again I think is merited. I think it makes sense for the government to be getting involved to support some of these strategic sectors. But I think what we've seen previously is government try and set kind of broad rules of the road, rules of the game. Say, here's the kind of broad policy package of subsidies wherever it may be that will be available to any company that meets the requirements to qualify for it.
금일 주 일정 및 뉴스 속보 확인해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 우선적으로 27일 수요일 금일 주요 일정부터 확인해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 8시 NBA 모기지 신청지수 예정되어 있고요. 11시 30분 EIA 원유재고 예정되어 있습니다. 자, 그리고 2시 새벽 2시 모년물 국채매매 예정되어 있고요. 1시에 연준의 박힌 총재 연설이 예정되어 있습니다. 금일 백악관 일정은 확인되는 게 없고요. 배당락은 H, EA 등이 있습니다. 자, 금일 실적 발표 27일 장전에 콜스, 에버크럼비, 윌리엄 소노마 등이 예정되어 있습니다. 자, 그럼 장전에 놓친 기사에 대해서 알아보도록 하겠습니다. 천천히 하나하나 기사 속보 전달하도록 하겠습니다.
Lack of clarity and lack of message discipline, one might say, coming out as well. So it's a problem that many administrations face, but I agree that it's important that the public understands what is the government really trying to achieve in any of these industrial policy stakes, both to sort of just bring the public along for kind of general accountability, but also to provide kind of forward guidance for industry about where.
자, 첫 번째 속보로 트럼프 대통령이 이제 인도산 제품에 50% 관세 부과하겠다는 관세 서한을 내놓았습니다. 해당 부분에 대해서 알아보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 트럼프 대통령이 인도에 러시아산 원유 구매를 이유로 인도산 제품에 대한 관세를 50%로 2배 인상한 것으로 확인이 되고 있고요. 미국으로 수출되는 인도 상품의 55% 이상이 적용되며 섬유, 고석류 등 노동 집약증 산업이 가장 큰 타격을 입을 것으로 예상이 되고 있습니다. 자, 반면 전자제품, 의약품은 면제되어 애플 등 글로벌 기업들의 인도 투자에는 당장 영향이 없을 것으로 예상이 되고 있습니다. 자, 인도 정부는 미국의 조치를 불공정하고 부당하다고 비판했지만 수출업계는 주문 감소와 일자리 축소를 우려하고 있습니다.
And that's basically it. And trust us because we're right. And that was their approach to inflation as well. Inflation's not high. I'm going to tell you what inflation is. And the rest of the country was, well, actually, I'm really squeezed right now. This isn't working for me.
And then at some point, that's why they had to recalibrate on a number of fronts, including President Biden going to Saudi Arabia.
자, 블룸버그에서 나온 뉴스고요. 자, 연준의 독립성 관련해서 나온 기사입니다. 자, 연준 독립성 논란 부각, 금값이 소폭 하락했다는 기사이고요. 자, 트럼프 대통령의 이 사건 연준 이사 해임 시도로 백악관과 연준의 법적 분쟁 가능성이 제기되는 등 정치적 불확실성이 커지면서 금값이 소폭 하락했습니다. 자, 금 가격은 연준에 대한 정치적 압박, 금리 인하 전망과 인플레이션 우려, 그리고 달러 강세와 PC 발표의 방향성을 모색하고 있는 걸로 확인이 되고 있습니다. 자, 그리고 이어서 JP모건 연준 정책 증시 흐름을 뒤집을 가능성이 낮다라고 밝힌 기사가 있고요. 출처는 블룸버그발 기사입니다. 자, JP모건의 일란 베아무는 현재 미국 증시의 핵심 동력이 연준의 통화 정책이 아니라 빅테크에서 가치주로 자금 이동에 의해 좌우되고 있다고 분석을 하고 있고요. 그는 연준이 다음 행보는 약간의 변동성을 더할 뿐 시장의 큰 흐름을 바꾸지 못할 것이라고 시사했습니다. 자, 오히려 현재의 금리 인하 논의가 경제 민감주에 더 유리한 환경을 만들어 기술주에서 가치주로 순환매를 가속하는 역할을 한다고 설명하고 있고요. 따라서 지금 가장 중요한 질문은 최근 기술주 하락세가 일시적인지 아니면 지속될 것인지에 대한 해답이 금일 장 마감 이후 발표될 엔비디아의 실적이 중요한 단서를 제공할 것이라고 밝혔습니다. 자, 그리고 마지막으로 유가 관련 기사 한번 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 잠시만요. 천천히 좀 기사를 찾아보겠습니다. 자, 유가 관련 기사이고요. 우크라이나 전쟁은 미국 재고 주시 속 보합세 라는 제목으로 로이터 발 기사입니다. 자, 유가는 전날 2% 이상 하락한 이후 보합세를 보여주고 있고요. 미국 석유협회 API 주간 보고서에 원유, 휘발유, 중간유 재고가 감소한 것으로 나타나 유가에 지지 요인을 제공하고 있습니다. 자, 반면 미국 특사가 우크라이나 및 러시아에 접촉하면서 전쟁 종식을 위한 외교 노력이 진행되고 있다는 소식과 러시아 정유시설 드론 공격 이후 하루 20만 배럴의 원유 수출이 계획 증산일 소식이 유가 상승을 억제하고 있다는 소식이 확인되고 있습니다.
is really what creates the funding in order to pursue ideas. So in America, any idea you have.
자, 그리고 베센트 재무장관 폭스 인터뷰 내용 요약해서 설명 한번 도와드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 엔비디아 관련해서는 엔비디아 정부 지원이 필요 없으며 미 정부가 지분을 취득할 계획도 없다라고 밝힌 바가 있고요. 자, 다만 TSMC와 대만의 반도체 시장 지배력이 미국의 안보의 위험 요인이다 라고 시사한 바가 있습니다. 중국과의 각 회담이 이 상황을 진전시키고 있다 라고 밝힌 바도 있고요. 중국 무역 담당자의 미국 방문은 기술적인 성격이 좀 더 강하다 라고 말하였습니다. 자, 그리고 아직까지 중국 기업의 상장 폐지에 논의된 바는 없다고 밝혔고요. 올 가을 트럼프 대통령의 차기 연준 의장 지명자가 발표될 것이라는 말도 덧붙였습니다.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Good morning. Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech. This is the
자, 연준에 관해서 몇 가지 대화를 하고 트레이딩에 나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 현재 리사 쿡 모기지 이제 사건으로 트럼프 대통령이 해임 요청을 한 상황으로 확인이 되고요. 이전에 이제 쿠클러 이사도 정치적 압박으로 자진 사임으로 한 것으로 확인이 되고 있는데, 자, 사진상 보시면은 이제
Equities positive by a tenth of 1% on the S&P 500. Drama in Washington, no drama on Wall Street. Very close to all-time highs coming into Wednesday.
파월 그리고 바이사,
Pressure building on the Federal Reserve.
제퍼슨, 보먼, 마이런, 월러 이사가 확인되는데, 자, 리사 쿡 이사가 사임이 되면은 이제 트럼프 대통령이 임명한 3명의 이사가 남게 되고요. 그리고 바이든이 임명한 3명의 이사가 남게 됩니다. 자, 쿡 이사가 이제 사임이 된다고 하면은 이후에 이제 트럼프 대통령이 좀 비둘기파 성향의 연준의 그 이사를 임명할 가능성이 없다고 판단이 되고요. 그렇게 되면은 이제 독립성 관련해가지고 조금 더 시장에 큰 움직임을 줄 수 있는 요인이 될 수 있다고 판단이 되고 있습니다. 자, 전체적인 연준의 정권 변경도 예상이 되고요. 신한 금리에서도 금리 인하 동의 또한 트럼프 대통령이 임명한 보먼 이사, 월러 이사로 확인되기 때문에
then maybe all of this gets pulled in. Let's play this out. Let's say there was a complete takeover of the Federal Reserve. Absolute fiscal
장기적으로 봤을 때 금리 인하 기대감이 높아진다고 판단이 될 수 있습니다. 자, 최근 일부 기술주들이 상승 랠리를 이끌어가고 있지만, 자, 금일 장 마감 이후 중요한 실적 발표 중 하나인 엔비디아의 실적 발표를 앞두고 있어 탈실현 물량, 회피 물량을 배제할 수 없다고 판단이 되고요. 자, 또한 아직 관세 관련 지정학적 리스크는 아직 끝나지 않은 것으로 확인이 되고 있습니다. 지속적으로 중국 관련 히토류 관련, 그리고 인도, 이제 러시아 유가 관련해가지고 관세 50% 부관 등등 해가지고 관세발 리스크는 시장에서 무시 못할 관점 포인트로 확인이 되고 있고요. 그리고 아까 말씀드린 지속적으로 트럼프의 연준에 대한 정치적 압박으로 인한 독립성 우려가 시장에 어떻게 작용할지는 정확한 정답은 나와 있지 않지만, 이 또한 시장의 중요한 관망 포인트로 확인이 되고 있습니다.
will probably exert themselves more, much the way they're exerting themselves. Think about a way to justify this. It would be pretty
자,
straightforward.
그리고 반대로 오히려
You could say, I'm looking at reducing interest rates, but it's not leading to a drop in long-end rates. Therefore, I'm seeing the bond market, the global bond market, impede the efficacy of domestic monetary policy. and it would be helpful to use the balance sheet to address that concern. Isn't that the way to get around all this?
Well, so I think if you think about it, that's what QE was about a little bit.
트럼프가 이 정치적으로 연준을 압박하고 있는데 이 부분에 대해서 국채 금리는 추가 상승을 불러오고 있다는 기사도 확인이 되고 있습니다. 그리고 이제 관세 관련으로 연간 약 5천억 달러 이상의 수익이 예상이 되고 있다고 베센트 재무장관이 밝힌 바가 있고요.
What if there was someone that is, to Jonathan's point, thinking about how this administration would want to bring long-end yields down and mortgage rates down?
Well, so I think as Waller has articulated that if the environment is right, we shouldn't be too restrictive because it ends up being.
전체적으로 시장을 분석해 봤을 때는 현재로서는 이제 방향성 분석이 많이 어렵다고 판단이 되고 있는 상황입니다. 혼조세가 점점 더 짙어질 것으로 판단이 되고요. 관세발 지정적 리스크 그리고 금일 장 마감 이후 발표될 엔비디아의 실적 발표 등이 관전 포인트가 될 것 같습니다. 자, 엔비디아의 실적 발표의 관전 포인트로는 중국의 사업 리스크, 자, 미국의 매출 15% 징수, 방침과 중국의 H20 칩, 구매 자제령 속에서 엔비디아가 중국 사업에 대한 어떤 가이던스를 내는지가 최대 관심사로 확인이 되고 있고요. 자, 이후 차세대 칩 수요의 지속성. 자, 데이터 센터 수요가 이제 공급을 초과하는 상황에서 블랙웰 칩의 강세와 더불어 2026년 하반기에 출시 예정인 루빈 칩의 수요 전망 및 그 이후의 장기 성장 가치성이 주목을 받고 있습니다. 자, 그리고 세 번째로 하이퍼 스케일러 투자 지속성이 좀 관전 포인트로 전망을 받고 있고요. 자, 대형 클라우드 기업들의 수십억 달러 규모 설비 투자자가 엔비디아의 수요를 뒷받침했으나 최근 빅테크 주도의 주가 하락으로 이들의 막대한 AI 투자 지속성에 대한 우려가 제기되고 있습니다. 자, 상위 두 개 고객들이 매출의 30%를 차지하는 높은 집중도의 부분도 리스크로 확인되고 있습니다. 자, 결론적으로 이번 엔비디아의 실적 발표에는 중국 매출 가이던스 그리고 데이터 센터의 수요 이후 차세대 칩 로드맵 하이퍼스케일러 투자 의지 고객 지침도의 리스크 등이 핵심 관전 포인트가 될 것으로 확인이 되고 있습니다.
Other members, Waller, Bowman, I think they will do the right thing for the environment. I think Waller has an aspiration to be the chair. If he's the chair, then I think we'll be golden.
When you say oomph to the economy, how is that going to happen when consumers might?
자, 관전 포인트 금일의 금일 장마감 이후 중요 실적 발표 엔비디아의 실적 발표 관전 포인트는 텍스트로 남겨드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 요약해서 두 가지로 볼 수 있겠습니다. 자, 현재 이제 트럼프 대통령의 연준의 정치적 압박 그리고 장 마감 이후 엔비디아의 실적 발표 이 두 가지가 금일 시장의 방향성을 정해줄 수 있다고 판단이 됩니다. 자, 개인적인 견해로는 차익 실현 매물 회피 물량 등등이 나와줄 것으로 예상이 되면서 좀 금일은 매도 관점으로 보고 시장 형태에 나가도록 하겠습니다. 최근 상승 랠리를 이어가고 있지만 충분히 이제 차익 실현 매물이나 회피 물량이 나와줄 수 있기 때문에 매도 관점으로 시장 지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 잠시 후 시장 분석 후에 1차 진입뷰 대기 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
No, I really don't. I look at the nature of our business. It doesn't matter the economic cycle. This is a critical goods or service, and We have every confidence demand for it will remain. Will it be harder in a more challenged economic environment if that ends up being the case? Of course, but remember, we are investing at record levels. Slight moderations of that would allow us to deliver a lot more incremental cash to the bottom line. So I have every confidence we're going to be able to deliver our guidance.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sarah Yan in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stradwatts here in Sydney where the trading day begins. We're here in the centre of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade.
자, 금일 시장 관점 포인트 남겨드렸고요. 시장 분석 후에 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 천천히 지켜보고 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
In China, I think we said there are something like 50 or 60 robotic startups in China. Are we behind, and should we be concerned about that?
I think as far as the state of innovation, no. Most of those robots aren't built for work, for the things that, which is the entry point for these robots today. They can do some interesting things. A lot of times it's backflips or making coffee or something, but not really useful work. These robots can pick up to 50 pounds on our next generation. So they're great for the education of robotics, getting people interested. But as far as humanoids, they've got to check that safety box before they can come into any of the facilities here. And that's a big bar that we haven't seen much of out of the Chinese robots.
자, 그리고 금일 장 시작 전에는 콜스, 에버크럼비, 윌리엄 소노바 등의 기업들의 실적 발표 예정이 있습니다.
Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Everything is expensive right now. We should expect lower returns across the board, both from stocks and from bonds.
When I look at the S&P 493, there's a lot of businesses in tech hardware.
You don't want to have a scenario where tech and tech capex slows down.
자, 그리고 관세 관련해서는 뭐 여러 국가가 있는 게 아니고 현재 중국 관련 히토류 그리고 이제 인도가 러시아산 원유를 구매하면서 50% 관세를 추가 부과하는 거. 이 외에는 뭐 크게 확인되는 관세 관련 리스크는 따로 없다고 확인이 되고 있으나 해당 부분 두 가지가 관세 관련 중요 포인트로 확인되기 때문에 금일시장 관점 포인트로 남겨드렸습니다.
The bar is always high. The bar is very high. What you've been saying consistently, I think, is really important. The question going into this when it comes to China is not even so much what NVIDIA is able to sell into China. It's what China is willing to take at this moment. Do they even want
자, 바로 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
potentially how Jensen Wang is going to talk about China?
자, 바로
Where is he right now with
진입
this
사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
getting export licenses?
자, 매도 5계약 진입하도록 하겠습니다.
확인 바랍니다. 주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
자, 매도 5계약 진입입니다. 진입가 606.75, 진입가 23, 606.75입니다. 자, 매도 진입 5계약 대응 열어가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 계약수 및 이제 종목 같은 경우 운용하신 자금에 맞게 마이크로 일반 나스닥 계약수 조절하셔서 트레이딩 참여하시면 될 것 같습니다. 자, 매도 진입 5계약 사인드렸습니다. 지켜보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
Just about positive. Coming up this hour, Alex Altman of Barclays with stocks near all-time highs. Gil Luria of D.A. Davidson as investors are bracing for Nvidia results, and Matt Lazzetti of Deutsche Bank as he ramps up rate cut bets. We begin this hour with stocks close to all-time highs ahead of earnings from Nvidia. Alex Altman of Barclays writing, with the backdrop of a long weekend approaching in the US and low volumes, may simply be enough for risk to continue rallying in the wake of these results. Alex joins us now for more. Alex, good morning.
Good morning.
It's good to see you, sir. This market is not just about tech and Nvidia. What did you notice in yesterday's price action in small caps and in rates?
So not just yesterday, this has been on for really a few weeks now, and what we think is important is to talk about potentially a regime shift within the equity market, and that is effectively moving from a post-COVID environment or post-inflation environment of higher for longer and into something that looks different, i.e. lower interest rates. And I don't necessarily mean that we're going to suddenly drop back to a zero interest rate world, but if we're just on a path towards more gradual rate cuts, we have to consider there has effectively been a K-shaped recovery in the economy for a number of years now. Small caps have been suffering for a very long time. Is it their time that actually they start to outperform because they are the biggest beneficiary of interest rate cuts?
Let's just sit on the why, and why short rates. Because if you look across the curve right now, yes, a lot of people are convinced the front end yields are going to drop. The long end remains a debate. Why are short rates at the very front of the curve so important?
자, 텍스 사인에 오류가 있어가지고 수정했습니다. 자, 매수가 아닌 매도 진입입니다. 매도 진입 5개약 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다. 자, 텍스 사인에 오류가 있어서 수정했습니다. 자, 매도 진입입니다.
So the front end of the curve really matters for Russell, and that's not to take away from back-end rates. 10-year, 30-year can obviously affect the broader risk sentiment. It's more the fact that if we just operate in the environment of the back end of the curve being relatively stable, and we can talk about the independence of the Fed and whatnot as well separately, ceteris paribus, if the front end of the curve comes down, that means that it's going to be a direct beneficiary for small caps. Who owns small caps right now? No one. It's one of the biggest underweights that we've seen in our data for an extremely long time.
Let's talk about the independence of the Fed, though, and what that means for the long end. We have seen a steepening, but it's been quite muted. If you are really concerned about the independence of this Fed, why are we not seeing a bigger market reaction?
I think that in itself is a really good question. We could obviously just say there's a degree of investor lethargy, apathy. It's the summertime, and they're not really going to do anything until everyone comes back from Labor Day. But I also just think we have to work off the assumption it's really easy to extrapolate this narrative into these doom-mongering forecasts into the future. But you have to also remember that we are operating with an administration. The commander of the United States often says things and doesn't do things, and you have to take him often very seriously, but not necessarily literally. And right now, I think that we're in that environment where the market is still trying to grapple with what is Trump actually saying and what does he end up doing? Case in point, and I know this is a dramatic tangent, but whatever happened with Greenland, for example? We don't talk about that anymore. That was going to become suddenly the 51st state. So I just think that we just need to sort of pump the brakes a little bit.
You're talking about this idea of taco. Trump always chickens out, but he hasn't.
자, 목표 수익권까지 천천히 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 현재 개장까지 약 1시간 24분을 앞두고 있습니다. 자, 본장 개장까지 약 1시간 24분을 앞두고 있고요. 목표 수익권까지 천천히 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 현재 매도 진입권 5개야. 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다.
During the course of 2025.
I think it's 2 weeks, but yeah.
Sure, but you see, and that was one of the tongue-in-cheek things that we as a team sort of thought about and said at the beginning of the year is that actually every trade that we talk about is probably good for about 4 weeks, and that's about it. And sadly, that's still the environment we're operating in right now. So I can't say what the end game of what this Trump press on the Fed is going to look like. I can just effectively try and make forecasts for the next 4 weeks, and I would say the next 4 weeks probably looks still relatively benign.
Well, that's your seat, tactical strategies. So just share the sequencing with us. How are you thinking about the sequencing of things with regards to the Fed?
Well, so I think that obviously the first comes first, we're going to have September data, so we're going to get the monthly cycles. We'll have payrolls, we'll have the ISM, we'll have retail sales, the CPI and whatnot. Payrolls, for example, actually the alternative data, if you look at sort of ADP forecasts, 4-week moving average of jobless claims, all of that is looking relatively benign. So we should actually get a relatively okay number based upon this sort of early indication. And that then sort of ties into, okay, so does that mean the SEP for the Fed in September means we get the 25 basis point cut, but it is more of a one and done, as a previous commentator just mentioned. But again, we're talking about something that's already 4 weeks away. There's too much information to try and make bold forecasts that far. What I can tell you is that we've built a relatively robust equity timing indicator, sort of using a bunch of market variables. And right now that's telling us that actually it's still a relatively favorable environment to be invested in US equities over the next 4 to 8 weeks.
When you started talking about payrolls, one of the first things you did was talk about alternative jobs data. Now, I just wonder if you're seeing investors engage in the situation in the same way. Are they starting to look at ADP as event risk on the calendar now?
Yes, they are. And I don't think that's necessarily an entirely new phenomenon. If you actually look at the trajectory of ADP over the past 9 to 12 months, it's actually been okay. I wouldn't say it's been the perfect forecaster, but it's one of the inputs that you can use along with jobless claims, along with NFIB hiring intentions. There's a variety of different measures you can amalgamate together to help get a reasonable picture of what the job market looks like. And obviously with payroll specifically, there's this big birth-death adjustment, which is hugely volatile. One of the actual reasons why there's been so much criticism of them. And so consequently, I think that you do get this volatility in payrolls, especially at a time where we're only generating about 70 to 100,000 jobs a month. And in an environment where immigration has collapsed, it does leave us vulnerable in general to a potential wobbly payroll print. But again, that's in the context of the standard deviation of the number, it's very hard to forecast.
Are you almost ignoring the inflation reports?
I'm not ignoring the inflation reports. I try to take a step back, is that I know that we can't think about it just like this, but let's say we were in a world where we didn't have tariffs. What would inflation really be looking like? So I really point at the biggest component of inflation is, of course, housing, lodging, that kind of stuff, rents. If you look at the Cleveland Fed's own data of rent, new rents, it's down 9% year on year. And all rents are only up 2.5%, which is basically in line with where it was pre-COVID. So the biggest part of that inflation component is not really anything particularly dramatic. So if you put tariffs to the side for 1 second, because quite frankly, I don't think anyone knows what the inflationary impact of tariffs is going to be. I actually don't think the inflationary backdrop for the US right now is anywhere near as egregious as some commentators would say.
So that basically means the Fed really does have an open door for September.
I think they do have an open door for September. Barclays economists are one of the few holdouts that wasn't going for the September cut. They've now changed to a September cut, so that looks like it's pretty much a lock. And after that, I think we should try and take a step away from what October or December looks like, and instead, Jonathan, like to your point, just think about what a post-Powell Fed looks like. And this matters for stocks. Stocks are supposed to be forward discounting mechanisms. And so this comes back to my small cap point. I don't think it really matters enormously whether they cut in September or December. If the path of interest rates is lower and we have a line of sight on lower interest rates in a post-Powell world in 2026, then we have to assume that parts of the economy that have basically been in low growth or even recessionary environment for 2+ years now is going to start to get some reprieve, and investors are not positioned for that.
You don't have to wait for 26 for that. We're going to find out who the next Fed chair is going to be in the fall of this year. And whoever that person is, I don't think they're going to be quiet about what they think should happen to interest rates and everything else for next year and beyond.
Absolutely not, because the names on that list have already been making the rounds, including on programs like this, talking about what they would like to see at the Federal Reserve. And what did we just hear from Mark Short, who was in the room? His VP was in the room, Trump 1.0. One of the biggest issues going into whether or not Donald Trump was going to choose you as Fed chair was a key question. Are you going to cut interest rates?
Last time you were with us, you talked about just how much volume, a big chunk of volume in this equity market was going through a handful of names that make up a couple of basis points of total equity market capitalization in this country. You still seeing a similar dynamic?
It's definitely come off the froth and off the boil, whether that's a function of just, again, a summer lull. We often see a pickup in retail enthusiasm again in the autumn. It's like a last hurrah before the end of the year, and then the beginning of each year tends to be a slowdown again. But the short answer is no. We have seen a pickup in activity, of course, in small caps. And last time I was here, we did talk about that too. And so I do think it's not just about retail what's going on. I think there's something that's bigger that's happening. And again, that's why I want to sort of insert this vernacular of potentially a regime shift.
We heard the pitch. We got it loud and clear. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Alex Altman there of Barclays on the latest equity market moves and the outperformance we've seen recently in small caps. Let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg brief. Here's Yahara for more. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. President Donald Trump saying he's prepared for a legal fight with Fed Governor Lisa Cook after he attempted to fire her. This as Cook's lawyer vowed to file a lawsuit over Trump's move. The Fed said it would abide by any court verdict and deferred any decision on Cook's current working status. Meanwhile, shares of peanut butter and jelly maker J.M. Smucker are falling 3.2% in the pre-market. The company reported first quarter net sales that missed estimates. Smucker said coffee, dog snacks, sweet baked goods, and fruit spreads were among the areas hit by lower demand. It has also been battling the impact of higher coffee costs due to President Trump's trade policies. And in sports, Iga Swiatek and Jannik Sinner are advancing at the U.S. Open after handily winning their matches. Sinner is aiming to become the first repeat champion at the U.S. Open since 2008. Elsewhere, 45-year-old Venus Williams will continue her bid for a trophy after being awarded a wild card entry into the doubles draw with Leylah Fernandez. Yet all the focus has been on Alcaraz's buzz cut. That's your brief. John?
I noticed the same thing. Yeah, I mentioned it yesterday too. Kind of shocking. I think he looks good. It's hard to argue with that.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it helps him play better.
Shaved head, looks shredded. Probably going to win the US Open. Up next on the programme, the morning calls. Plus, Gil Luria of D.A. Davidson as investors are bracing for results from NVIDIA. That's coming up later on this afternoon from New York City this morning. Good morning.
자, 현대진인권 길게 본장 개장까지 지켜보도록 하겠습니다.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizon Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Onen, only on Bloomberg.
You take rates down by 50 basis points, 75 basis points, you're getting in the 3.5% range. I think that's okay. The market's willing to absorb that based on what's happening with the labour market at the moment. If you're seeing actually a stabilisation in the economy, maybe even a little bit of a re-acceleration at the same time as we still have inflation north of 2% and above the Fed's target, I think that's when questions will be called as to whether they need to go any further.
That was Ian Steely of JP Morgan Asset Management joining us a little bit earlier this morning. If you are just tuning in, good morning to you all. Here's the state of play. Futures just about positive going into earnings from NVIDIA later on this afternoon. Equities up by 0.1% on the S&P 500 and on the Nasdaq 100. That's the price action. Here's some morning calls. First up, HSBC upgrading Eli Lilly to hold, seeing upside potential to consensus estimates. Your second call from Goldman Sachs downgrading Deutsche Bank to neutral, citing its current valuation and significant outperformance so far this year. And finally, JP Morgan downgrading Krispy Kreme to underweight, seeing execution risk in the company's turnaround plan. That stock is down by more than 6%. Let's stick with tech, or turn to tech. NVIDIA's highly anticipated earnings expected to give insight into the durability of the AI spending boom. It's the main event in this market worldwide. Mandeep Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence joins us now for more. Mandeep, good morning. It's good to see you. Set the stage. What are you expecting?
Well, so they actually wrote down the H20 revenue last quarter, and so the expectations for this quarter of around 45 to 46 billion, they will beat by at least 2 billion plus. It's the next quarter. So consensus right now is around 53. I think the buy side bogey is more 54 to 55, and they will likely exceed it. So from that perspective, the numbers will look good. The key question that I have for, I guess, NVIDIA and investors are looking at is, the models haven't converged in functionality. So if you compare ChatGPT to Claude to Anthropic and Gemini, they have not converged. If compute was the real constraint, and everyone can use, NVIDIA GPUs to kind of converge the model functionality, then yes, compute is where the answer lies. I think the market is more gravitating towards better data, and that is where if you're optimizing for better data, I think some companies have started looking at that more closely by use case. So you need better data for coding agent or for search. So depending on the use case, you need to create that data. And in that scenario, I think NVIDIA will see some slowdown. I mean, the growth rate will still be great, but that to me is the real crux of what will determine the growth going forward.
Mandeep, stay close. I want to bring in Gil Luria as well. He joins us from DA Davidson, has a neutral rating on NVIDIA with a price target of 135. Gil, I've got to say 135 these days sounds like a sell. So talk to me about the downside risk going into this event.
Yeah, that price target was set 3 months ago when the stock was a little lower than that. So we have had a lot of positive developments in the sense that the models have gotten a lot better. To your point, a lot of models have gotten better. They're comparable, and they are far more competent and useful. The adoption for consumers and for employees is happening very quickly, which means the demands for compute from the hyperscalers continue to go up. And that's really all that matters. That is why they should be able to comfortably hit their numbers for this quarter and probably guide pretty well for next quarter. The only noise right now is around China. That's not a demand issue. That's how many chips can NVIDIA sell in China, which chips, how much taxes are they going to pay on them, will they get the next generation of chips approved? That's really the variability around the results. If we, even 3 months ago, thought that this may be peak year for demand for NVIDIA, we no longer think that. The AI models are so powerful, driving so much demand, that we do expect them to grow into next year.
And as Jonathan's been saying, another key question for China is whether or not Beijing even wants the chips. So how do you start to, at least in a model, thinking about what they report tonight, think about what are they going to say when it comes to profits from Beijing?
Well, that is a very big question because the news flow is daily on that front. Now, let's be clear. China needs the chips right now, and Chinese companies need the chips right now. They are ramping up domestic production from Huawei. Those chips are catching up in terms of functionality. But right now, both American and Chinese companies have insatiable demand for these chips. So they'll take any H20s they can get. China is just signaling that they got upset over the fact that we started putting trackers into our servers, into those H20 servers. The US was concerned that we are sending chips to resellers in other parts of Asia that are ending up in China. We started putting trackers in those servers and chips in order to make sure that smuggling isn't happening. The Chinese got upset over it. They're saying they're warning their companies not to buy chips and servers with trackers. It's just adding to the drama. Not sure Jensen Huang himself has visibility into how that's going to play out. Again, it'll continue to be a source of noise.
Well, you think Beijing is just posturing? Because there was a recent report that NVIDIA told its suppliers to halt component production for the H20s.
Well, we'll find out. We'll find out today. And again, the H20 is going to add noise because those chips were entirely written down. So they should have come in at 100% margin. And now there's a 15% tariff on them. There may be some customers in China that have listened to the government and will pause their buying. Maybe they're waiting for the B30, which will be approved. Maybe there's a negotiation of whether or not there's trackers in there. We may get some of that today, but the company's actually been very guarded about what they say about China. So we may leave tonight not knowing any more than we know right now.
Gil, I'm always thinking about the what if further down the road. Can you imagine a scenario where NVIDIA just doesn't have a presence in China anymore and has to choose a market to be in?
Yeah, and that future is quite possible. I think the analog is Apple, right? Apple, China used to be more than 20% of Apple's sales. That's been declining every year with domestic competition. So the Chinese are allowing iPhones in, but promoting and encouraging the domestic maker, also Huawei, Xiaomi, to sell the phones there. I would expect a similar picture for NVIDIA. The Chinese market will grow very fast. Their share within China will decline over time. And really the battleground is countries like the Gulf states and Europe, where NVIDIA will try to hold back the Chinese makers from gaining market share there. And the government the U.S. government is trying to help them with that.
Gil, we saw that play out earlier this year. Appreciate your time, sir. Gil Lurie there of D.A. Davidson on NVIDIA. Mandeep, just to explore this a little bit further, China is a risk factor, counterbalanced by maybe sovereign demand elsewhere in the Gulf. How do you think that's going to play out?
It absolutely will. And in Saudi, they are building 200 megawatt data centers. Most likely they'll end up using NVIDIA and AMD. But look, when you are dealing with such large numbers, $200 billion business growing at 50%, if capex of even one of the hyperscalers goes down, it's not 30-40% growth next year, that will have a bearing on NVIDIA, even with the sovereign demand. Because if China is not panning out, they have 10 or 15 customers that drive the bulk of the data center revenue. So we have to closely watch out for each of these model providers, where they are with respect to their model functionality, and how much are they willing to invest in NVIDIA GPUs.
Jill said that he thinks there's going to be approval for the B30. What kind of advanced technology does that chip have over the H20?
I mean, I think Blackwell's, which is the new version, will have somewhat of a version which is not as advanced as what they're selling in the US and the Europe markets. That's what they will package in the B30. But the talk about NVIDIA giving 15% of their revenue to the government, I mean, these are the sort of things I don't think it's likely, but you never know. And from that perspective, the China market is so hard to model for NVIDIA that if you're an investor, you want to X out the China number and see what the real growth rate is. And I think that's what the investors will focus on tonight.
Mandeep, one conversation we had a little bit earlier, it's not a conversation for tonight, but maybe further down the road, energy constraints and the backlash you could see from consumers, citizens of countries like this one and elsewhere.
Actually, that could be a positive for NVIDIA. The reason I say that is because the next version of their chip is more optimized for power and performance. So if there is a real bull case, to me, that is the power constraint. And you're absolutely right. There will be a lot of pushback on, power. So if the chip is more optimized for power, that actually goes in NVIDIA's favor.
It's a good point. It's going to get expensive and more expensive, and it already is.
It already is getting expensive, and already this is becoming a huge issue in Washington, D.C., with lawmakers talking about the fact that small businesses, individuals are seeing higher electricity prices. And the president talked about this yesterday in his cabinet meeting, this Mark Zuckerberg photo that was sent to him, a data center the size of Manhattan.
Huge.
Being opened up in Louisiana.
Mandeep, it's good to see you. Thanks for dropping by. Mandeep Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence looking ahead to earnings from NVIDIA after the closing bell. Up next, Matt Lazzetti of Deutsche Bank as he's ramping up rate cut bets. Plus, we'll touch base with Danny to get your morning movers.
자, 현재 매도 진입권, 목표 수익권까지 천천히 좀 더 지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 금일 말씀드렸다시피 자, 매도 관점으로 본다고 말씀드렸고요. 좀 길게 보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 목표 수익권에서 포지션 정리 후에 재진입 사인드리도록 하겠습니다.
Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on the issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa. New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg. At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more. We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Live from New York City, welcome to the program. 60 minutes away from the opening bow. Futures look like this on the S&P 500, just about positive on both the S&P and on the Nasdaq. Going into the big earnings report later on this afternoon after the close, numbers from Nvidia. Let's turn to the bond market. 2-year, 10-year and 30-year just sit on the front end of the curve. Earlier on today on twos, 364. That's a new low post payrolls. Right now down about 2 basis points, 365.56. This curve steeper with the long end, 30-year bond yields higher by 2 basis points, 4.94. That theme continues. That's the price action across stocks and bonds. Let's get you some single names, some morning movers. Here's Danny. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Just a trickle of earnings this morning, including JM Smucker. A disappointment it missed on its current quarter. Shares are down 2 3/4%. All of the areas from coffee to snacks to baked goods, all of them looking weaker. Coffee in particular has been a problem with them given higher costs with the tariffs on Brazil. They're talking about a dynamic environment is what the CEO cited.
자, 수익 청산 후에 재진입하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인드립니다. 자, 수익 청산하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 현재 진입권 수익 청산 사인드립니다. 자, 5개 학 기준 약 200만 원 수익 청산 사인드립니다.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
자, 이어서 바로 2차 진입뷰 사인드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 2차 진입뷰 사인드리도록 하겠습니다. 조금 더 지켜보고 2차 진입뷰 사인드리도록 하겠습니다.
According to those reports, Boyu and Advent among the PE firms looking at potentially taking Canada Goose private for $1.35 billion because, John, apparently no companies want to be public anymore.
Danny, how many times have we seen this month alone?
It's like every single day. Every day feels like a new one.
Amazing. The latest Canada Goose there. The speculation around that company. Danny, thank you. Let's turn to the economy. Investors are waiting. Key inflation data due out on Friday as President Trump ramps up pressure to oust Fed Governor Lisa Cook and pack the Fed with doves. Joining us now is Bloomberg's Mike McKee, who has more. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, John. Well, the PCE income spending and inflation numbers will come out on Friday. Small changes are expected, but in the wrong direction. We're expecting to see inflation rise a little bit. This is one of those indicators where economists are pretty good at forecasting it, and so it becomes something of a non-event, at least for the Fed. But the income and spending numbers will also play a role, particularly spending, because that's the follow-on to
재진입 사인드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 재진입 사인드립니다. 자, 매도 진입 사인드립니다. 자, 동일하게 5개야. 그러니까 580.50입니다. 580.50. 자, 매도 진입 사인드립니다.
She says she's going to go to court. We're waiting for a filing. she'll ask for an injunction to prevent the president from removing her from office until all this is adjudicated. What we've seen in the past with Trump's attempts to fire
이번
people
시권도
is that they get the
좀
injunction
대응을
and
길어질
the
수 있는
appeals
점
court either
양해
upholds it
부탁드리겠습니다.
or
목소리
throws it
수익권까지
out.
천천히
And then they
대응이
go to the
나오도록
Supreme Court.
하겠습니다.
The
자,
Supreme
매도
Court
진입
has generally ruled for Trump.
사인드렸습니다.
In this
지니까
case, I think that's kind of
58.550입니다.
hard to see happening in that the court has already said there is an exception for the Fed. They have to be fired for cause. And so far, there's no proof that she did anything. There are just allegations.
Mike, super messy, very messy situation playing out. You know the institution better than most. What's your response been to their reaction in the last 24 hours?
I understand their reaction, and I've talked to people there about it, and basically their situation is they don't know what Lisa Cook did or did not do. They don't have all the facts. They're waiting for her to tell them as well. And so they can't come out and publicly defend her at this point, but they don't want to cut her loose either because they know this is a major attack on the Fed itself. So they're in something of a dilemma. If they feel that Cook is innocent or her mistakes were minor, then you will probably hear Powell and others come out to defend the institution itself. The bottom line question over the long run is if he did get rid of her, would that keep Jay Powell on the Fed when his term as chairman is over? Would he stay until his term as a governor is over in 2028 just to frustrate the president?
It's something we still don't know the answer to. Mike, can we just sit on the legal situation? And I certainly don't expect either of us to litigate it right now live on TV. But we don't have an official opening of a legal investigation into these serious allegations of fraud. Do we know how Governor Cook has responded herself internally with the Federal Reserve leadership? Has she presented anything to them to deny this? Because publicly, we haven't had a formal denial.
Well, she had not as of the time we were in Jackson Hole. She may have in the last 24 hours. One of the things she had to do was get a lawyer. She has one now, Abby Lowell, who is advising her on how to handle all this. But remember, one of these properties was in Ann Arbor, Michigan. One was in Georgia. And she has to collect the data, the paperwork from both of those. And that could take a little bit of time if she doesn't have it handy because she moved to Washington and left it somewhere or something like that. So I thought we might go into this week without the president making a move, but he didn't wait. You'd think he'd want to wait until at least there was some evidence, but so far, he's moving right ahead.
Mike McKee, thanks for the latest. Appreciate the update from Mike McKee on the Federal Reserve. The pressure keeps building. It's going to take a long time to play out based on the latest moves.
It's going to take a long time to play out because this is going to go through the courts. What's interesting, though, is if she gets this injunction, she's able to continue working. How ridiculous, almost in a way, is September going to feel? That press conference, Chair Powell is going to have a lot to answer for, and I don't think just a one-word answer is going to do it for the press.
September 17th, keep repeating the date. Federal Reserve meeting less than a month away. Let's turn to interest rate expectations. Matt Lazzetti of Deutsche Bank writing the following. We now see a 25 basis point rate cut in September as most likely. After that, we see the Fed delivering 25 basis point reductions in December and in March. Matt joins us now for more. Matt, good morning.
Good morning.
So this was a change. You weren't expecting anything in September. Jackson Hole happened. Talk to me about why that was so important.
Yeah, we had previously expected the Fed would wait until December to cut rates, and we had them then cutting December, January, and March by 75 basis points. And our view was that the labor market, although slowing and weakening, was hanging in well enough to keep the Fed on hold, but that also that we were getting some troubling inflation data. We saw it out of the PPI recently. We'll see it, I think, again from core PCE later this week. Inflation around 3%, the unemployment rate near 4.2%. The argument for cutting in September was not all that strong. Now, in Jackson Hole, I think we got a signal that Chair Powell was leaning in that direction. I think he indicated two things. One, the balance of risks is shifting. He's a bit more worried about the labor market. And two, that shifting in balance of risks could warrant a policy response. And so we took that as, I think, evidence enough to pull forward a rate cut to September.
What about, as well, the fact that Jay Powell basically said you can look through inflation prints? So this jobs number is really important. What if it comes out pretty strong?
So I think if this jobs report comes out pretty strong, it probably more tells us about October, December, and Q1 rate cuts than it does about September. I think the signal from the chair at this point was, look, we're still restrictive at this point in time. We have some way to go towards neutral. You're right. I think he had more dovish comments on the inflation side. A lot of the language was the same, but he adopted an argument from Governor Waller, which was that as long as the labor market is not overly tight, this is probably not going to be a persistent inflation shock. And so I think if you get a strong jobs report, it'll be viewed in the context of the jolts in the QCEW data that we get, which will point to downward revisions. But I think more that'll say, is the Fed cutting in October, December, and Q1 rather than September?
That word restrictive, I think they can all agree at the moment they believe they are restrictive. When does that conversation get a little bit more tricky on the Federal Reserve? Is it another 50 basis points, 75 basis points? When does that conversation get harder?
Look, I think that conversation is already tricky for the Fed. I think it's tricky from the types of indicators that we look at. On many indicators, the Fed is not meaningfully or modestly restrictive. They're probably close to neutral. One thing that we look at are financial conditions. On the Fed's own measures of financial conditions, they're the easiest that they've been since the Fed started raising rates in early 2022. In that context, they are probably not all that restrictive. Now, Powell has to balance this amongst the committee, which is, I think, increasingly divided on all key issues, including where they are on neutral. And clearly, Powell took a stand here. He was not in the camp of those hawks that think that we're at neutral or very close to it at this point in time. He thinks that they have at least a little bit of space to cut rates.
The New York Fed President, John Williams, weighed in on some of this. Is he an outlier, or do you suspect that's the core view on the central bank?
So I think John Williams, the history here is that he has two of the canonical measures of R-star. And those two measures do still show neutral R-star at low levels, not as low as it was pre-pandemic, but still at historically low levels. My view is if you look at kind of a suite of indicators that are out there, neutral is higher than what those indicators suggest. And you can see it from term structure models, market pricing, other Fed models that are out there. And so I just think that the balance of evidence is that R-star has moved meaningfully higher relative to where it was in 2020.
If they're cutting, though, in what you think, twice this year, 2026, when the president says he's looking forward to having this majority at the Fed, how much room do they actually have to cut?
It's a great question. And the market, although we've seen a move lower in the front end of the curve, the market is still basically pricing a 3% Fed funds rate next year. Now, that sounds aggressive to us because we think neutral's higher. But the Fed's long-run dot and their guidance on neutral is still towards 3%. So it's not really outlandish. We have not built in any change in reaction function for the Fed next year. And so we have the Fed stopping in March between 3.5 and 3.75% rates. I think as you see some shift in the Fed personnel, as we get a sense of who the new Fed chair will be, we might very well have to build in a more dovish reaction function because that's likely where it's moving.
When you look at potentially the names that are being floated around, who do you think's the dovest of the dove?
So I think it's hard to know. I think the arguments that we've made for a few months at least is that Governor Waller seemed more likely than other candidates to us because it's not just how dovish are you. I think it's whether or not you can get the rest of the committee on board for your dovish arguments. Can you bring together a very divided committee to forge a consensus or a majority towards those cuts? And I thought Governor Waller was kind of well placed to do that. I think over the past few months he has made that argument. Certainly after dissenting in July, getting some weaker labor market data, I think that's helped his prospects.
Chairman Powell's speech speaks for itself. Anne-Marie said it, I think we all have. It sounded like something Governor Waller had written himself, particularly on the labour market. And I'd love to finish there with you. Just your views on the labour market and how they contrast with the chairman's view at the moment, which seems to have changed. In the news conference, he anchored his view on the labour market, which he called solid, around the unemployment rate. And the general view from some economists, I'm not sure if that includes you, but it certainly includes some on Wall Street, that yes, we had a step down in payrolls growth, but ultimately we haven't seen an
자, 이제 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다. 자, 목표 수익권까지 천천히 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 목표 수익권에서는 손절 후 재진입 사인되도록 하겠습니다. 자, 금일 이제 개장 브리핑 때 말씀드린 엔비디아 실적 발표 전
And with those risks, even if your view is that the baseline is solid, it makes sense to take out some
회피 물량이라든지
I would generally agree with that view. We view the quits rate and the unemployment rate and job openings unemployed as being very stable over the past year. We think payroll gains 50,000 and keep those measures stable given what's happening on the immigration front. 50K
천천히 지켜보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
But I think it makes sense from monetary policy as you're balancing the risks. You would want to get some clarity that we're stabilizing around those levels.
자, 실적 발표도 중요하지만 이후에 나오는 이제 가이던스
we haven't put out a kind of a preview yet. It's a little bit too early. But I would anticipate maybe two things. One, that you do get a little bit of a bounce back in the payrolls data.
Okay.
ADP was actually pretty solid last month. When you look at the jobless claims data, they've remained solid. The other data point that I would mention is a big part of the unemployment rate last month was this surge in new entrants. It was a record surge that happened. oftentimes, as that happens, it gets reversed the next month, and you have downward pressure on the unemployment rate. So those two things suggest a reasonably solid jobs report next.
Matt Lazzetti of Deutsche Bank. Matt, appreciate your time. Thank you, sir. Let's give an update on stories elsewhere this morning. Let's cross over to Yahira to get your Bloomberg brief and a news update. Hey, Yahira.
Hi, John.
자, 수익 청산 후에 재진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인 드립니다. 자, 수익 청산하도록 하겠습니다. 수익 청산 후에 재진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 현재 PC에 오류가 있어서 캡처가 늦어지고 있습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인 드렸습니다.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
자, 3차 진입뷰 이어서 대기하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 3차 진입뷰 대기하면서 대응 중 나온 기사 있는지 확인 한번 해보도록 하겠습니다.
Sparked a flood of online bets on a possible wedding date and when the couple might have a baby. That's your Bloomberg brief. John?
Yahira, thank you. Appreciate it. Is this going to spark a load of marriages across
자,
the country?
확인된 속보로는 아까 말씀드린 베센트 재무장관 폭스 인터뷰 이외에는 확인되는 뉴스는 없습니다.
There we go. Up next on the program, I just don't care. I know other people do. It's a feel-good story. I just can't. I'm happy for them. All right. Up next, we'll set you up for the day ahead. Plus,
자, 금융시장 관점 포인트, 트럼프의 연준의 정치적 압박, 그리고 장종료 이후 엔비디아의 실적 발표, 그리고 관세 관련 지정학적 리스크 등이 있습니다. 자, 종합적으로 봤을 때 시장에 좋은 영향을 끼칠 만한 모멘텀은 확인되지 않고 있고요. 자, 실적 발표 이전이다 보니 이제 뭐 차익 실현 물량이라든지 뭐 회피 물량 나와줄 수 있기 때문에 금일 매도 관점으로 시장 바라본다고 말씀드렸습니다. 자, 3차 진입뷰, 자, 이전과 동일하게 매도 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 진입 5계약 사인 드립니다. 진입가 571.25입니다. 진입가 571.25, 매도 진입 5계약입니다. 자, 매도 진입 5계약 실시간 대응하면서 자, 연준 관련해서 몇 가지 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 현재 연준의 이제 사진을 아까 참고차 올려드린 사진을 보시게 되시면 연준의 의장으로는 파월, 이제 바이사, 제프리선, 보먼, 마이런, 월러 이사 등이 있는데요. 현재 쿡, 리사 쿡 이사는 트럼프 대통령이
On the road.
해임 명령 서명을 했으나 아직 뭐 명확하게 해임을 된 것은 아니라고 확인이 되고 있습니다.
We're bringing you more behind-the-scenes conversations
근데 이제
with the
해임이
biggest
되고
names in
트럼프
sports,
대통령이
business, and culture, like Melody Hobson.
새로운
I
의장을
started to study women's sports like
임명을
an
하게
11-year-old
되면은
studies baseball statistics, and I got dangerous in seeing up arrows.
이제 독립성이 많이 좀
When you're competing, you're not
해칠 수
thinking
있다고
about
판단이
any
되고 있는
fear
거죠.
or any worries of what could happen.
Josh Harris.
You can't do a good deal with a bad person.
Jay Batt.
At the end of the day, there's never been a better time to be a student athlete.
And more. Stay tuned.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
Jumpstart your trading day with 2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
Bloomberg Open Interest.
Every trading day.
Only on Bloomberg.
Bring
you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news wherever and whenever it happens. I'm Anne Ruhordern in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and this is Bloomberg.
I wish there was a more intellectual appeal about the Fed's role as opposed to come with bogus charges. This is more about his effort to exert control over the Fed because I think they're concerned that their trade agenda is causing great weakness in the labor market, and they want rates lower. And to be fair, this is what the president has always wanted, is lower rates, even when he had the option to appoint Jerome Powell in the first administration.
That was Mark Shaw, the former chief of staff to the former VP.
자, 그리고 대응이 나가면서 윌리엄스 총재, 뉴욕연은 CNBC 인터뷰 내용 한번 살펴보고 대응이 나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 윌리엄스 총재가 이제 연준의 독립성은 매우 중요하다고 이제 발언한 바가 있고요. 그리고 경제는 둔화 중이지만 침체는 아니다라고 밝힌 바가 있습니다. 자, 고용 증가세 관련해서도 둔화되었지만 이는 정책 변화, 무역 정책, 포스트 팬데믹의 조정 과정의 일부일 뿐이다 라고 밝힌 바가 있고요. 고용 시장에 관련해서는 여전히 건조하다. 실업률은 4.2%로 역사적으로 낮은 수준이다. 다만 고용 증가 속도는 둔화되고 있는데 이는 노동 공급 감소 영향이 있다 라고 말했습니다. 자, 그리고 이제 경제가 기대대로 발전한다면 언젠가 금리를 정상 수준으로 인하할 필요가 있다 밝힌 바가 있고요. 자, 9월 금리 결정은 데이터와 리스크 총합에 의해 결정될 것이다 라고 밝혔습니다. 자, 윌리엄스 총재, 뉴욕연은의 CNBC 인터뷰 내용이었습니다.
Yeah, so there's no reason to expect any dramatic underperformance or disappointment. You know, markets have already brought down forward revenue growth expectations. But, you know, the big picture here is, you know, we're in the midst of one of the greatest business fixed investment booms of all time. And this year alone, about 55 basis points of additional GDP contribution will come from just the 4 hyperscalers and Apple. And next year, that should be about 40 basis points of additional spending on an over $30 trillion nominal GDP. So the importance doesn't only go to the actual capital markets in terms of justifying these multiples and current valuations, but also that we're going to continue to have this tremendous growth tailwind that helps reduce recession risk and drive higher GDP than clearly we would have otherwise, John.
Troy, we continuously hear, though, that the big question mark heading into the earnings today is going to be about China. How are you thinking about NVIDIA's access to that market?
Yeah, I think that's obviously the wild card in, you know, markets. You hate to say we'll look past that, but that's an uncontrollable variable. What you see going forward, though, from the 4 hyperscalers is clearly more spending. And obviously, NVIDIA has a borderline monopoly on that market. So, you know, the multiple, I would much rather the multiple be 25% lower than it is today. I mean, the whole hyperscaler complex, you know, what I refer to as the Fab Five, you have 4 companies spending like crazy. One company's the beneficiary. Those multiples have revalued fully, which is the biggest danger for markets today, in that if there is disappointment, there's more downside versus, say, 6 to 8 weeks ago, when whether you looked at Meta or Google, even NVIDIA at that point had a more rational multiple. So things are priced to perfection, but the AI spends, NVIDIA's earnings go far beyond just market conditions and really spill over into the broader economy.
Troy, if they're priced for perfection, is just coming in, bang in line enough, or do they really need to outperform this evening?
Yeah, I think it's continued to be, as long as there's marginal outperformance, it doesn't have to be blockbuster outperformance like we've seen the past few quarters. I think markets will digest that well. Doesn't mean there's material upside from here. It just means that we're set up to have a strong Q4. In a different outcome, if they disappoint, you know, then you're going to have a series of questions that are raised again about what's the ROIC on the AI spends. When are the hyperscalers going to start to not necessarily cut back, but cease to grow at these meteoric paces? And so in terms of that number, if it's disappointing, then you're going to have a lot of questions of whether or not we can finish the year with strength. In the short term, though, it'll take quite an exceptional earnings number to drive higher upside from here.
Troy, can we just turn to this push to go private that we've seen emerge? massive for the month of August. We saw this with Soho House just last week. Seeing it again this morning, Danny was talking about the prospect of it happening with Canada Goose. Troy, what's happening? What explains that shift from public to private?
Oh, look, so we've had this tremendous transformation of the U.S. economy over the last 20, 25 years, really starting with Sarbanes-Oxley, where you created a real disincentive for companies to be public. And over time, as you had this substantial capital inflow into private equity and private credit behind it in order to finance a lot of these companies at roughly a 50 LTV, you know, it's really stunning that, you know, 96% of the companies in America that have 100 or more employees are privately held, right? And we've always thought the sweet spot of that is the mid-market, somewhere between 10 million and $1 billion of revenue. That's not changing, right? It's slowed down during post-Liberation Day. There was a lot of financing being lined up, a lot of enthusiasm about mergers. The brakes were hit, but that's expected to come back in really dramatic fashion in Q4. And we're seeing it, you know, in our credit businesses where, you know, a lot of the capital we're lining up to finance certain situations are really focused not just on private to private transactions, but continuing that mega theme of public to private.
Troy, it's good to hear from you. As always, Troy Gursky there at Future Standard. Seen a lot of those moves take place over the past month and maybe more still to come in the months to come. Coming up tomorrow, big lineup for you. Dan Ives of Wedbush on NVIDIA earnings. We'll catch up with Stuart Kaiser of Citi, Geeta Gopinath of the IMF and Matt Stuckey of Northwestern Mutual. We're going to catch up with Lisa tomorrow. She's going to drop by going into the weekend just to get her thoughts on what's happening with the global economy and the latest developments in this bond market as the pressure continues to build on this Federal Reserve.
Absolutely. The pressure going to be continuing to build, Jonathan, but so everyone knows it is going to be a long slog depending on what happens at the Federal Reserve. There's going to be a court battle that shapes up. And as soon as this week, we're probably going to get this injunction from the governor. And that will basically tell us whether or not she'll be there in September voting for a rate cut or not.
Well, there's two different things going on here. And I think we have to keep referring to the two different things. One is the president's ability to fire a sitting Fed governor and the reason he has for it. And the other, ultimately, is the allegations of mortgage fraud. We still don't have an official investigation open up on that. We still haven't had an official denial from the governor, Lisa Cook. Some people might have sympathy with the fact that there still isn't an investigation. But ultimately, you'd have to think that if the evidence was there at some point in the next few weeks, she's going to present that internally to the Fed chair. And if she isn't able to do that, do we end up in the same situation that we were in a number of years ago when some Fed officials had to step aside?
Exactly. There are two different paths, but they might all end up at the same place, which is the fact that this becomes untenable for her to continuously serving, and she has to resign because of not just the pressure, but she's not in herself, her own capacity, able to fight this case. And a big question is going to be whether or not the Fed really comes out in her defense. Because right now, all the Fed said is like, we are going to abide by what the court decides.
You've described how awkward it might be on September 17th. You
So
might have Governor Lisa Cook still there. Stephen Myron, current CEA chair. It could be confirmed by the time we get to that.
He might be confirmed. We reported last night the Senate banking hearing is going to move quickly in terms of his hearing because they're starting it next week. His hearing, though, is going to be an absolute referendum, at least for the Democrats, on Fed independence.
That hearing is going to come up very shortly. Anne-Marie, this was fun. It's good to have you back in the seat.
Thanks.
Let's turn to the markets as we count you down to the opening bell about 35 minutes away. Equity futures on the S&P 500 shaping up as follows, just about unchanged as we wait for earnings from NVIDIA. As we often repeat, it makes up 8% of the S&P, 10% of the NASDAQ 100, and the enthusiasm across the whole sector and beyond will be shaped by that one name alone later on this afternoon. In the bond market, a few things to look out for. The move at the front end compared to the move at the long end. At the very front end of the curve, yields are lower by 3 basis points. At the long end, higher by 3 basis points. 495 and climbing as we approach that line in the sand and get closer to 5%. From New York City, thank you for choosing Bloomberg TV.
Right, okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity. Only on Bloomberg. Do you know what to tell people about what the tariffs are going to do on the United States economy and the investment environment, or is it not clear yet?
If you look at the impact of the tariffs, they were much more significant and broad than I think the market expected. looks closer to 19% on balance versus 2 and change last year. So effectively, it's a 20% increase on 10% of household goods that are imported into this country.
And do you think it's going to lead to a recession?
Well, we think that it's going to impact both inflation and the economic growth scenario. So we were coming into yesterday expecting the real economy to grow at 2%. And inflation to be closer to 2.8%. If you just go through the math, it would suggest there's probably 1 to 2 points upward increase on inflation and a similar amount on economic growth. So it could put us in a position where we're teetering.
So the tariffs will likely depress the GDP growth rate and increase inflation. So what's the advantage of tariffs?
From our standpoint, we have a hard time seeing the benefits of tariffs. They do tend to be inflationary in the short term. As you're pointing out, the longer term impact on economies is probably the greater downside.
Bloomberg Screen Time is back this fall for year 3. We're bringing together the biggest names in business and pop culture, like Netflix co-CEO Greg Peters, Instagram boss Adam Mosseri, and Los Angeles royalty Will Obey. We're going to talk about how sports is eating entertainment, check in on the state of the movie business, and get an update on LA after the fires from Rick Caruso and Irving Azoff. You should expect newsy interviews from industry leaders, meaningful business networking, and of course, great food. We'll feature some of the best chefs and food trucks from my hometown of Los Angeles. Tickets are available now, and you should head to bloomberglive.com/screentime for details. I'll see you in Los Angeles, October 8th and 9th.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute news whenever and wherever it happens, I'm Matt Miller at the Circuit de la Sarthe in Le Mans, and this is Bloomberg. It's finally here, NVIDIA after the bell, 30 minutes until the start of trading. I'm Matt Miller.
And I'm Katie Greifeld. Bloomberg Open Interest starts right now.
Coming up, Wall Street gears up for NVIDIA. The world's most valuable company takes the earnings spotlight after the bell. And President Trump imposes a crushing 50% tariff on Indian goods while Europe seeks to remove all tariffs on U.S. industrial goods this week. Plus, another full bag of retail results, back-to-school demand, and celebrity partnerships helping boost the bottom line. But Katie, there is one stock to watch today.
Only one stock to watch today. You guessed it. It's NVIDIA. NVIDIA priced to move 6% in either direction after earnings today. That's according to a look at the option market. Now, that is the lowest implied move in about 2 years as traders focus on the staying power of the AI boom. And of course, China sales have taken on new levels of complexity, with 15% of revenue for chips sold in China going to the U.S. government. You see shares not moving around too much right now, Matt. We know that the main event is after the close.
Yeah, absolutely looking forward to Romaine and crew breaking those numbers. We're also watching shares of the other Mag 7 stocks. Meta, Microsoft, Alphabet, and Amazon are the big four. They account for 40% of NVIDIA's revenue. You can see there's pretty little change here. I mean, up 0.4, down 0.3. But these are the stocks along with NVIDIA that really move the market. These four stocks make up 15% of the S&P 500's total market weighting.
All right, for more on NVIDIA earnings, I'm pleased to say we're joined now by Bloomberg Tech co-host Caroline Hyde and Mandeep Singh. He is global head of tech research for Bloomberg Intelligence. So important that we decided to do a roundtable. So, Caroline, let me start with you. Obviously, I can't imagine that you'll be talking about anything else on Bloomberg Tech today. What is the expectation heading into these results? You take a look at the options market. 6% isn't nothing, but it's certainly not the fireworks.
in the past.
But it's potential big swings and big market impact when you've got a $4.4 trillion company and the most valuable. And as you've just been insinuating, it will affect a lot of other companies. But there's also a big divergence in the highest of the highs and the lowest of the lows when you look at analyst expectations for revenue. And Mandeep can speak to what his expectations are, but when you're looking across the board, ironically, the only sell rating on NVIDIA is actually the highest expectation for the revenue number, in excess of $50 billion. I'm talking about $52 billion are expected over at Seaport. But then the lowest is about $15 billion under that. And the real discrepancy here is whether you're factoring in the Chinese revenues or not, whether you're seeing any H20 sales whatsoever, or whether you're thinking that's off the table for now. What do we hear in terms of Chinese actual demand? I think a really interesting tell today was some earnings we got out of China. Cabricon is one of a key AI accelerator developer over in China. They're against SMIC and the like, and Huawei, and they've seen incredible growth in their market cap and their revenues. So China's trying to pull away from the likes of NVIDIA. What is the longer-term perception of Jensen on that? That's going to be a big volatility gauge. But actually, a lot of analysts and investors I speak to say, in the longer term, it doesn't matter. This is a supply issue. There's not a demand issue.
How important, Mandeep, are China sales to this final number today? And, you know, every time China comes out and tells its companies not to buy the H20 chips, we act like it's a new story. But they've been saying this all year long, right? They issued a directive, I think in March, that they didn't want their companies buying NVIDIA's H20 chips. So are they going to have bought them this quarter?
So when NVIDIA reported last time, they actually took a $8 billion write-down for this quarter. The reason why the estimates are somewhat lower, 45 to 46 billion for this quarter, is because they took a $8 billion write-down on H20s. So clearly, the estimates have been de-risked from a China exposure standpoint. With that being said, if NVIDIA is able to sell back to China, whether it's the new Blackwell B30s or some other version, then that means there's upside to 3Q. And that is where, you know, the bogey that at least the consensus numbers are there. Probably, I would say it should be 2 to 3 billion higher than what the consensus is for next quarter, which is around 53 billion.
How do you approach the question?
자, 현재 본장 개장까지 약 25분 앞두고 있습니다. 현재 보합권에서 약수익권 왔다 갔다 하고 있습니다. 조금 더 지켜보고 본장까지 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 현재 매도 진입권 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다. 본장 개장까지 약 25분을 앞두고 있습니다. 자, 본장 개장까지 실시간 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
You're probably not going to make H20s or B30s. You're going to make other chips that the sovereigns can buy. And so from that perspective, actually, it could be a positive for the gross margins if you're not selling H20s or B30s. So I think if NVIDIA is planning, you know, for the next 3-4 quarters, given the uncertainty, they'll try to downplay the China exposure and focus more on the sovereigns. And really, I do think that should help the margins.
What about the Big Four that you and Ed cover on Bloomberg Tech so closely, right? They make up a huge chunk of NVIDIA's revenue, these hyperscalers on the West Coast, and they've all announced their CapEx already. So we essentially know, like, is that spending baked into today's number? And what's the risk that they're spending too much and they won't be spending more in the future?
It's interesting. We had Beth Kidrig on the show yesterday, IO Fund, and she's actually, ahead of many, seen what the overall appetite for data center spend and capital expenditure is going to be. She's saying, look, we're only going up and to the right. She foresees NVIDIA becoming a $6 trillion company on the back of just the Blackwell architecture. Rubin, she's seeing like a $10 trillion company because of this sheer size of the capital expenditure that is going to keep on coming from hyperscalers, but then others around as well. This is going to spread out, as you say, sovereigns become a big area of demand. And so I think it's more about what's forecast and what's baked in there. We kind of had a tell. And actually, we saw Alphabet and many others raise their capital expenditure forecasts. So people, particularly analysts, at least 9 of them last week, upgraded their forecasts for NVIDIA. People are getting more and more excited about what the numbers they're going to post.
But the risk is, I think one risk is indigestion, right? I mean, if they bite off more than they can chew this year, then next year that will slow down a little bit, right? We've seen overinvestment in the past when you were laying fiber for the internet in 1999
Actually,
and 2000.
on that point, so this year, the CapEx from the hyperscalers is growing north of 50%, and NVIDIA's revenue is growing almost 60% data center side. Next year, Meta and all the others have said it's going to be over $100 billion in CapEx. So for Meta, it translates to over 30% growth. For Alphabet and Microsoft, anything over 100 billion could mean 10 to 15% growth, or it could be higher, but we don't know exactly what it's going to be. So it really matters whether all the hyperscalers in aggregate grow their CapEx 25 to 30%, or the aggregate number is below 20%, and that will have a bearing on NVIDIA's growth for next year.
And I mean, Mandy's been so articulate about the issue of whether it's all about training your models or whether it's moved to inference, and Jensen's spoken a lot about that. But Matt, your
자,
point,
목표 수익권까지 조금 더 지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 현재 5개 약 기준 약 160만 원 수익권에 있습니다. 자, 본장 계산까지는 약 20분 앞두고 있고요. 자, 여기서 수익 청산 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인 드립니다. 현재 진입권 수익 청산 사인하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인 드립니다.
All right, yeah, and we'll see, of course, how investors digest that. It is interesting that you take a look at NVIDIA's
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
cheaper, less
수익 청산
expensive
사인
than it
드렸습니다.
has
자,
been,
매도
but still some
진입권 수익 청산 사인
eye-watering
드렸습니다.
levels there.
자,
Great
이어서 바로
roundtable to
4차
set us
진입뷰
up. That is
대기하도록
Caroline Hyde,
하겠습니다.
Bloomberg Tech. You can catch her at
4차
11
진입뷰
a.m.
대기하도록
Eastern, of course.
하겠습니다.
Mandeep Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence. I imagine you'll see these two faces all over Bloomberg Television today. But let's get to what else is going on in the market. And believe it or not, there's things other than NVIDIA reporting today. We start with Kohl's boosting its sales outlook for the year as turnaround efforts gain a little bit of traction. You can see shares skyrocketing higher, up nearly 21% pre-market. This is a stock that has a pretty hefty short
본장까지 약 20분 앞두고 있고요.
And
4차
we're going to be
진입뷰
following
대기
all
중에
of these a little
있습니다.
bit later on the program. We're going to talk to Mary Ross Gilbert from Bloomberg Intelligence about all of these retailers. PVH is a company that owns Calvin Klein and Tommy Hilfiger. It's raised its outlook thanks to celebrity partnerships and collaborations with the F1 film, which most of our team went to.
Yeah, I know that you were among them.
Yeah, you were not.
I
Did you see, by the way, F1
No.
eventually?
Do you think that I
No,
did?
of course
No, I
not.
didn't. But it got rave reviews from the open interest team.
It wasn't that good.
Let's quickly talk about J.M. Smucker falling after sales decreased for coffee, dog
자, 사인 드리도록
snacks, and
하겠습니다. 다시 한번 매도 진입 사인
and also
드립니다.
fruit
자,
spreads.
매도
It's a lot
진입
of bad
5개야.
news. Shares down about
매도 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자,
체결되었습니다.
진입가
확인 바랍니다.
560.25입니다. 자, 560.25.
What is it called?
자, 매도 진입입니다. 다시 한번 이전과 동일한 포지션 매도 진입 5개 진입 사인 드렸습니다.
Especially fun if you're under the age of like 9. Let's check on what's going on with futures this morning. Not a lot, right? Ahead of NVIDIA earnings after the bell. I didn't see much movement last time I checked.
목표 수익권까지 천천히 길게 보도록 하겠습니다.
But you know everything will change after the close today. It's really the cash session today that's the boring part. It's everything after the market that happens. And we'll see. I mean, NVIDIA has an 8% weighting in the S&P 500. So we'll have to see what
역시
happens
질문
in the
있으신
after-hour session.
분들은
The NASDAQ 100 also in a holding pattern down about 0.1%. The Russell 2000s, the small caps, of course, really being the most volatile area of the market, the pre-market that is, the Russell 2000 off by
발표
about
모양
0.4%.
눌러주시고
All right, coming out, the EU looks set to propose
요청
cutting
주시면은
its tariffs
말씀할 수
on the
있게
U.S. to meet President Trump's
발언권
demands and get
드리도록 하겠습니다.
its flat 15% rate. We'll give you your global trade update next. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
and laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment,
And from the road to the stars, Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
and the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco,
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
only on Bloomberg Television.
AI is definitely in the center of it, and we're looking for how do we spend time and which industries do you invest in. Industries becoming more and more digital or AI enabled that actually adds value to economic growth. And this, we think could be time because you have a strong hardware power and you have a strong software power as we see, and it's accelerating significantly. But a very important another element, which is changes in demographics. More AI-enabled softwares and applications may improve the people's lives and actually increase productivity in times where demographics are decreasing everywhere around the world. So this, I would say, is a major theme. So digitalization and AI-related technologies. And we think of it technology, but in reality, a lot of the businesses coming up and claiming to be technologies that are actually cannibalizing a lot of traditional businesses.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee in Victor, Idaho, and this is Bloomberg.
Astonishing day for U.S. technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Let's get to high interest now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. The gold mining giant Newmont is studying plans to slash costs that may lead to deep job cuts. This follows its $15 billion acquisition of Newcrest Mining in 2023. Newmont has told managers it wants to be closer in line with its lowest cost peers. That would mean lowering costs by 20%. You can see shares in Newmont Mining down 0.4% in the pre-market. Cracker Barrel Old Country Store said it is getting rid of that new logo that no one liked and prompted a huge slump in its share price. Cracker Barrel had faced backlash on social media and from the President of the United States of America after it changed its vintage logo by removing an image of a man leaning against a barrel while making the lettering more modern. In a statement, the company said, "Our old-timer will remain." It was pushed yesterday by Donald Trump on Truth Social. Williams-Sonoma is out with earnings. The kitchen and home goods retailer is boosting its full-year forecast. The company is keeping a close eye on tariffs. President Trump said he's thinking about putting tariffs on furniture, and that would impact some Williams-Sonoma brands like West Elm and Pottery Barn. So Williams-Sonoma shares up 1 2/3%, Katie.
All right, keeping a close eye on tariffs. That's what we're doing too, because sources tell Bloomberg that the EU will propose removing U.S. tariffs on industrial goods this week. Let's get more detail from Bloomberg's Brendan Murray, who leads our global trade coverage. So potentially removing tariffs on U.S. industrial goods, also potentially giving preferential tariff rates on certain seafood and agricultural goods as well, Brendan. What is the calculus here? What does the EU hope to get in return?
Well, this is all part of the framework that the U.S. and the EU agreed to a week or two ago. They're trying to put this in place as soon as they possibly can in Brussels because, as President Trump showed earlier this week, he can throw something like his opposition to the digital regulation and taxation that goes on in Europe. He can throw that into the discussion. So they're trying to push this through the legislative process to get it sort of ratified, to follow through on what they promised the U.S. that they would do. In return, the U.S. will lower the auto tariffs on European exports to the U.S. from 27.5% down to 15%. So the Europeans really think that time is the clock is ticking against them here, and that they need to do this quickly so that they can get some follow through from the U.S. on what's been agreed to in this trade agreement.
Brendan, it's interesting to see the EU concede on tariffs on industrial goods, and yet they push back so hard on these digital tariffs that the president is so unhappy about. He's called them unfair. He's been railing against them for quite a long time. How do they reconcile those two things? And do they face a backlash over the digital stuff?
Well, they drew a red line around the digital services regulation and said that's our sovereign right to regulate these industries. And effectively, we're talking about Google and Meta and Amazon and the big U.S. e-commerce and social media companies that. The Europeans said, look, we're not going to touch that. And when they got that issue, that it wasn't addressed in the framework agreement, they took that as a victory. But President Trump is still pushing against that. So I think what it suggests is these negotiations are never really going to end in the near term, that President Trump will raise this stuff with the Europeans or with the Koreans or the Japanese. These contentious issues are really never going to go away, and he's going to pull them out when he feels like he can use them as leverage.
But still signs of progress when it comes to the EU-US relationship. A different story unfolding when it comes to our relationship, the US relationship with
자,
India.
조금 더 지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 목표
a.m.
수익권까지 조금 더
Washington time.
지켜보도록 하겠습니다.
There's a 50% tariff on Indian goods here, Brendan. What do we know so far?
Yeah, this is the highest rate in across Asia. It's really going to put Indian exporters at a disadvantage compared to some of their neighbors whose exports are subject to a tariff of something around 20%. So we'll see how much the pain threshold is for the Modi government to sit back and watch their export industries take this one on the chin. That Modi is traveling to Japan and to China in the next couple of days to perhaps shore up some of those relationships, improve those if the trading alliance with the U.S. is deteriorating. So it's just a matter of time before that 50% tariff really starts to hit India hard, and they either need to find alternative trading partners that they can do business with, or go back to the negotiating table with President Trump and give up something along the lines of agriculture or some other industries that they've been unwilling to budge on to this so far.
All right, Brendan, great to get caught up with you. Brendan Murray runs our global trade coverage for Bloomberg News out of London, and obviously we're going to keep in contact with him as this is never going to stop. Coming up, Kim Forrest of Boca Capital says the health of NVIDIA's China business and demand for data center scaling is top of mind for traders today. She joins us to talk all about it next. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays
자, 본장까지 약 10분을 앞두고 있습니다. 본장까지 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 본장까지 약 10분을 앞두고 있습니다.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Francine Lacqua in Sintra, Portugal, and this is Bloomberg.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
All right, Okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity. Only on Bloomberg.
Middle East and Africa, vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
If you look at where we've been most recently, we've been at the tip top of we kind of broke through the top of the range. We're still pretty extreme. The valuations are still pretty extreme. So I think the whole market, frankly, is a bit vulnerable from a valuation perspective. But just the narrative has been so choppy. You know, can we sort of get the focus back on that AI narrative? That's really what I'm looking to see.
And that was RBC's Lori Calvasina on Bloomberg Brief this morning. Let's keep this conversation going now with Boca Capital founder and chief investment officer Kim Forrest. Kim, it's finally here. It's finally NVIDIA earnings day. And we know it's not just about this one company. This is a market-wide event.
It really is, because it feels like for the past 18 months, absolutely any good news that has driven the market has been 2 letters, AI. And I think the build out of AI we've kind of assumed that, you know, data centers like Sherwin-Williams will cover the earth. And that's the paint company's slogan. Anyhow, but I mean, really, we think that there is absolutely no limit of the amount of chips demanded. And I think that's sort of foolish. And while I am a huge believer in AI, I also understand its limitations, and we're kind of bumping up a couple against them. And I worry that, you know, the fickle market will turn away from AI for a while.
Yeah, I am interested to hear you say that, because I was asking today and have been wondering if we risk developing some kind of indigestion with these hyperscalers spending, you know, $100 billion plus on CapEx. Don't we get to a point when they're like, all right, you know what, we have enough, and it doesn't matter that it's Blackwell or Rubin or whatever the next thing is, like, we don't need to continue buying $100 billion of chips per hyperscaler per year.
Right, and that is the law of large numbers, which we're bumping up against. I think it was excellent. I listened to the top of the show, and your panel on this was excellent about that. And just the growth rate, the crazy growth rate that NVIDIA has experienced in the past 5 years can't continue for many reasons. You know, just the world will run out of money, essentially. I'm being glib about it, but I think this needs to, investors need to reset their expectations and maybe go a little soft on this, but we'll see about what investors think after today's earnings too.
And Kim, we only have about a minute left with you here, but it's something I wonder about even outside of the stock market. It's a conversation we were having the other day, that you think about all this CapEx, all this money coming from the tech companies. You think about the economy ex-AI, perhaps it doesn't look as robust as it does right now.
And I think that is like a great time to actually look for great companies. If you don't think the economy is that robust, ostensibly, when the economy regains its footing or gets a little bit of forward momentum, which I think it can, there's always slowdowns and, you know, happening in any industry. It's a great time to go shopping right now. And I think that should refocus investors away from, you know, maybe trying to ride that momentum train called NVIDIA.
The momentum train called NVIDIA, that is a good place to put a pause in this. Kim, you are staying with us through the opening bell, just a couple minutes away. Let's take a look at the setup as we count down. And there's not too much to talk about. The S&P 500 off by about 0.1%. We did manage to build a rally into the close yesterday. We know that the main event is after the close today. You can see that the NASDAQ 100 down a little bit in anticipation. The Russell 2000 off by about 0.3% right now. We will walk you through all of the action at the opening bell coming up next. This is Open Interest.
I think people are paying attention now to what we're doing in a way that wasn't happening 5 years ago. I think the convergence, not just of the hardware investments, but the AI investments in particular, have been the real watershed for us in helping people understand why we've always believed having these devices be wearable and having sensors and having context in the world around you has been so important. And it's like, oh yeah, of course, now that you realize there's going to be a potentially super intelligent assistant that's operating there, you want it to have.
자, 계정 분장 계정까지 약 2분 앞두고 있습니다. 현재 진입권 정리 후에 계정 후 방향성 확인 후에 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 현재 매도 진입권 수익 청산 사인 드립니다. 자, 수익 청산하도록 하겠습니다. 현재 매도 진입권 수익 청산 사인 드립니다. 수익 청산입니다.
주문
청산이 완료되었습니다. 200만 원에서 수익 청산 사인 드렸습니다. 분장 계정까지 약 1분 앞두고 있습니다. 계정 이후 움직임 보고 5차 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
So I'm very confident that the paradigm will shift in that time frame. And you all know the saying.
자, 분장 계정까지 약 30초 앞두고 있습니다.
That really is going to be true, I think, when it comes to these shifts.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
자, 분장 개장되었습니다. 자, 모두들 파이팅입니다. 분장 시작되었습니다. 자, 5차 진입뷰 사인 되도록 하겠습니다.
Those earnings don't come out until after the bell.
자, 매도 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 진입 사인 드립니다. 진입가 548.75입니다. 자, 548.75 매도 진입입니다.
Futures down 0.1%
548.75에서 매도 진입입니다.
By the way, Nvidia is worth 8% plus of the S&P. It's worth more than 10% of the Nasdaq 100 and somehow
클 수 있는 점, 낙폭이 클 수 있는 점 참고하셔서 사인을 집중 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 분장 개장 이후 매도 진입 사인 드렸습니다.
That's my man.
It's NASDAQ.
Ohio State University kicking off college football season this Saturday. Who are they playing, Joe? Texas. All right, we'll definitely win that game. That's very cool. Abbott Labs over the last 5 years, by the way, up about 30%, underperforming the S&P 500, but at least not losing money. And then down at the NASDAQ, we have Velo 3D. They were there. I swear to God, they were there. At least a couple of guys ringing the bell. And apparently they went public, I believe, by a SPAC on August 19th, because if you look at the chart, it's just down, 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 down. But they print out very cool metal stuff for rockets.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And they were via SPAC. So SPACs are back. Let's talk about, though, NVIDIA. That is the big focus of today, as Matt mentioned. It's priced to move 6% in either direction after it reports earnings after the bell. That is according to the options market. That is the lowest implied move in 2 years as traders focus on the staying power of the AI boom. Shares not doing too much right now, as you might expect. Matt, this is a company that is about 35% higher on a total return basis so far this year. Obviously, dragging the
자, 현재 낙폭이 큰 만큼 조금 안정화될 때까지 지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 안정화된 수익권에서 수익 청산 사인드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 개장 이후 엔비디아, 소포, 하락 확인이 되고요.
All right, we're going to watch shares of other Mag 7 companies as well, especially the big four, which are these.
자, 수익 청산 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 여기서 수익 청산 사인 드립니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 수익 청산 사인 드립니다.
$billion. Facebook is going to be over $100 billion. None of them doing much of anything right now because I guess like us, traders are waiting for the numbers to come out for. Let's get back to Kim Forrest, Chief Investment Officer at Boca Capital. And Kim, you have a background in software programming. You have a background in AI. What's your take on this whole thing? Because I feel like we made so much momentum, and ChatGPT 5 is like so much lazier and slower than GPT 4. But eventually, or maybe that's how it gets more human. It's actually lazy now.
Well, I don't think they are human. I mean, I think we always lose our grip on what they are because they seem human to us, right? That the chatbot actually works more or less like, kind of like a friend. Ooh, kind of, well, yeah, I don't like that whole idea, but these are mathematical models. And what they're doing is they've kind of crushed, in a good way, the problem of natural language processing. That was a very hard problem that, as long as I've been a computer scientist, that's what my original degree, my bachelor's degree was in, it was a problem for computers to solve. And I believe that's really what ChatGPT and all of these large language models are doing, is they're able to understand us and then go and retrieve information or synthesize a little bit of information together. But again, mathematical models. So there are these holes in these models where it comes up with complete and utter nonsense. They call them hallucinations. And we must overcome this, or these models are really unusable. If you worked at Goldman Sachs as an entry-level person and were 85% right, I don't think you'd last very long there. But that's what these models are. They're 85 to 95% right. And you can't have that much wrong and still be a useful tool in enterprise. So this is the problem that they need to overcome. And guess what? It's a really hard problem.
Yeah, absolutely. One that, I mean, we'll have to check in on the timeline of how long that takes. But Kim, at 9:34 in the morning, I should probably ask you about how NVIDIA interacts with some of the other cross currents in the market right now. You pull up a chart of the 2-year yield versus NVIDIA. You can see that NVIDIA has just pretty much steadily climbed higher since about May 1st, after that April low that it hit. You take a look at what the 2-year Treasury yield is doing, of course, moving off of what people expect the Fed to do. It's been dropping in that time. And, you know, the topic of rate cuts at the index level is an urgent conversation. But does it matter for a company like NVIDIA? Does monetary policy really interact with what's going on with NVIDIA's core businesses?
Absolutely not. They are completely divorced from any kind of tie to leverage, because the companies that are funding them, and you talked about this again in that A block, is that they have the cash to spend. That's the crazy thing. The 4 horsemen of the Mag 7 that actually are developing AI, they have the cash for this, so they don't have to borrow. Nobody cares. Not one person cares in those companies about what Treasury rates are.
By the way, I have a viewer writing in who says, each point move for NVIDIA is $25 billion in market cap. So a 4-point move is the entire market cap of Intel.
Amazing.
Which I love. Kim, on that note, what's your take on the U.S. government buying a 10% stake in Intel, buying an $11 billion stake for $11 billion, essentially. Is that a good move? Do we need to for national security purposes, right? We don't want all the chip makers to be outside of the U.S. in case we get in a fight with everybody else. And what does it mean for Intel's business?
Well, a couple of things. First, I have to say this is going to be not a surprise to anybody that's ever listened to what I say. I'm a capitalist first and foremost. I am not fond of government intervention other than common sense regulation, whatever that means. Doesn't matter. We're not getting into that. Ownership of Intel at this point seems like not a great move, but not the catastrophe move either. The company has let itself decline. We all know that with respect to its fab technology. And it does have 75% of the chips it makes made here in the US. And you're right, it is an extremely important fact that, Taiwan, 60 miles off of mainland China, is where the world's most important chips are made. I don't think that's prudent. Forget the political ramifications. Just having one area in the world be that important, not smart. So I can see my way to this. What it's going to do for shareholders, I think shareholders are kind of demoted at this point, that it can be subject to its 10% or 9.99% owner, the U.S. government, and it probably will be pushed to make decisions to improve its processing capabilities, match that of Taiwan Semi. Not bad, but it's going to have to speed that up to, answer its one big shareholder.
Absolutely, Kim. Have to leave it there. Always enjoy the conversation. That is Kim Forrest of Boca Capital. Meanwhile, let's get a check on the stock market right now. About 8 minutes into the trade on NVIDIA earnings day, you can see it's pretty quiet at the index level, and interestingly, it's an even split pretty much when it comes to the ratio of gainers to losers right now. As you can see, up at the top, what's leading gains is Amazon, higher by about 0.4%. This is a big company we're talking about, though, so it's your biggest points contributor. Tesla, we haven't seen Tesla up here in a while. Tesla higher today, as is United Health and Salesforce as well, getting in the mix. But then you go to what isn't doing too hot, NVIDIA, at the top there, only down about 0.5% as we anticipate earnings after the bell. You can see Broadcom also following it lower, as too is Meta Platforms and AMD. Let's take a look at the sector breakdown, how it shakes out there. I would imagine it's similar, of course, to what we were just looking at the individual level. Almost an even split when it comes to the sectors. Real estate up at the top right now, which is interesting, higher by about 0.5%. Energy, consumer discretionary, also higher as well. You take a look at the bottom, though, you do have tech down there. That NVIDIA drop isn't going to help. Consumer staples and then materials is your biggest loser at the moment right now, Matt, lower by about 0.4%.
All right, so that's the setup as we await the big earnings announcement of the season, NVIDIA. We're going to talk more about that next. The stock worth $4.3 trillion. Anton Skyban of New Street Technology Infrastructure joins us next to tell us where he thinks it's going from here. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
자, 개장 이후 엔비디아, 브로드컴, AMD 등등 여러 기업들이 약세를 보여주고 있습니다. 조금 더 분석 후에 진입 사인드리도록 하겠습니다. 조금 더 시장 분석 후에 진입 사인드리도록 하겠습니다.
You should expect newsy interviews from industry leaders, meaningful business networking, and of course, great food. We'll feature some of the best chefs and food trucks from my hometown of Los Angeles. Tickets are available now. You should head to bloomberglive.com/screentime for details. I'll see you in Los Angeles, October 8th and 9th.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring
자,
you
다시 한번 매도 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 진입 사인 드립니다. 자, 매도 진입 5개야.
체결되었습니다. 확인 바랍니다.
534.75입니다. 자, 534.75. 자, 매도 진입 사인 드렸습니다.
Live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg.
매도 진입 534.75입니다.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers.
자, 현재 진입권 짧게 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 진입권 짧게 보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Open Interest.
When we look at our portfolio, we see an IPO pipeline that's the biggest since it's been in 2021.
In M&A and IPOs, we've actually had close to record performances in that space. We're going to have an interesting year.
We're having a lot more conversations around putting dates on calendars. I think we could see a very active second half of the year.
Don't miss Open Interest live weekdays.
자, 수익 청산하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인드립니다. 수익 청산 사인드립니다. 자, 5개 기준 약 200만원 수익 청산하도록 하겠습니다. 수익 청산 사인드립니다.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
With the analyst citing execution risks for the donut makers turnaround plan. Shares down more than 7%.
자, 금일 트레이딩 1차, 2차 나눠서 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 1차는 여기서 마무리하고 2차 자정 이후에 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 현재 1차 5개 기준 약 1,114만 5천원 수익권 형성하였습니다.
And finally, CLSA initiating coverage of Micron with a buy rating. The firm says that the memory chip maker
자, 현재
is
시장
well
악폭이
positioned
크고
to
이제
benefit
뭐
from demand.
분석이 좀 어렵다고 판단이 되어서 2차에 나눠서 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 1차는 여기서 마무리하도록 하겠습니다.
You're welcome.
Staying on chips here, Nvidia reports
방송은 그대로 이어가면서 자정 넘어서 트레이딩 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 심야 트레이딩 자정 넘어서 진행하도록 하겠습니다.
Company, well, our last guest called it a momentum train. It's just been unstoppable, and the growth seems to know no bounds. What's your take on today's earnings report?
Yes, thanks, Pat, for having me. I think, a big focus is on China. As you know, there's been, a lot of news flow around Beijing trying to achieve self-sufficiency, NVIDIA pausing again production for the H20. I think there's a lot of concerns around whether, China is going to be included in the guide, whether NVIDIA is going to beat expectations. So of course there's one aspect related to that. I think it's very hard to predict what's going to happen on that front. I think it goes even beyond whether China is going to get reassured on whether those chips have backdoors. There's been some reports that some China senior leaders found some comments insulting. So I think it's more a negotiation between the US and China that's going to shape up what's going to happen next. And the bottom line is that China is probably going to continue to represent a source of volatility for GPU vendors. Now, I think 2025 is fairly well round up, so I don't, expect a major beat for NVIDIA. I think, CapEx expectations now, make room for NVIDIA. Like earlier, one of your colleagues talked about hyperscalers, who account for 40% of NVIDIA.
자, 자정 이후에 트레이딩 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 나스닥 정규 트레이딩 1차, 2차 나눠서 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 1차는 여기서 마무리하도록 하겠습니다.
Some visibility that they get into next year, possibly even 27.
자, 예상과 같은 전개로 차익 실현 매물 및 회피 물량 나와주면서 큰 매도세를 보여줬습니다.
Maybe they're going to de-emphasize China a little bit, focus more on the domestic market, given all of the uncertainties when it
자,
comes to the Chinese market and how, of course, trade policy and the relationship between those two nations will shake out. Is that your expectation as well?
트레이딩 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
Yes, Casey, I would say that's our expectation.
자, 1차 진행 다들 수고 많으셨습니다. 잠시 후 2차 트레이딩에서 뵙도록 하겠습니다.
First one is how demand is shaping up. And I mean, in our view, it's still very, very strong. You know, you still have these scaling laws. You have Elon Musk, you know, tweeting that he expects to have like an installed base of 50 million H100 GPUs by the end of the decade. That's the kind of data points, you know, that matter to us. That's the, you know, where we think the debate is going to shift. There's of course, you know, the question of the defensibility of pricing power, how competitive dynamics are going to play out, you know, at the different layers of the AI supply chain, guys developing models, guys developing applications. So, you know, I think that's where the debate should be going.
You've done long-range modeling, and I wonder, you know, how long NVIDIA maintains this dominance. When I see a story like yesterday, AMD said it's going to work with IBM on quantum-centric supercomputers. I don't know what that is, but it sounds like they might get an edge there. How long does NVIDIA rule the roost?
So quantum computers are still, you know, a few years out, so I wouldn't call that, you know, like a threat to NVIDIA.
I mean, Antoine Jensen said, like, still 15 years out, and then 2 weeks later, he's like, actually coming soon. So it seems like we're all over the shop in terms of when that's going to happen.
Yes, I mean, there's a lot of excitement, and I hope that they're going to come sooner than we think, because they're going to be very, very helpful, very useful, but they're not going to replace traditional computing to begin with. They're more going to complement it. And AMD building a strong position there, you know, and by the way, they're not building only a strong position in quantum computing. AMD has a very good GPU. They're just gaining momentum. I just came out from a great chips conference here in Palo Alto, where all the developers were talking about how great, you know, AMD software has become compared to a year ago. And that was one of the roadblocks that AMD had in order to gain adoption. You know, so they've been working very hard with the largest customers to build, you know, a software stack, a momentum, an ecosystem to be able to gain momentum. But that doesn't mean, you know, that it's a major threat to NVIDIA. You know, I think, you know, they're starting from almost zero, like less than 5% market share. You know, I think even if you give AMD 10-15% share, which, you know, in a context where NVIDIA is probably going to remain dominant, they have much more resources to invest, you would still have, you know, like a win-win situation where the market is going to diversify to AMD, to in-house programs, but NVIDIA is still going to remain dominant in a very fast-growing market. So, you know, we like the sector overall.
Well, Antoine, to that point, I'm taking a look at your notes. You write that when it comes to GPUs, you expect NVIDIA to maintain 90% share in 2029, which is down from 96% today. But 90% share, 2029 is a long way away from here. How long do you expect them to maintain that sort of dominance? Does it ever get into the 80s, the 70s?
So this 90% share is if you look specifically at GPUs. If you look at the overall data center compute market, we actually, you know, you don't have any GPUs. You have Google, for example, who is developing a TPU. You have Meta, who's ramping ASICs. Amazon, who also has ramped ASICs. Microsoft, who's trying, reportedly not doing very well. So if you include that part of the market as well, actually, NVIDIA, the share that we're modeling for NVIDIA is actually closer to 60-70%. It's just within GPUs, which is one category of the market where against it's only AMD that they're playing, that we see them remaining, you know, the dominant because, of course, they have much more resources to invest. They have a head start. AMD just started, you know, they're at like their third real generation GPU that they're ramping now. You know, it took NVIDIA like decades to get where they are today.
Right, yeah, good reminder, of course. This is a company that has been around for a long time. It's not an upstart new shot there. That is Antoine Schkeibon of New Street Research. Of course, NVIDIA, like you have been mentioning, Matt, it only has one sell rating of the 80 or so analysts that Bloomberg tracks that covers it. So really, this is a stock that Wall Street loves.
Yeah, absolutely. 71 buy ratings, only 8 holds, and as you say, 1 sell. But the growth this year has been so much slower than the last 2 years, right? What do you say, 34% year to date? And that compares to 171% in 2024 and 238% in 2023. So
it's possible we've gotten a bit spoiled.
It is. If you look at the price earnings ratio, it actually holds steady with the exception of a big spike that we saw. Obviously, it's still very high, 57.7.
That's pretty high, but
it's not, you know, Palantir.
Yeah, everything is relative. Coming up, more trouble for United Health as Bloomberg learns the Justice Department is investigating more than just its Medicare practices. We'll bring you the details next. This is Open Interest.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm David Gura in Ottawa, Canada, and this is Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news wherever and whenever it happens. I'm Anne-Marie Hordern in Alberta, Canada, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Open Interest. Quick check on stocks, and there are some sincere movers in this market, but at the index level, it's a whole lot of nothing. Absolutely unchanged, the S&P 500, though at 64.65 after yesterday's rally, we're only 3 points off of the all-time high. NASDAQ 100 trading down about 0.3%. That's interesting to see the tech stocks doing so much worse than the broader index. Let's figure out why. Join me as we look at these big stocks. NVIDIA down 1%. It's worth a lot more on the NASDAQ than it is on the S&P. It's worth 12% of the larger composite versus 8% on the S&P. Taiwan Semiconductor down 1% as well. So chip stocks off as we await those earnings. MongoDB is up, making a Mongo move to the upside, 33% after a big earnings beat. Kohl's also up 24%. This is a pretty volatile market when Kohl's can move a quarter of its value in a day on earnings. Eli Lilly gaining about 1%, and we're continuing to focus on, or at least I'm continuing to focus on this obesity pill. Are the side effects really that bad? Did they last a long time? Do I just get through a couple minutes of it? All right, United Health Group is up, and that's the stock we're going to focus on, Katie, right now.
Absolutely, because Bloomberg has learned the Justice Department is investigating more than United Health's Medicare business as part of a criminal probe into the firm's operations. The company says it has full confidence in its practices. Bloomberg healthcare reporter John Tozzi, he helped break this news. He joins us now. So how broad is this probe?
So what we reported yesterday is that the Justice Department's criminal probe into United Health, which was known, ongoing, disclosed by the company last month, that it includes investigations into the company's pharmacy benefits unit, OptumRx, and that the Justice Department is looking at how the company pays its owned or affiliated physician practices.
So upcoding, we've only got 30 seconds, but how serious a problem is that? How expensive is it?
Yeah, so the understanding of this probe from earlier reporting was that it was focused on Medicare upcoding. I don't know that we have a real sense of the scale of that. We've seen other companies, settle claims, some in the hundreds of millions of dollars. But the news here is really that the investigation is broader than was previously known.
All right, John, we're going to continue to follow your work. You can follow him on the Bloomberg terminal as well. John Tozzi covers healthcare for us. Coming up next, back to NVIDIA.
There is a nice confluence between the long-term investor and what we're trying to do. We have an operating principle that's in our handbook, take the long view. When we went public, we put a timeline up on the screen for the whole company in an all-hands meeting. And that timeline went from founding to 100 years out. And the IPO was one dot in 1 year on that timeline. And we tried to orient the employees to, this is a wonderful event, this IPO, but it's a moment in time on a very long journey.
This is a company that you want to exist in 100 years.
We do.
Wall Street doesn't think in.
No, they think in like hours. Yeah. And what I've learned of Wall Street, and particularly Wall Street investors, when they say they are long-term investors, that means they'll keep your stock for like a month. There has been one instance where I did something that was just for short-term stock, and I felt so bad about it that I don't think I'll do it again.
What was that?
There was one quarter, a few quarters ago, we were not going to beat the quarter. We were going to probably just hit it. And so far, we beat every quarter. So we were all like, wait, what? Our perfect record. We're like a 4.0 student that is going to get a B for the first time. This is not good. And I decided that for a short period of time, at the end of a lesson in our app, we would show 2 ads instead of 1. Turns out that by itself was good enough to beat the quarter, but it's bad for the product. It's not good. After that, I'm never doing that again.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jumana Bersachi in Tehran, and this is Bloomberg.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. President Trump is expanding the federal government's control over Washington, D.C. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy announced last hour Amtrak will need to step aside so his department can oversee Union Station.
We think that we can manage the property better, bring in more tenants, bring in more revenue.
What changes?
We are going to make the investments to make sure that this station isn't dirty, that we don't have homelessness in Union Station.
Duffy detailed the plan alongside Amtrak's president, who just announced new Next Generation Acela trains. We have more developing news from Washington. Lawyers for Kilmar Abrego Garcia have just told a federal judge he wants to seek asylum in the United States. On Monday, the Salvadoran national was detained by ICE officials following his release from jail in Tennessee. The Trump administration says it intends to deport him to Uganda now. Attorneys say Abrego Garcia is afraid he'll be persecuted and tortured there. U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff tells Fox the president will head up a meeting today on the war in Gaza.
We think that we're going to settle this one way or another, certainly before the end of this year.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio is expected to meet separately in Washington with Israel's foreign minister. Additional 25% U.S. tariffs kicked in on Indian imports today because it continues to buy oil from Russia. New Haven University's Jim Moe says it'll affect a lot of things Americans buy.
We import a lot of different things from India. Textiles, apparel, cotton, silk, pharmaceuticals, generics, other chemicals, gems and jewelry.
A Wisconsin man has been sentenced to 89 days in jail for faking his own drowning. CBS's Jim Krasula.
Brian Borgward misled police for 89 days last fall after telling his wife he was kayaking. The 45-year-old man actually left his wife and 3 children to meet a woman in Eastern Europe. He issued a social media video when he returned to the U.S. last December.
Good evening. It's Brian Borgward. I'm in my apartment. I am safe, secure.
Something stinks at the U.S. Open. CBS's Michael Wallace has details from New York.
The number 12 tennis player in the world, Norwegian Casper Ruud, says it's annoying when you're tired and trying to win a match in Queens.
I'm not a big fan of the smell of weed. Every corner of every street, you smell it.
New York legalized pot 4 years ago. Smoking and vaping are banned at the Billie Jean King National Tennis Center, but employees say they see people doing it anyway.
This is CBS News. An investigation dating back to World War II has finally yielded results.
Police in Argentina say a real estate ad photo from a seaside villa helped them spot a 17th century Italian portrait that was thought to have been looted 80 years ago from a Jewish collector in the Netherlands. Portrait of a lady was seen on a wall in the ad for a home believed to be owned by the descendants of a fugitive Nazi officer who fled to Argentina after World War II. The place was raided by police. The painting was not found, but prosecutors say other evidence was. The ad has since been revised without the photo. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
As if she needs any more, Taylor Swift said another.
This is the record I've been wanting to make for a very long time.
She shattered a Guinness World Record for YouTube viewers for last week's appearance on her boyfriend Travis Kelce's New Heights podcast with 1.3 million concurrent live tune-ins. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield. These are two big-time blue-chip companies. One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Our view is that the economy is slowing down.
There is the possibility of a debt spiral.
Both quantum computing and AI are going to power the future.
People are just buying everything with tech.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Good Wednesday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City. To our worldwide audience, we're streaming live on YouTube as well, so head over to youtube.com, and that's where you'll find us. Alexis Christophorus is with me here today. for the next couple hours. Got a busy couple hours coming up. We're going to kick it off with Tyler Kendall. She's down in D.C. Get the latest on some of this tariff stuff. It looks like India in the crosshairs today. Adrienne Yamaki, founder and managing partner of Strategic Wealth Management, will give us her thoughts on these markets. John Tozzi, Bloomberg Healthcare reporter, United Healthcare, more problems there for that huge healthcare insurer. They can't get out of their own way. We'll get the latest there. Nathan Dean, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Policy Analyst. Trump, Washington, D.C., what's going on down there? He's got all the policy stuff locked down for us because I have no idea what's going on down there. But he makes it simple for us to understand, so we'll touch base with him. So we got a lot going on. We're going to kick it off right now with Charlie Pellet.
Hey, thank you very much indeed. We're all awaiting NVIDIA's numbers after the close of trading. Right now, we have got the Dow, the S&P, they're both advancing. NASDAQ in the red. NASDAQ down 21 points right now for the NASDAQ Composite Index. We're looking at a loss right now of just about 0.1%. Trading muted ahead of NVIDIA. S&P up 4 right now, up less than 0.1% with the Dow up 91. That is a gain of 0.2%. Our Mag 7 Index, of which NVIDIA is a part, down 0.1%. NVIDIA ahead of earnings, down now by 0.8%. NVIDIA, by the way, not the only tech reporting after the close of trading. We'll also be hearing from CrowdStrike and Snowflake. Both of those companies are moving higher. Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares up 0.4%. The 10-year 4.28%. The 2-year 3.65%. Spot gold little changed right now, down $15 the ounce, $33.77. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.6%, 63.65 a barrel, and Bitcoin 111,594 on Bitcoin, up by 0.2%. As for changes that President Trump wants at the Federal Reserve, Margie Patel is senior portfolio manager at Allspring Global Investments, and she was the guest this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance.
Well, I think that he is entitled and he has the ability to change members, but whether he does or doesn't, whether that's successful, I think it really doesn't materially change. What to me is more important is what's driving the Fed's decision making. And really, you could say they haven't covered themselves with glory over the last few decades.
Margie Patel of Allspring Global Investments interviewed this morning on Surveillance. Keeping an eye on a number of retailers after earnings, Kohl's stores surging 23.4%. Also reporting earnings this morning, we heard from Abercrombie & Fitch. That stock up by 1.3%. Again, recapping here, S&P higher by 3, little changed. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index ahead of NVIDIA earnings. Our Mag 7 Index down 0.1%, and NVIDIA right now down 0.6%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate it. A little bit mixed out there, red and green on the screen as Charlie was reporting. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney alongside Alexis Christoforous, and we're joined by Nora Melinda. Nora, what do you have for us today?
Well, let's take a look at Canada Goose shares. Of course, we know this is a Toronto-based company. I'm looking at ticker GOOS here. And this is, we're seeing shares surging today, up as much as 15%. That's the most intraday since May. This is after the company, we saw a report from CNBC that the company's controlling shareholder is said to have received take private bids that would value the company at $1.35 billion. BI here saying that the bids at that valuation appear low, given the fact that the company's turnaround potential here. And when you look at some of the private equity firms that are kind of in focus right now, we're looking at Boyu Capital and Advent International. They both made verbal offers, but of course we do know that we have some other interested buyers here. So lots of eyes on this stock right now. If you're looking at a year-to-date basis, shares are up about 40% here.
Ooh, nice. Nora, as if Travis Kelce needed another job. And maybe he does to pay for the wedding to Taylor Swift. But he's now the new face of American Eagle, I hear?
Right. He is the new face of American Eagle. It's so interesting because just a couple weeks ago we were talking about Sydney Sweeney. Now we're starting a lot of controversy there, but now we're talking about Travis Kelce. And of course, we know that's just coming off of the engagement announcement that we saw between him and Taylor Swift yesterday. We're looking at shares of American Eagle. That's ticker AEO. They're up as much as 6.1% here. And this is after the company is now tapping Travis Kelce as the new face of its brand. Of course, we know that, he's a name that everyone knows at this point, whether you want to or not. And so, of course, this is really going to see a bit of a lift here in terms of shares when we look at Wall Street sentiment here for the company. But we do still have the stock that's down about 24% this year. So they've got quite a few things to do.
What happened to Sydney Sweeney? Is she no longer associated with the brand?
I mean, if you look across the street, we have an American Eagle across the street here in Midtown. Yeah. I still see her on the billboards. As I was walking home yesterday, I still see her out there. So I'm not sure if they're going to replace it with Travis.
Is there any bad PR? That's really
right.
That's right.
Exactly. I mean, their names have been in the headlines. We've been talking about it so much here.
Travis Kelce. I can't wait. All right, Coles, what do you got for us? KSS is the ticker.
Yes, ending on another positive note here. KSS, the ticker there, as you mentioned, shares are surging for double-digit gains, up as much as 29% after the opening bell today. And this is after it boosted its full-year outlook. We're talking about a lot of retailers right now, but particularly the company is offering a more optimistic outlook as it pertains to its full-year sales. They're now expecting comparable sales to fall no more than 5% this year, especially when we think about the tariff environment that's really been weighing on a lot of these retailers in terms of sentiment. Of course, this is great news that we're hearing here in particular. And we did have Bloomberg News actually reporting on Tuesday that Kohl's has asked some vendors for more time to settle some of its invoices here. That is something that a lot of investors have really been looking at. But I mean, if you look at Wall Street analysts here, about 43% of Wall Street says to sell the stock.
현재 시장 분석
50%
중에
say to hold, but
있습니다.
only one analyst
현재
here
좀
has a buy
혼조세가 짙게 나오고 있네요. 예상과 다르게 시장 전개가 흘러가고
Might
있습니다.
be.
Exactly. Norma Linda, thanks so much for joining us. Norma Linda covers all the
개장 이후
equity markets
엔비디아는
for
큰
Bloomberg
약세를
News.
보여주고 있는 걸 확인할 수 있고요.
Conversations like this, subscribe to our new
전체적으로
Stock Movers Reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market.
기술주.
Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify,
특히
or
반도체
anywhere
분야
you listen.
약세를
Let's get back
보여주고
to
있습니다.
Washington D.C. because we have more tariff talk
AMD,
coming out of this
Broadcom,
administration. Tyler Kendall
인텔
joins us
등등이
here, Bloomberg
약세를
Television
보여주고
Washington
있네요.
correspondent. She is down there in Washington D.C. Tyler, let's start with India. I mean, India seems like a big country, a big economy to me. 50%
자, 우선
tariff seems like a
지속적으로
really
분석
big
후에
number. I
진입
thought we
사인
had a
및 트레이딩
pretty
종료
good
사인 드리도록
relationship with
하겠습니다. 조금
India.
더
What's going on there?
지켜보도록 하겠습니다.
Well, Paul, you're hitting on exactly one of the biggest points to focus, which
자,
is that
현재
this is
수익권 약
marked a pretty
1,100만 원이
stunning
형성되어
reversal
있기
for
때문에
India,
좀 천천히
considering it had
지켜보고
been our understanding that the
트레이딩에
country was
나가도록
long
하겠습니다.
prioritized in trade talks. In fact,
무리한
you had the
트레이딩이
U.S.
아니고
Treasury
좀 더
Secretary Scott
면밀히
Bessent
분석 후에
in an
진입 사인
interview
드리도록
earlier
하겠습니다.
today say himself that he is surprised at how this has progressed because as of 12:01 Eastern, there is now this 50% tariff. It doubled a 25% baseline tariff that's been in place since August 7th by slapping an additional 25% tariff on top of that over India's imports of Russian energy supplies. But keep in mind, we're showing right now for our radio listeners pictures of the Indian Prime Minister Modi, who was one of the first foreign leaders to visit this White House after President Trump's inauguration. And India had offered concessions, including slashing tariffs completely on some U.S. Exports, everything ranging from luxury goods to motorcycles, for example. But if we've learned anything from the trade negotiations with this White House, it is clear that they are looking for something more than just lowering tariff barriers. And our reporting has indicated that it does appear that India's perhaps more protectionist policies when it comes to market access for U.S. agricultural as well as dairy products has really stalled these negotiations. And at this point, it's not looking too good. Paul, we had reporting earlier this week that a U.S. delegation that was set to arrive in India on Tuesday ended up deferring their visit. And at this point, we haven't seen any indication that that trip has been rescheduled.
I want to switch gears here for a minute, Tyler, and ask about the European Union, because it looks like they are going to acquiesce here, going to try to fast-track legislation to remove all tariffs on U.S. industrial goods, specifically some agricultural products, some U.S. seafood. Is this going to be enough to appease President Trump, you think?
So this was actually widely expected because this is considered to be, we can think of it as a legislative trigger in order for the U.S. to lower its tariff barriers when it comes to autos. We had gotten that joint framework statement between the two trading partners last week. This was really the first time that we saw the trading partners put pen to paper when it came to outlining what the EU and the U.S. have agreed upon. And in that statement, it was our understanding that the EU would have to put forth this legislative proposal slashing their tariffs on U.S. industrial goods. And as you mentioned, we have reporting that that's also going to include a perhaps more preferential tariff rate when it comes to U.S. agricultural and seafood products. But so this was something that needs to happen. But what's perhaps surprising about this reporting, or not surprising if we look at the reason here, is that the European Union is looking to fast track this process because according to the statement, the lower auto tariffs will go into effect retroactively to the start of the month. So the EU is hoping to get this proposal through by the end of August, so then that lower tariff rate on autos can be backdated to August 1st. If they wait to September, then it would be backdated to September 1st. So that does appear to be perhaps the push here by the European Union to get this proposal through in order for the U.S. to lower tariffs on autos. Of course, as you well know, the agreement struck was that the EU would get that more preferential rate of 15% baseline on the majority of its goods, but then for the sector-specific tariffs enacted under Section 232, a completely separate authority that the president has invoked, those auto tariffs are going to go down to 15% as well.
Tyler, just on the surface, this looks like the EU is just caving to the pressure from President Trump. Is there another read here?
Well, that's been part of the pushback that we've heard the EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen have to contend with when you look at how some of her member states, for example, have put out criticism about this deal. But her herself have said that this is a good deal, but that it's also a necessary deal because it did appear that it came to the point in the negotiations where this was what basically the best that the European Union could do. You'll recall this deal was announced after von der Leyen had flown to meet President Trump during his visit to Scotland a couple of weeks ago, and there really was this last-minute push to get it done before that deadline. But really, it's considered to be significant when we really do focus in on those sector-specific tariffs, including autos. And the U.S. did renew its commitment to make sure that there's a lower tariff rate when it comes to pharmaceuticals, chips, and lumber, which we know are coming down the road.
All right, Tyler, thank you so much for your reporting. It is a fluid situation, to say the least, on all these tariffs, but we have a team down there in Washington, D.C. that is laser focused on it, including Tyler Kendall. Tyler Kendall is a Bloomberg Television Washington correspondent down there in D.C. Looking at the markets here, a little bit of green here on the screen, led by the Dow Jones Industrials. That's up about 95 points. That's 0.2%. We're going to have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 10:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are at the best level of the morning. This Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Right now, the S&P's up 10, 64.76. That is a gain of just about 0.2%. Potentially could see a record close today on the S&P. All of this in the run-up to the highly anticipated results out of NVIDIA. The last of the Mag 7 mega caps to report. The Dow up 110 right now, up 0.2%. NASDAQ also higher, up now by 0.1%. Our Mag 7 index is moving higher by 0.2%. NVIDIA, a member of the index, it is not advancing, down now by 0.2%. 10-year 4.27%, with the 2-year 3.64%, the 30-year 4.94%. Gold down $11 the ounce to $33.82. That is a drop of 0.3%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 0.6%, 63.64 for a barrel of WTI. Cracker Barrel shares, they're up now by 6.1%. Cracker Barrel Old Country Store getting rid of that controversial new logo, and it also promoted a slump in its share price. The company says the new logo is going away and its old timer will remain after facing a backlash on social media and criticism from many people, including President Trump. Again, Cracker Barrel right now up by just about 6.4%. Recapping, S&P higher by 8, best level of the day, up 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thanks, Charlie. The old timer lives on at Cracker Barrel. Want to turn our attention to the markets now. We know the market shrugged off news that President Trump wants to get rid of Lisa Cook as a Federal Reserve governor. Lots of question marks surrounding this stock market and bond market. Want to bring in Adrian Yamaki, founder and managing partner with Strategic Wealth Capital. Adrian, good to have you on the show. I'm just going to start with, what do you like in this market right now with so much uncertainty?
It'll be interesting. I like that you brought up what's going on with the Fed. I think there's a lot of nervousness in the markets because the dual mandate, so the meeting's coming up in about a month, and the dual mandate of controlling inflation and making sure unemployment doesn't fall. The Fed's, there's so much political pressure. So right now, I think there's so much uncertainty that people are really holding a lot of cash on the sidelines. But depending on where rates go, that could really move things and shake things out.
Are they holding too much cash? Because, boy, you risk not being in this market, and that's a big risk here. So what are you telling your clients as it relates to being in the market?
Yep, absolutely. So we're very, classic, good hygiene allocation, especially holding a fair percentage abroad. And I don't mean 10% or 20%, but holding at least a third of a portfolio abroad, and this is for long-term equities, makes a lot of sense, particularly because one thing we're hearing from clients, in addition to inflation, is what happens as the dollar is falling. So a lot of things point to the dollar becoming devalued, which is, again, weights much, much, much more favorably to multinationals in the States, but especially companies based abroad.
What do you like specifically internationally? Because it's hard to find a market not impacted by Trump tariffs. So what looks attractive to you right now?
So part of the reason that looking abroad, so one is there's the currency offset. So as US, if what happens is what we expect and the dollar's devalued, it's extremely beneficial for companies that are importing, for US companies that are exporting. But abroad, the most important thing is actually the diversification. So it's less a short-term timing aspect, because they're, number one, a lot of the tariffs were broad-based. But even if we looked across consumer services, energy, staples, it's as broad internationally as it is in the US, and it is important to keep balanced. Generally, just remember that abroad, US companies are still more expensive on average than, for example, the MSCI EFA. So there's even broadly quite a lot of margin that can be gained.
So fixed income, how does that fit into the conversation you have with your clients?
So one thing that's still worrying is that long-term yields haven't fallen. There's a lot, obviously, there's a lot of political pressure for the Fed to decrease rates, even though it's not going to be useful and helpful for inflation. So having the stocking up effectively on bonds while rates are where they are in anticipation of a 50% or a 50 basis point, 0.5% rate cut is a good idea. There's been for quite a while a competition between short-term T-bills, which have been at 4%, and bonds. And so clients are saying, why would I own, absolutely understandably, why would I own something that I have to hold for 2, 3, 4 years if I can get a T-bill that's 6 months and has the same yield? Very good point. But as we think about what's going to happen in 6 months and in 12 months, it's very unlikely that we're going to see T-bills stay where they are. So it makes sense to lock in a higher rate so that when rates go down, you've protected that yield and that income.
All right, Adrian, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Adrian Yamaki joining us, founder and managing partner at Strategic Wealth Capital. I'm looking at UNH. Why am I looking at UNH? Because it is a big stock, $275 billion in market cap, but it's down 30% this year, and it's been really a drag on the healthcare space. A lot of issues with the Department of Justice. The U.S. Justice Department's criminal division is digging into United Health Corp's prescription management services, as well as how it reimburses its own doctors under an ongoing probe into the firm's operations. That's according to people familiar with the matter. Just a lot of regulatory risk to that name. Let's break it down. John Tozzi joins us, Bloomberg Healthcare reporter. What's the latest with United Healthcare? Because, again, this is a company that can't seem to get out of its way as it relates to some of these issues with the government.
Yeah, so just to level set, the criminal investigation into United Health was first reported earlier this year by the Wall Street Journal. The company confirmed it in a regulatory filing in July. Our understanding and the reporting about this was that it had been focused on the company's Medicare billing practices, which is a big, important part of United Health Group's business. Our new reporting from yesterday shows that the Department of Justice is actually looking at a wider swath of the company's business than previously understood. They're investigating the company's pharmacy benefit management, PBM OptumRx, another big segment for United Health, as well as how the company reimburses its own or affiliated physicians.
You know what I'm wondering? If you have United Healthcare, like if that's your insurer, and Mr. Paul Sweeney raised his hand, what does it mean for you? I mean, this is a lot of negative news surrounding your health insurer and how they pay doctors.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard to say at this point, you know, what it means for people insured on the plans. And, you know, we should note that, you know, the existence of a criminal investigation doesn't mean that charges will be brought. It doesn't mean that, you know, the company hasn't been accused of wrongdoing by the Justice Department in this investigation. You know, but I think, listen, this is a company that has had a lot of negative headlines for months. You know, it had a top executive murdered late last year, and pushback over its practices from many people in the public. So, you know, I think they are thinking about how to respond, and they have said that they are examining their practices.
So is that, I was going to ask, what has United Healthcare said in response to this wide range of issues? Is it just we're looking at our business?
You know, so the company, again, just to level set, they replaced their CEO earlier this year after they missed earnings targets. The stock, as you noted, is down significantly this year. I think it's about 40%. And, you know, they have said that they are, you know, bringing in outside firms to sort of look at their practices. They've also formed a new committee on the board called the Public Responsibility Committee to examine some of these issues. But in terms of their response to reporting around the investigations, they've said they stand, they have full confidence in their practices. They're cooperating with the Department of Justice on its investigations.
I was also reading that United Healthcare is sort of at the bargaining table with Johns Hopkins. I'm wondering how many other hospitals it's at the bargaining table with. And it's not over money necessarily, but policy, right? Can you explain that?
Yeah, so this is something that we see often in the health insurance industry. Companies have contracts with big hospital systems. When those contracts come up for renewal, there are often disagreements about either the price for medical care or other aspects of the contracts. These disputes are often resolved at the last minute. It seems like in Maryland with Johns Hopkins that it has not been resolved. The kind of dynamic there is pretty common. It's not just limited to United Health. I haven't done a lot of reporting on the specifics of that dispute, though.
So what's next for United Health here in this case? Will there be any kind of regulatory follow-up here, criminal follow-up? What's the next steps here in the story, do you think?
Yeah, I think we don't know. It seems like the company, they've said they're cooperating with the Justice Department on civil and criminal investigations. How all that plays out and what the time frame is, I think it is hard to say at this point. The main thing, management is focusing on turning around the business. They've reset earnings targets for 2025 at a far lower level than they initially expected at the start of the year. Wall Street is looking for what kind of growth they're going to have off that base in 26.
All right, very good. John, thanks so much. Appreciate it. John Tozzi, healthcare reporter for Bloomberg News, bringing us the latest on United Healthcare. Again, some issues there for them as well, and that has been impacting their stock. As John mentioned, the stock's down 40% year to date, and we'll stay on top of that story. The markets here, Alexis, just kind of quietly a little higher, I guess. Nothing, I guess maybe waiting for the NVIDIA results after the close.
I have to think that's the next shoe to drop, which doesn't happen till after the bell. So we've got sort of a lukewarm, rise, I would call it.
Yep, I'm looking at the Kohl's, looking at some of the earnings from some of the retailers. Kohl's, for once, had a pretty solid outlook there in their business, because that's one of those retailers that's been struggling, but they had some pretty good numbers there.
Stock is up 21%.
Yeah, it's amazing. So again, that hopefully can be a turnaround for that company based out there in Minneapolis here. So we'll keep an eye on. We're pretty much done the earnings season here. Again, NVIDIA after the close. It's a bellwether, not just for tech stocks in general, but it seems to be a real driver for the broader market overall, as AI spending and AI growth has really been one of the pillars of these equity performance here. S&P, again, up 11, Dow up 113, the NASDAQ up 31 points. Coming up, Nathan Dean, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Policy Analyst. He's going to make sense out of what's happening down there in Washington, D.C. That's coming up in just a moment. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 10:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks higher across the board. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention, growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Hours ahead of results from NVIDIA, the chip maker that is powering the AI intelligence boom. Stocks are pushing higher. We got the S&P close to session highs, up 10 right now, 64.75 on the S&P. Right now, that is a gain of 0.1%. The Dow up 78, up 0.2%. NASDAQ Composite Index up 36. That's an advance of 0.2%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index pushing higher by 0.3%. NVIDIA, a member of that index, its shares ahead of earnings down by 0.2%. 10-year at 4.28% with the 2-year, 3.64%. Gold, little change now, down $9 the ounce to $33.83. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 0.9%, 63.81 a barrel, and Bitcoin up 0.9%, 112,371 a token on Bitcoin. As for the overall market backdrop, Adrienne Yamaki is founder of Strategic Wealth Capital. She was a guest moments ago right here on Bloomberg Intelligence.
I think there's a lot of nervousness in the markets because the dual mandate, so the meeting's coming up in about a month, and the dual mandate of controlling inflation and making sure unemployment doesn't fall. The Fed's, there's so much political pressure. So right now, I think there's so much uncertainty that people are really holding a lot of cash on the sidelines. But depending on where rates go, that could really move things and shake things out.
Adrienne Yamaki of Strategic Wealth Capital. Kroger laying off nearly 1,000 corporate employees. Kroger shares down now by 1%. And Newmont, the world's largest gold miner, said to be studying plans to drive down costs that could lead to deep job cuts. Newmont Mining down 0.6%. Recapping S&P up 0.1%. Recapping NVIDIA down 0.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thanks so much, Charlie Pellet. Looks like President Trump continues to wade into uncharted waters, especially when it comes to remaking the Federal Reserve. News now that the Trump administration is reviewing options for exerting even more influence over the Fed's regional banks. He wants to scrutinize how these 12 regional presidents are vetted and chosen. Remember, they're not nominated by the vetted and chosen. Remember, they're not nominated by the White House or confirmed by the Senate. I want to talk more about this now with Nathan Dean. He's Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Policy Analyst coming to us from D.C. So, Nathan, why is President Trump now going after these regional bank presidents?
Well, you know, the regional bank presidents are members of the FOMC, you know, at least a certain number of them are. And so this is President Trump's way, or at least the alleged way, of trying to also be able to select individuals that potentially would be in the interest rate or the monetary policy setting part of the Federal Reserve. Bloomberg News just reported earlier today that Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent was saying that maybe if, you know, certain candidates don't get the select nod for the federal chairmanship to replace Jerome Powell, then maybe they'll go out to one of the regional bank presidents. We would want to say, however, is that it's not the president who selects these regional bank presidencies. It's a board of directors at each board, and some of them will most likely, you know, be friendlier to the White House than others. So there's a lot of steps that have to happen between now and February when the Board of Governors would reauthorize all of the Federal Reserve presidents. So there's a lot of steps that have to happen before we get to that point.
Nathan, have we ever seen a president, I guess, focus on the Federal Reserve and how the Federal Reserve works and who's actually appointed to the Federal Reserve like we had with President Trump? Have we seen that before?
Not in any time that I've studied the Federal Reserve. And I think one of the things that, you know, Joseph Weisenthal said on earlier today on surveillance, that he said something that I'm going to steal, is that, you know, one of the things that has happened here is that the Federal Reserve has always been answerable to Congress. The oversight, this idea of independence of the Federal Reserve, well, the Federal Reserve has to testify to Congress twice per year to give an update on monetary policy. And a lot of what the shift is happening at the moment is that rather than the oversight coming from Congress, it seems that a lot of the oversight is coming from the presidency. And so if President Trump does succeed in, ousting Governor Lisa Cook, and there's still a lot of questions related to that, then President Trump could install another governor in addition to Stephen Miran, who's up for potentially a Senate Banking Committee as early as next week. So you would have 4 out of the 7 individuals at the Federal Reserve, at least politically aligned or at least aligned somewhat with President Trump.
Did President Trump try to reshape the Fed during his first term? I mean, we know that he put Powell in his position in 2018, but other than that, was there sort of this preoccupation with the Fed during the first term?
Certainly not to the extent that we're seeing right now. I mean, obviously, presidents going back historically have always selected individuals that at least think that they somewhat would align themselves with their policies. But, what I would also say is that, President Trump and just the White House in particular are not only in the Federal Reserve space, but also just when you talk about regulation or the executive branch, are looking for ways to implement policy on a much faster route than what has normally been the case. If you think of like the 3 ways things get done in Washington, it's regulation, which is slow, legislation rarely ever happens, or executive orders, which for the most part are symbolic. But the Trump presidency is really trying to uncover all those rocks within those executive orders and within the executive branch to try and push those policy goals on a much faster scale.
I feel like I ask you this question pretty much every time we speak, and here it is again. Where's Congress during all this?
Well, right now they're at the beach. They don't return until next week. But I will say is that just remember a lot of what has to go for in terms of new governors, so Stephen Miran and all this other stuff, they have to go through the Senate Banking Committee. And I would point out that Senator Tom Tillis is resigning, and he is a GOP member of that committee. So if there is ever going to be a roadblock where somebody says, you know what, President Trump, I just don't like what you're doing here, it would be Senator Tom Tillis.
Do you think that Trump is going to be able to capture a majority of the 12-person FOMC?
Well, it really comes down to whether or not Lisa Cook will be allowed to remain in her role while the court cases continue. My colleague Elliot Stein essentially says, look, that can be, that's going to be really the key thing to happen here, because if the courts were to say that, look, you can't stay in your role, well, then you lose a vote. You would get an additional one with Stephen Miran coming in. And then you would potentially get into a fight in February where you would have the Fed governors be 3-3. So, I would just say that, they're certainly trying here. But again, I go back to this idea is that there are a lot of steps and a lot of things that have to happen between now and February if you were to see a situation where, the Federal Reserve Board governors, the regional bank presidents aren't reauthorized.
All right, Nathan, when our friends in Washington, D.C. do return from the recess, what's the to-do list look like?
Well, September's going to be a crazy month because, we have a funding fight, a government shutdown fight on September 30th. And, our thesis on that has always been is that we don't think there's going to be a government shutdown. We're at a 40% chance. And the idea here is that most likely you're going to see a kick the can either to December or March. But you're also going to see things like farm bills. There's a lot of farmers and ranchers out there who want the farm bill extended. That has an expiration date of September 30th. And so where I'm going with this is that there is going to be a lot of opportunities for headline risk and opportunities in September because Congress is going to be saying, look, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and we have to attach it before this government funding bill is signed. But again, it's going to be one of those situations where there's only so much time on the clock, there's only so much time on the calendar, so a lot of this is going to have to just be kick the can to October, November, December, or even beyond.
All right, Nathan. Very good. I like the kick in the can strategy. It seems to work for this government very well on a number of topics, so we'll see how it plays out going forward. Nathan Dean, Senior Policy Analyst, Bloomberg Intelligence. He's down there in Washington, D.C. He follows all that policy stuff coming out of Congress and the administration for us, and he writes it up in great detail. They got a great team down there in D.C. following all of the legislative and executive branch comings and goings. Looking at the market. Got a little bit of green on the screen out there. Not going to oversell it here. Everything's up about 0.1% of 1% when you look at the relative equity indexes, not indices. I was corrected by Matt Miller. Indexes.
It is index. I thought it was indices.
That's what I thought. But Matt Miller, he corrected me one day very,
Really?
forcefully and says, no, it's indexes.
I
Apparently-
learn something new every day with you, Paul.
I don't know. I'm going to go with it because I don't need Matt Miller sticking his head in here yelling at me again. So we'll stay with that. Looking at the commodity front here, for those filling up the tank this coming weekend, got WTI crude oil just under $64 per barrel, $63.75 for WTI crude oil. Gold pretty steady here, about $3,400 per ounce. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Alexis Christophas, Paul Sweeney, live here at Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Also, head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Podcast. That's where you'll find us. Williams-Sonoma, I don't know. I don't shop there very often. Do you?
I used to more. I like their kitchen stuff, I have to say. I own quite a bit.
Okay. All right. The stock, they reported some numbers. Stock's off about 1% here today. Williams-Sonoma's sales surprises. Costs look manageable. That's the reaction from Bloomberg Intelligence. Let's talk to that analyst, Lindsay Dutch, Consumer Hardlines Senior Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Lindsay, talk to us about Williams-Sonoma. What did you learn in their earnings release, and how's their business doing?
Hi, Paul. Thanks for having me. Williams-Sonoma had another really good quarter. We're seeing continued momentum in sales, which is a positive for them, especially given higher interest rates and new home sales being soft. And more importantly, they held the guidance for operating margin flat, even though they're facing tremendous cost headwinds from tariffs.
You know, I'm looking at the stock right now. It's not doing much of anything, down about 0.5%. Why not a better reaction from Wall Street?
You know, I'm also puzzled by that. I think that there's not much more that you can ask for from a company like this. You know, they are working on getting to some sales growth goals. They're showing progress there. They are leveraging their scale, negotiating with suppliers. They're basically mitigating all of the costs from the tariffs that they're experiencing this year, which was basically a doubling in the tariff rate than they were expecting from the first quarter. So it's a significant headwind. They're basically planning to offset all of it with all of their mitigation efforts, and they're going to continue to see some profit growth this year. Long-term goals are intact.
So how are they mitigating it? So they're not going to pass anything along to consumers. How are they mitigating it?
So they are doing select price increases. Okay. They have multiple levers that they are pulling. So they are negotiating with their suppliers, sort of managing the cost sort of on the supply side. They're shifting sourcing, you know, with the new threat of an additional tariff just on furniture imports. They're looking to increase US-made inventory heading into next year. They are also increasing the prices, and the fact that demand is showing momentum, you know, that's a positive sign that they can execute those price increases successfully and continue to get a good margin on those products.
So Williams-Sonoma is a company that also owns the Pottery Barn brand, West Elm. Curious if there were strengths sort of across the board, across its brands.
Yes, so this was the second consecutive quarter that we saw same-store sales growth across all brands. Pottery Barn and West Elm are the two big ones that we've been watching over the past, say, 4 to 6 quarters. And that's because there really has been a bit of a challenge when it comes to demand for furniture. Coming into this year, we saw some positive momentum in that business. Williams-Sonoma has continued to outperform, so we saw growth in those two brands again in this second quarter, while the industry was still down for the quarter. So they are seeing, you know, good demand with those two big brands, and they're saying that a lot of that is coming from the new products that they're launching.
See, I was under the impression prior to this furniture tariff talk that pretty much all our furniture came from like North Carolina, like Thomasville, North Carolina. That's kind of where I thought it all came from. That's not the case. Talk to us about furniture supply chains. Where does this stuff come from, and what is the tariff situation there on this stuff?
Right, so the best disclosure I have is from the end of last year, and I do think some of the numbers have moved a little bit. But at the end of fiscal 2024, Williams-Sonoma got about 18% of their cost of goods sold made in the U.S. You know, they're a little bit higher than a peer like RH, which was closer to 10% at the end of last year. Part of that is because Williams-Sonoma has a lot more seasonal items and decor items rather than just plain furniture. I do think that number, you know, probably is increasing throughout this year. And again, I think there will be an accelerated effort to get that number higher for 2026 with a threat of a new tariff. When we think about the other countries, you know, exposure to China has drastically come down since 2018, 2019. That's more closer to the 20% range. But there's also exposure to Vietnam, which is a big one, and India, where the tariff just went up to 50%. So there's still more diversification to be done on the supply chain, and I think those efforts will continue heading into the next year.
And Lindsay, in about 30 seconds, connect these dots. How much are Williams-Sonoma's fortunes tied to the housing market?
So that's a great question. They will see stronger demand with a pickup in housing, but they've been lucky to see that higher income consumers still looking to update, you know, within their kitchens in existing homes, and that is fueling demand over the past year or so.
All right, Lindsay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Lindsay Dutch, Consumer Hardline Senior Analyst. She is a Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Analyst. Wow, I remember when I hired her as an associate, then she got promoted to an analyst, and now she's promoted again to a senior analyst. That's how we do it at Bloomberg Intelligence. We develop internally strong bench in addition to going out and getting some of the top people on Wall Street. And that's how you build a business. So
you do. I love that.
Yep, awesome stuff. She does a great job here. Looking at, again, I thought all the furniture came from North Carolina because it seems like a lot of the furniture that we bought from some places.
But guess what? A lot of it comes from India.
Yep,
a lot of it comes from China and Vietnam. Just what Lindsay was talking about.
It's like, okay, everything is subject to tariffs. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM Channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts momentarily. S&P 500 up 10, Dow up 90, and the NASDAQ up 30, all about 1/10 of 1%, so a little bit of a bid there. The Tom Keene Memorial VIX, that sits below 15. That's a nice quiescent level, as Tom likes to call it.
Quiescent.
That's a Tom Keenism. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield. These are two big-time blue-chip companies. One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Our view is that the economy is slowing down.
There is the possibility of a debt spiral.
Both quantum computing and AI are going to power the future.
People are just buying everything with tech.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, here we go. Hour 2 here. Alexis Christophas, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as well. Coming up, we're starting strong. We're starting with Cracker Barrel. Man, there's a lot of news going out there with our friends at Cracker Barrel. I'm a huge Cracker Barrel friend. Don't really care less what they're doing as long as they have the country boy breakfast. That's all I need. And I need my country ham. As long as they keep that, I'm good. So we'll break that down with Michael Halen. He covers all the restaurants. Diana Rosero Pena, she covers all the consumer staples stocks. J.M. Smucker misses jam pullback. What's going on there? But I think it's more than that. I think it's coffee and snacks and things like that. So we'll get the latest there. Jerry Kudzel, generalist portfolio manager, fixed income at TCW. Seriously smart people out there in L.A. We'll talk about the bond market. Michael McKee's going to join us here as well and talk to us about this whole Lisa Cook situation at the Fed. When will we get some more news on this? So we'll stay on top of that story as well. Right now, let's kick it all off with Charlie Pellet.
I thank you very much. We got stocks higher, NVIDIA back in the green. This Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. NVIDIA after the bell. NVIDIA right now ahead of earnings. Little change, just about flat on the day. 181.74 right now on NVIDIA. Our Mag 7 index up by 0.2%. Stocks, though, pushing higher with the S&P holding close to morning highs. S&P up 11 right now, 64.76, looking at a record there. We've got the S&P up 0.2%. The Dow also up 0.2%, higher now by 110 points. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 33 for NASDAQ. That is a gain of 0.2%. The 10-year at 4.27%, with the 2-year 3.64%. Spot gold down 0.2%, 33.86 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.9% on WTI, 63.80 a barrel, and Bitcoin at 111,820 on Bitcoin, up right now by 0.4%. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is repeating his call for Fed Chair Jay Powell to conduct an internal review of the central bank, referring to mortgage fraud accusations from about Fed board member Lisa Cook. So why, though, have markets been able to look past the President Trump-Lisa Cook controversy? Amanda Agati is Chief Investment Officer at PNC. She was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance.
I think the equity market is really largely ignoring it. One, because it's starting to get conditioned to a lot of this purple haze of policy uncertainty. But two, because I think the bottom line is rate cuts are more likely than not.
Amanda Agati of PNC interviewed this morning on Surveillance. Right now, though, the focus very much on NVIDIA. The chipmaker's earnings report will be closely watched for a read into spending on artificial intelligence technology and for clarity on its China revenues. NVIDIA right now swinging between gains and losses, down now by 0.1%. Not the only major tech name reporting after the close of trading. We'll also be hearing from CrowdStrike and Snowflake. CrowdStrike right now up by 1.8%. Snowflake up 3.2%. Recapping, S&P up 10, a gain of 0.2%. NVIDIA down 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much, Charlie Pellet. Want to stick with the markets and spotlight some stock movers today with Bloomberg's Tatiana Darye. So it looks like, Tatiana, that investors have an appetite for Cracker Barrel because this stock is up more than 7.5% right now. I guess the old timer's coming back.
The old timer is indeed coming back. Shares of Cracker Barrel are up 9%, your ticker CBRL, after the company decided to get rid of its new logo that sparked controversy and prompted a slump in its shares. As a reminder, they changed that vintage logo by removing the image of the old man leaning against the barrel and also updating its writing font to something more modern. Well, critics say that the new design strips the chain of its history. And even President Donald Trump got involved, saying the brand should restore its old name. And even the White House Deputy Chief of Staff spoke with the company. Well, those changes are coming on the back of those conversations. And since they introduced the new logo, shares were down 5% as of yesterday, but that has completely turned around. Now they're positive since that August 19 announcement. So I guess there's no such thing as bad publicity, or the takeaway is that marketing really matters, right? For a lot of companies.
Michael Halen, who covers the restaurants, he's going to join us in just a moment. We're going to break that down with him because I got a lot of questions for him. All right, J.M. Smucker.
J.M. Smucker down about 4% after earnings. The company's first quarter adjusted EPS and volume declined more than expected. It looks like coffee, dog snacks, sweet baked goods were a soft spot, and it looks like buy-side investors were anticipating a bid and raise. Well, they got that when it came to net sales forecast, but the full-year adjusted EPS at the midpoint is below consensus estimate. And it looks like a lot of worries here for the company centered around coffee. Of course, those prices have soared, and the company guided lower for the second quarter as it's trying to battle those costs. It also raised this tariff estimate by about 25 cents. Presumably that's for Brazilian coffee, which supplies about a third of America's unroasted beans. And as a reminder, this company is home to many household brands like Folgers and the licensed at-home Dunkin' Donuts, so a big coffee
And they're
provider.
based in Orrville, Ohio. Man, that is the center of the country. It just feels like Orrville, Ohio. It's near Columbus. Very cool.
All right, before we let you go, Tatiana, Abercrombie & Fitch raising its annual sales forecast?
Abercrombie & Fitch up about 1.4%. Your ticker is ANF. Well, I have to say shares have been very volatile pre-market as investors digested these numbers. The good news was that the Hollister brand beat. Well, the bad news was that their namesake Abercrombie banner missed on sales. Well, they still managed to boost their annual guidance, but the midpoint of EPS there slightly trailing street estimate. But it looks like investors were able to shake that off and are instead choosing to focus on the growth in Hollister, which caters to younger folks, and that also reflected some strong back-to-school demand, which is a big theme we'll be keeping an eye on here as we worry about consumer health in light of the tariffs.
For sure. All right, Tatiana Darye, thanks so much for that. Appreciate it. And for more conversations like this, subscribe to our new Stock Movers reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. Want to stick with Cracker Barrel because we cannot get enough of this story, Paul, apparently. So I want to bring in Michael Halen. He's Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Restaurant and Food Service Analyst. So has Cracker Barrel not been canceled now, Michael, because they're bringing back the old logo?
Well, I checked this morning, and some right-wing commentators are not happy about some of their past endorsements of the Nashville LG TBQ parade and some things like that. They have some issue with one of the board members whose experience is as
Just enjoy the biscuits and gravy.
is
That's what
owning
it's
a
all
DEI
about.
company. What's that?
Just enjoy the biscuits and gravy. That's where it stops and starts with me. It's awesome.
Yeah, oh man, it's crazy. I mean, Cracker Barrel now has been on both sides of the culture war, right? So, in the first Trump presidency, the left had taken issue with some people that were dining at Cracker Barrel, right? And now you have the right up in arms. It's kind of sad to see, to be honest with you. I think the right was on the right side of history the first time, and I think, now that they're in power, they're, the ones engaging in cancel culture. So it's kind of disappointing to see. I think they've been very unfair towards Julie Masino, who's, in our opinion, has done a great job so far.
You know, one of the things more substantive than the logo is kind of the interiors of the restaurants and the menu. There's some big changes there with these new formats. Are they still moving ahead with that, Mike?
Yeah, and we're seeing results. They've been beating, and the street's been forced to raise their estimates throughout the year, right? So sales are inflecting higher. We expect traffic to inflect higher in this next fiscal year over the next 12 months or so. So yeah, things are going well. I mean, they've gotten a lot of shade online about the remodels, obviously about this logo rebrand, but these people complaining clearly weren't going to the stores because same-store sales and traffic have been in the gutter for years. So, you know, to us, I think a lot of the complaining is done by people that really don't frequent Cracker Barrel. They're using it as an and it's you know, it is what it is. But
it's working. I mean,
these refreshes are working. They're bringing in, you know, dinner business has improved for 5 straight quarters, right? And they're trying to bring in younger consumers who really basically left the brand for dead. You know, it wasn't a member of their consideration set, right? And so we think the management team is making the right moves, refreshing their stores, giving them a fresh coat of paint, you know, updating the furniture inside, right? And you know, we expect these to continue to help boost results.
Yeah, have they had to raise prices at all? Because I know that's a sensitive area for their customer base, really for everybody, right? But I mean, how have they been able to deal with tariffs and not having to raise prices unless they are?
Yeah, so they have a little bit more exposure to tariffs because of their retail stores in the front. About 20% of those items in that retail store are sourced from China. They have been working hard to work, you know, to source products from other countries or within the United States to try to ease that impact, right? But that's a smaller part of their sales. The restaurant sales are a much bigger part of their average unit volumes in the restaurants, right? The good thing for Cracker Barrel is that it's priced so far below its casual dining competitors, right? Average checks at dinner are, you know, maybe 30-40% cheaper than some of their competitors, right? And so they've been able to lean into strategic pricing. They were late to the game there, and this new management team, this is one of their many initiatives that they've implemented to try to boost top line growth. And so they're strategically raising prices 5%, but it's at the units that can support it based on, you know, demographics in the DMA.
All right, Mike, I have yet to go to a refurbished, reformatted restaurant. I'm going to go Google search and make that my next one, because the ones I go to are all the original things. So, and I'll report back to you, Mike. Michael Halen, Senior Restaurant and Food Service Analyst, Bloomberg Intelligence, there on the restaurant business and Cracker Barrel. Again, we've been reporting all day. J.M. Smucker's reported some numbers here. Some customers pulling back on some of their purchases here from some of these well-known consumer products that we all know and love in the supermarket. Diana Rosero Pena joins us, Bloomberg Intelligence and Consumer Analyst. Talk to us about J.W. Smucker's. What did you learn on their quarterly earnings?
Yes, so basically they're trying to pass through cost increases from green coffee into their coffee portfolio. So far, it has paid off for them. They have experienced some growth and limited elasticity on that. Going forward, they're getting ready for a third wave of price increase at the end of this year. So that's probably going to test, pricing elasticity even further. But there's some bright spots still for the company. You have Meow Mix, cats seem to be doing well. You have Uncrustables, that part of their business is particularly strong. But then you have others such as Milk-Bone, which is not doing that well, and obviously Jif and the like.
The dogs don't like the Milk-Bone, I guess.
Well, it is a little bit of there's a discretionary pullback. It seems that even though the pet market has stabilized, there's the owners do not give as many treats to the dogs as they used to.
Even the dogs are feeling it. All right, what about their coffee business though, right? Because they own brands like well-known brands, Folgers, Bustelo, and these 50% coffee tariffs against Brazil. I mean, how is that impacting? How did it impact last quarter?
Yes, so they definitely added some pricing for that, and you can see coffee, like I said, it increased about 15% due to pricing. They expect tariff to be a 50-cent hit to EPS this year, which is an increase compared to 25 cents. That they said that it was last earnings call.
So, for the companies you follow, what is there kind of a norm that you're seeing in terms of how much of tariff increases they want to pass along to consumers, how much they want to take in their margin, and maybe how much they want to push back on their distributors? Is any kind of norm?
So we're seeing, because all of these companies have moved pricing to the consumer at a higher level than they used to, they're starting to see some pullback in terms of volume not increasing to the way that they expected to. So they're trying to do other things. They're trying to do cost savings. For example, going back to Smucker, they're going to close the Hostess Indianapolis plant. So those kind of cost savings programs seem to be working. In terms of giving it to the retailers, their retailers are pushing back. I mean, you're talking about Walmart. They're definitely not going to be too pleased to increase prices even further.
Talking about Hostess, they bought Hostess not long ago, right, in 2023.
Correct.
But it's been a drag on the company overall.
Yes, and they're doing a lot of pullback. They're estimating they're going to take out about 25% of SKUs for that brand. They're really going in it in terms of they want to invest in the brand. They think that there's still room to grow. During the call, there was a lot of GLP-1 reference. If that was a little bit of a drag due to that, and they have mentioned that they don't see it as being that reason.
What are you seeing from the consumers? How is the consumer doing out there from the companies you follow? What are they saying?
Yeah, they're pretty much tired of the price increases. They're definitely trading down. You see Walmart mentioning that they're getting more higher income consumers. So that is definitely something that keeps these companies, the packaged food companies, on alert because there's so much room to grow and maneuver based off of all these things that are happening.
And they did raise sales guidance, right, for fiscal year 2026?
Yes. And
so they're optimistic.
It's mostly because they're probably going to increase coffee prices in the mid 20%. So that is basically what is driving most of the gain.
Raising the prices to make up for it. All right, Diana Rosero Pena, Bloomberg Intelligence Consumer Staples Analyst, talking all things JM Smuckers. Thanks so much for stopping by.
Yeah, I think jams, but they're obviously a lot more.
A lot more than that. Started
jams.
out like that and then expanded. Yeah.
Coffee big.
Coming up, don't go anywhere because we're going to talk about what is happening in the bond market. It's kind of crazy.
TCW, Trust Company of the West.
Yep. And then also a little later on, the Fed, Lisa Cook.
Yep.
What's the outlook? We're going to talk it all over with Mike McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Analyst. Looking at the markets, mostly up a day for the markets. The Dow up 128, NASDAQ up 32, S&P up about 10. We'll be right back.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. This Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Trading muted ahead of highly anticipated results out of NVIDIA. It reports after the closing bell. NVIDIA will be the last of the Mag 7 mega-cap stocks to report. Right now, we've got shares of NVIDIA, little changed, up less than 0.1%. Our Mag 7 index up 0.1%. This is the S&P gains 0.2%, higher by 12 points right now. S&P, by the way, at a record 64.78. The Dow up another 129, up 0.3%. NASDAQ up 0.2%. And again, the Mag 7 index up 0.2%. 10-year 4.25%, the 2-year 3.63%. Gold down 0.1%, 33.88 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.4%, 63.49 a barrel. And Bitcoin now up 0.6%, 111,975 on Bitcoin. Cracker Barrel Old Country Store is getting rid of that controversial new logo. And the shares are trading higher. The old timer will remain. Cracker Barrel shares, they're gaining now by 8.6%. And on the back of the American Eagle Outfitters Sydney Sweeney buzz, the company has nabbed Travis Kelce as its newest face. American Eagle, you recall, came under fire this summer when it dropped its Great Jeans campaign with actress Sydney Sweeney. Kelce's brand released a collaboration with the jeans maker, including t-shirts and sweatshirts branded with the Kansas City Chiefs Stars label. A gunman is dead in Minneapolis after police responded to a shooting at a Catholic church school. Annunciation Catholic School was in session at the time. Sources say a man dressed in black and carrying a rifle was reported at the scene. A Minneapolis hospital says it is treating 5 children. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alexis Christophorus, Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, and we're streaming live on YouTube as well. INGO, you type that into the Bloomberg terminal, it gives you the Bloomberg Index browser. It shows you how fixed income is doing around the world. Look at the Bloomberg U.S. Ag Total Return Index year to date, 4.87%. That is solid. And if you want to take a little bit more credit risk, like I like to do, U.S. corporate high yield gets you 6.17%. We haven't seen those numbers in a long time. People actually want to talk to bond managers these days at cocktail parties. Before they were shunned. Jerry Kutzlow, he knows what I'm talking about. He's a generalist portfolio manager in fixed income at TCW. Some of the smartest folks you'll find out there. Hey, Jerry, what's going on here? What do you make of the fundamentals behind your fixed income market these days?
Paul, thanks for having me. I appreciate it. The fundamentals, the fundamentals simply are strong. I think the question is not whether the fundamentals are strong. The fundamentals look good. I think corporate fundamentals look good. Leverage looks under control. The question is what's priced into the markets always. I mean, we have to always ask ourselves, what are we being compensated to absorb? But as you take a step back and you look at companies, I mean, earnings growth is solid. Leverage looks fairly well maintained. There's prudence in the market as well. When you think about what corporations have done to date, some of that prudence has been because of kind of policy uncertainty. It gets you a little bit of a forced prudence, and now we're starting to see that unleash a little bit. Obviously pick up in M&A activity, a little bit more aggressive in what's going on with the use of proceeds from companies. So I think we're seeing a little bit of a shift, a little bit of a turn at a time of peak complacency in the marketplace.
Jerry, we continue to see yields for longer-term treasuries, 30-year, 10-year, remain stubbornly high. Do you think that that's going to be the case even if short-term rates fall?
Yeah, this is the real debate. And as you think about pressure on the Federal Reserve to lower rates, as you think about whatever your view is, we have one like everyone else. Whatever your view is of what's going to happen to interest rates, happy to explore that. it doesn't tell you what's going to happen to the long end of the curve. As a matter of fact, the real debate today has not been should interest rates, be lower. It's at what pace should interest rates move lower, how quickly. And then it's even if we were able to move front end rates down in a very rapid manner, it's not clear what would happen to the back end of the curve. As a matter of fact, if you were to pull rates down too quickly or in a manner in which the marketplace thought was too violent, well, then you might get even a further steepening of the curve and a fear of inflation expectations running out of control. And you could actually get the exact opposite impact, where the real focus is two things right now from the president and the marketplace. One is kind of a lower Fed funds rate itself, and the second is lower mortgage rates, because housing affordability has been a real question, and you would harm yourself if you move too quickly and you got a further steepening and you got higher rates in the back end. So the real debate is term premium, but that's a global conversation, term premium, as we stare at a world with expanded, stubborn deficits globally,
right,
and extended premium globally.
Hey, Jerry, you guys at TCW are some of the biggest bond owners and bond traders out there. Do you care? Do you value the independence of the Federal Reserve?
This is a great. We're spending a ton of time. Obviously, we care. We care a lot. I think the market cares a lot. And what I would say is, whatever you think of the president's tactics, you have to understand that holding governors accountable doesn't seem like a controversial issue. The way in which it's happening certainly does, and we have to make sure that the Fed can pursue independent policy. We think that's important for capital markets. We think it's important for the dollar as the reserve currency. We think it's important for the confidence in the U.S. globally. But look, if people break the law, and we don't know what happened here, but ultimately, if you get to a point where someone's breaking the law and you don't have the ability to hold them accountable, well, you may run into an own issue for the credibility of the Fed in another manner. So we would say, look, when you're staring at, we're joking around, cook is cooked, and what's going to happen with the Fed here? At the end of the day, the Fed is an independent body. We think it's critically important for the marketplace, and we think it's important that is maintained.
Right.
And we don't think that the president is trying to do anything to undermine that.
All right. Well, thanks for shedding some light here on fixed income. Jerry Kudzil, Generalist Portfolio Manager in Fixed Income at TCW. Want to stick with the Fed now because Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said he's going to start talking to possible job candidates for Jay Powell's position over at the Fed. Let's talk about that now with Michael McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent. So, Mike, what else is Bessent saying today?
Well, basically, he's saying he thinks that Lisa Cook should resign, as all administration officials are. And of course, Cook is saying she's not going to do that. We are expecting her to file her lawsuit asking for an injunction against being replaced sometime today. The Treasury Secretary said he is going to start interviewing candidates around September 1st, and that he has 11 good candidates. But the president said yesterday he has one person in mind. So I'm not sure how serious all these interviews are going to be, except that if Cook leaves, they will have an extra seat to fill.
This is more of a legal question, Mike, but just in your reporting, how do you think this will play out with Governor Lisa Cook?
Well, we had the case of the National Labor Relations Board and the Merit Systems Protection Board, the so-called Wilcox case that the Supreme Court decided in May. The court said that the president had the right to fire agency directors who were, in theory, covered by a for-cause clause, as Cook is, but they carved out an exception for the Fed because they said it was structured differently, and so for-cause does apply. And therefore, the question with Lisa Cook is, did she do something that gives the president cause to fire her? The president and his staff have alleged that she has, but there's no proof, no adjudication yet. And so I can imagine in this case, the court, various courts, would uphold her right to stay on the job until and unless the president can prove cause. in which case she would continue to vote and the seat would continue to be held and the president couldn't fill it.
Remind us who's on the government's short list for taking Powell's position as Fed chair.
Well, the short list includes both Kevins, the Hassett and Warsh, and it includes Chris Waller. Some people have included David Malpass on it, the former World Bank president, and others have included Philip Jefferson, the Fed vice chair, and others on the Fed right now. But most of those don't seem to be serious candidates, one drawback or another. I think that right now Scott Bessent is trying to cast a wide net and get a lot of information on people, but it isn't necessarily likely he'll go outside of that core group, given that the president has said all along that's where he's focused.
How about the regional Fed members there? Right now, President Trump and the administration talking about maybe looking at how that process works, how that vetting process works, how that voting process works. Seems to be expanding his kind of view of kind of, I don't know, how he wants to look at this Fed.
Well, a year ago, it seemed like a ridiculous idea, but now it doesn't seem so ridiculous given Trump's behavior and the way things have played out. If the president can get Cook out, get a new nominee in, then he would have 4 governors on a 7-member board who he nominated. If he can keep them all loyal to him and doing what he wants, then they could vote not to renew the 12 Fed bank presidents' contracts when they come up again in February, and then you'd have to have 12 new nominees. They're picked by local boards of directors, not by the Fed in Washington. But one would assume that Trump would pressure various boards of directors to try to put more people who are sympathetic onto the Open Market Committee. The other option is something that Stephen Myron, who's the chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors and President Trump's nominee to fill the seat vacated by Adriana Kugler, he has suggested that instead of boards of directors appointing Fed presidents, that governors in the states would nominate candidates for those boards, and the boards that were picked by the governors would then pick a new Fed president for their bank. That would inject politics into the system. You'd have to open up the Federal Reserve Act and get Congress to vote for that, and that's probably very unlikely. But those are the 2 tracks that people have looked at lately.
All right, this is just the beginning, really. Much more to come. We'll be hearing much more from Mike McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent, in the days, weeks, and months ahead, my friend. Thank you so much for being with us. All right, coming up here, lots more to talk about. Going to dig into some retail earnings. We heard from Kohl's today, Abercrombie. How are these tariffs impacting them? What does it tell us about consumer spending? We know yesterday we found out that consumer confidence edged down just a little bit because folks believe that inflation is going to start creeping up again. So we're going to dig into all of that in just a few minutes. Dow Industrials up 130. We've got the NASDAQ up about 21. The S&P 500 up a modest 11 points. You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence. We'll be back right after this.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Trading muted ahead of highly anticipated results out of NVIDIA after the close of trading. NVIDIA will be the last of the Mag 7 mega caps to report. Right now, we've got the S&P up 6, pulling off of session highs up by about 0.1%. We've got the Dow up 103 right now, higher by 0.2%. Nasdaq Composite Index up 23. That is a gain of 0.1%. Our Mag 7 Index up 0.1%. NVIDIA shares little changed on the day ahead of earnings. Right now, we've got the 10-year yielding 4.26%, the 2-year 3.63%. Spot gold is trading lower by $5 the ounce, $33.88 right now, and West Texas Intermediate crude up by 0.6%, WTI 63.65 a barrel. All about NVIDIA. After the close of trading, Kim Forrest is Chief Investment Officer at Boca Capital Partners, and on Bloomberg Open Interest this morning, she said she's concerned about AI fatigue from investors.
We think that there is absolutely no limit of the amount of chips demanded. And I think that's sort of foolish. And while I am a huge believer in AI, I also understand its limitations. And we're kind of bumping up a couple against them. And I worry that, the fickle market will turn away from AI for a while.
Kim Forrest of Boca Capital Partners interviewed on Bloomberg Open Interest. NVIDIA ahead of earnings unchanged on the day, also reporting after the close of trading. CrowdStrike and Snowflake. CrowdStrike up 1.9%, Snowflake up by 2.8%. At least 5 children injured this morning in a shooting during the first week of classes at a Minneapolis Catholic school. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz calls the violence horrific. The shooter is dead. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet. Thank you very much for that. I want to talk retail now because we've got more numbers out today from some big players, including Kohl's and Abercrombie. I can tell you Kohl's' stock is up nearly 18% right now. So investors liking what they heard there this morning on the earnings call. Abercrombie up nearly 2%. Let's break it all down now with Mary Ross Gilbert, Bloomberg Intelligence's senior equity analyst. She covers retail. So she's the right person to talk to right now. So Mary, Kohl's trying to reverse 14 straight quarters of declining revenue. How'd they do?
Yeah, so Alexis, Kohl's, okay, look, they reported comp sales down still. And as you pointed out, 14 consecutive quarters of declines, or another way to look at it, over the past 3 years, they're cycling 3 years of declines. So, but what really we're looking at in the news that came out with Kohl's, one, is that on the call, the company said July sales were flat. That was really encouraging. And when you look at the third quarter and the guidance for the third quarter, again, still looking for declines for the balance of the year, down 4 to 5% on a comp sales basis. But for the third quarter, they're going to cycle a 9.3% decline last year. So that means the comparisons are easier and they're off to a good start. So it's encouraging. And what we're finding is that they're bringing back the core private brands that are really resonating because of the open price points, and their core consumer, which is that sort of low to low middle income consumer, they're really pressed by inflation still. And so they are really looking for the value. And as they've brought that back in and they brought back fashion jewelry, and they're working on refining fine jewelry, but that's all resonating now with the customer. And so that's where they're seeing some strength. And so we're seeing encouraging signs there, but they're not out of the woods yet, right? Because, again, 3 years of comp sales declines, and, their sales are still declining. So we'll see if they actually reach stabilization by the end of the year. They're saying, no, we're not, but we're thinking they're providing conservative guidance so that they can beat. And then with regard to the stock action, part of that reflects short covering. If you look at the shares borrowed, it's about a third of the outstanding shares are borrowed. So it's going to take over 5 days to cover, shorts. And so that's part of the action in there.
Hey, Mary, what are Kohl's and some of the other companies saying about, I don't know, their strategies for dealing with tariffs in terms of A, passing along to consumers, B, taking it maybe in their margin, or C, I don't know, kind of pushing back on some of their suppliers? Is there a consensus building about how some of these retailers are dealing with it?
Yeah, Paul, that's a really good question because tariffs is absolutely top of mind. And with Kohl's really sources most of their product from other brands and companies. They do have their own private brand business. It's probably somewhere around a third of the business. They're getting it back in order because, of course, they went too low last year. And what they're finding is they're sharing with their vendors. This is what we're finding across the board, and they're finding an ability to raise prices on select items. So with Kohl's, we did see a margin improvement in the quarter, and so because the private brands do deliver a higher margin on an overall basis versus the third-party brands, they're getting that benefit, and that's helping to offset a bit of the tariffs. And again, they're less impacted versus some of the specialty apparel brands like Abercrombie and PVH and those companies reporting, which they did disclose what kind of exposure they have. But we are seeing across the board that there is sharing. It's usually about 50%, where the suppliers will say, we'll absorb 50% of the cost, and then the other 50% is taken by that brand. Then they will do strategic price increases on certain items that they feel will be less noticeable to the consumer.
Mary, before we get to Abercrombie, one more question here on Kohl's. Bloomberg News is reporting that Kohl's is having trouble paying its vendors on time. What do we know about that?
Alexis, I'm really glad you brought that up because that was never brought up on the call. Nothing came up in that conversation. When we saw that article break yesterday, we said, what? I mean, that's kind of like a warning sign. And it basically says, look, they're just trying to manage their working capital needs because we're in a period right now where they're taking in all of the inventory that for the holiday season. That's coming in right now. And so that's a big cash use. And that's kind of where we are in the third quarter, is where they're going to have to, raise their revolver borrowings to fund those needs. And so there was a bit of a concern, but nobody on the earnings call brought that up with the company. But we're watching that closely. Like I said, Kohl's is not out of the woods yet.
All right, Abercrombie, what's the story there?
So on Abercrombie, generally they beat, but okay, and it was all led by Hollister, which we could see in the transaction data, and it was something that we saw in the first quarter, and they're cycling some big comparable sales increases in the prior year period for their namesake Abercrombie brand. But the decline in comp sales, was down about 11%, was way worse than what analysts were looking for. They were looking for a decline of, something like down 7%. The reason for that is they had some carryover inventory at lower average price points that they were selling through in the quarter, and that's what really took the comp sales down. But they were very optimistic about, third quarter start with their denim program, with their NFL collaboration. And so they feel like that's going to really benefit all of the initiatives that they have to benefit the Abercrombie brand going forward. So they feel like, no, this is just a little bit of a hiccup, nothing to be alarmed about. And I think what we're seeing generally when we think about all these earnings reports so far is that the consumer is resilient. We have the lower income being a little more strained and being very careful and choosing what they're going to buy, but when they see the value, they're spending. And then of course, when you get the consumer that's in a better position, they're definitely spending. Yeah. And denim is top of mind right now, fashion denim, especially, some of that looser, baggy and low slung.
Mary, we're going to have to leave it there, but thanks so much for that reality check on all things retail. Mary Ross Gilbert, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Equity Analyst. Dow Industrials, folks, up about 107 right now. More Bloomberg Intelligence right after this.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Alexis Christophorous, Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as well. Finally, we're getting NVIDIA to report numbers after the close.
Finally.
You think they could hire a couple more accountants so they could tabulate the results a little bit earlier here in the process. Kujan Subani joins us here. He's a senior analyst covering all the semiconductor stuff for Bloomberg Intelligence. He joins us from our San Francisco office. Why San Francisco? Because that's at the center of Silicon Valley, and that's where we want a lot of our tech analysts to be located there. Kujan, talk to us about NVIDIA here. The stock's up 35% this year. What are the 2 or 3 key things you think investors will be looking for?
Yeah, the primary point of discussion today will be all about China. When can they resume shipments to China? Will it be the Hopper series chip, or is there even a market for that chip? Or will it be a new Blackwell version that they will be shipping to China? When we look at the consensus for this quarter, it's one of the most noisiest and dirty consensus, I would say, has a lot of variance. It's because once the license from the Trump administration was approved back a month ago or so, a lot of analysts added back revenues from China coming into the next quarter's guide. But from what we've heard from AMD and also from what sort of the company itself, NVIDIA, has implied, we don't think there will be a high probability of revenues coming in as soon as next quarter. It could be the best case the fourth quarter. So that's the reason there are mixed estimates in the consensus. A lot of brokers without China revenue, some brokers with China moving the consensus up. But beyond the near-term volatility, we still think the fundamentals are likely to remain intact. And outside of China, the business seems to be running really strong.
We know that NVIDIA is the poster child of AI, right? But I was doing a little research here on the Bloomberg terminal, and if you look at NVIDIA, Microsoft, Meta, Palantir, and Broadcom, just those stocks have accounted for nearly half of the S&P 500's gains this year. So I guess my question is, if AI growth disappoints, does that mean we have a big valuation problem here?
In general, yeah, I would agree. But again, the issue right now is the push and pull versus the near term and the long term. So we have to really define what AI growth disappointment means, right? Like if the numbers don't hit the most loftiest estimates, I would not count that as AI growth disappointing, because remember, again, now the focus is on the 26 and 27, and we are seeing a lot more announcement of new data center builds from these hyperscalers.
When do you have any sense, Kunjan, or does the market have any consensus of when this hyper growth story for AI broadly defined, when that slows?
Everyone has been trying to predict that. And when we were at the early stages of 2025, it looked like some third-party estimates called for 26 to be slowing in terms of growth, not still declining year, and 27 to be something like a flattish. But here we stand towards, all getting towards fall of 2025. And what we have seen is completely opposite. What you've seen from the top cloud and hyperscalers, they have actually increased their estimates going into next year. So I think we just have to see this year after year. So far, the most pessimistic estimates or forecasts around slowing have been proven wrong. That doesn't mean that it will continue forever. It just cannot. But one thing we like for NVIDIA is what they're doing is they are trying to increase the growth drivers outside of just the hyperscalers and cloud. These group make up still 45 to 50% of NVIDIA's data center revenue, which is still huge. And any slowdown there can cause issues, but NVIDIA is increasing its dependence on tier 2 cloud providers, on enterprise, on sovereign customers. So, in a stage where the hyperscalers sort of slow down their spending, these other buckets could, in theory, pick it up and at least continue growth for NVIDIA.
Do you think that NVIDIA can do anything to really satisfy investors when they report after the bell? Because I'm wondering if, even if the news is really good, does this stock sell off anyway?
Last few quarters, that's sort of what we have seen. And the other thing what we have seen is the stock usually doesn't rally or prices in a lot of key long-term fundamentals around the earnings. The earnings sort of have become just a checkpoint for them. A lot of the other news comes outside of earnings. And what we saw over the last sort of 60 days, as you have seen the rally, it's coming all from the China discussion. So even if they give good numbers, what you have seen is usually there is some kind of stock volatility right after the earnings, and then it takes the market some time to digest it. But usually when they are able to digest and analyze that the long-term tailwinds are still intact, we have seen generally the stock to again come back to its levels before earnings.
All right, from the Jersey Shore beaches, I will be listening to this conference call. Feet in the sand, so we'll see what they can do.
Will you?
You never know with this company, and it's
so
the broader impact
Paul.
on the market here. Kunjan Sobhani, senior analyst on semiconductors for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's based out there in San Francisco. Again, NVIDIA after the close, and the reason one of the reasons they report later than everybody else, because they're off cycle. Their fiscal year ends January of a particular year, January 28th, 29th, whatever. So they're always 1 month behind everybody.
It sort of throws investors for a loop.
It does. And there's a reason for that, but I just don't know what the reason is. It has to do with the seasonality of their business is what I'm guessing. So they want to make sure they have the proper accounting there at the end of the year. Looking at the markets here, a little bit of green on the screen here. Just kind of waiting here for, it's August. So what are you going to do here?
I mean, who's
the end of the summer.
Moving these stocks?
Yeah, nobody's out there. Everybody's at the beach. Everybody's on the golf course. Everybody's up at the lake or something like that. All right, for our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network. It's coast to coast. It's 24 hours a day. So just stay with us here. We're going to have a lot more coming up. Balance of Power is coming up in just a moment. Again, green on the screen, up about 0.2% across the U.S. equity space. Yields steady here. 10-year Treasury, 4.26%. The dollar, strong. More coming up right now. Balance of Power, right now.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by ZipRecruiter.
I'm Steve Kathan. 2 people reported dead, more than a dozen injured, 10 of them in critical condition in a mass shooting at a K-8 Catholic school in Minneapolis.
We heard probably about 15 to 20 gunshots in about 30 seconds.
That man was nearby. Mayor Jacob Fry spoke moments ago.
These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary.
CBS Minnesota's Caroline Cummings at the scene.
A lot of people still here watching, not taking their eyes off of what is behind me, which is the entrance to that school as you see children leaving to meet their parents, who I'm sure are holding their children so tight today. And I think any parent in Minnesota is thinking about that hug that they're going to give their child when he returns home from school.
Police say an 8-year-old and 10-year-old were killed and that the gunman fired weapons through windows from outside. CBS's Nicole Skanga says the gunman died of a self-inflicted wound.
We're told that the male suspect was wearing all black. He used a rifle, and right now police searching for any additional weapons, any improvised explosives. There is no current threat to the public at this time.
CBS's Linda Kenyon says President Trump has been briefed.
In a statement released on social media, President Trump said, quote, "I have been fully briefed on the tragic shooting in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The FBI quickly responded, and they are on the scene. The White House will continue to monitor this terrible situation." The president's statement ends with, quote, "Please join me in praying for everyone involved."
In other news, the federal takeover in Washington, D.C. expands with new action today.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says his department is taking over Union Station amid an outcry from some residents and district officials over President Trump's crackdown on the nation's capital.
Not a power play. We've always had it.
Duffy says the soaring building with breathtaking architecture that opened in 1907 has fallen into disrepair.
We think that we can manage the property better.
Armed National Guard troops are patrolling the station. Allison Keyes, CBS News, Washington.
Lawyers for Kilmar Abrego Garcia have told a judge he wants to seek asylum in the United States. The 30-year-old Salvadoran national is in ICE custody in Baltimore after leaving a Tennessee jail on Friday. The Powerball jackpot has grown to an estimated $850 million. It's the 6th largest prize in that game's history. Wall Street, right now the Dow is up 95 points. The S&P is up 13. This is CBS News. The buzz is yet to die down from yesterday's news that shook the internet.
It was the yes heard round the world.
Taylor Swift is engaged! Taylor Swift is engaged!
Fans
Fans rejoiced at the news. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are getting hitched, while we found out yesterday the tight end's dad is spilling the beans on when it actually happened. Ed Kelce reveals his son was going to pop the question this week, but he says Swift was getting antsy, so he moved it up and got down on one knee. There could be significance in the date of the actual announcement. It was 13 days after Swift's appearance on the Kelce brothers' August 13th announcement. She's long said her lucky number is 13. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Cracker Barrel says it's scrapping its brand new scaled-down logo after social media backlash and a plunge in the company's value, keeping the original. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
If you have unfiled taxes...
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
President Trump drops the hammer on India. Welcome to the Wednesday edition, as the president makes good on his threat to impose a 50% tariff on India, part of which is supposed to be punishment for the company buying Russian oil. We're going to get a live report ahead from the White House, and we'll look ahead to NVIDIA earnings as well, as the Treasury Secretary rules out the government taking a stake in the chip maker. Cracker Barrel reverses course on the new marketing and branding campaign just hours after the president called them out. We'll have more on that and the rest of the stories we're following with our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us for the hour. And we start this NVIDIA earnings day on Wall Street, as always, with the voice of Charlie Pellet. Let's get the update on the markets live from New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Indeed, all about NVIDIA after the close of trading. Bloomberg Television Radio, we're going to be all over that number as it drops. Special coverage. S&P right now ahead of earnings. We got the S&P up 13, very close to session highs. Looking at a potential record close on the S&P, up 0.2%. The Dow up 98, also up 0.2%. NASDAQ Composite Index up 36. That is a gain, too, of 0.2%. Our Mag 7 Index, of which NVIDIA is a key part, up 0.1%. NVIDIA shares themselves, they're higher now by 0.2% ahead of earnings. Your 10-year, 4.27%, with the 2-year, 3.63%. Gold down $4 the ounce, a little change now at $33.89. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1%, $63.88 a barrel. And Bitcoin is advancing today. Bitcoin up 0.5%, 111,957 on Bitcoin. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is calling for Fed Chair Jay Powell to conduct an internal review of the central bank, referring to mortgage fraud allegations about Fed board member Lisa Cook. Bessent said that if a Fed official committed mortgage fraud, they should not be serving at one of the main U.S. financial regulators. There is also plenty of speculation about who President Trump will be naming to succeed Jay Powell at the Fed. Matt Lazzetti is the chief U.S. economist at Deutsche Bank Securities. He talked about that this morning on Surveillance.
I think the arguments that we've made for a few months at least is that Governor Waller seemed more likely than other candidates to us. Because it's not just how dovish are you, I think it's whether or not you can get the rest of the committee on board for your dovish arguments. Can you bring together a very divided committee to forge a consensus or a majority towards those cuts? And I thought Governor Waller was kind of well placed to do that. I think over the past few months he has made that argument.
Matt Lazzetti of Deutsche Bank, the interview this morning on Surveillance. Well, certainly NVIDIA will be closely watched, putting it mildly, after the close of trading, up now by 0.2%, but we'll also be hearing from two other big tech names, CrowdStrike and Snowflake. CrowdStrike up now by 2%, Snowflake up by 2.7%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington as Balance of Power continues. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Charlie will have more on the markets in about 15 minutes as we keep tabs on the Wednesday trade here. The building is going to shake after 4 o'clock when NVIDIA reports. If you haven't gotten the message yet today here on Bloomberg, we'll have complete coverage of the earnings report. Really interesting, as Charlie just pointed out, looking at what's moving ahead of that. NVIDIA is, well, barely positive, but everything from Micron on down is moving higher. CrowdStrike is looking like it's in great shape today, too. Up, $8 now. Palo Alto rising in sympathy. So this could be a really important evening and an inflection point for the markets going forward, especially when it comes to high tech. We'll get to all of that. And by the way, Mike Shepard is going to join us here in just a couple of moments in Washington with his view remembering now that NVIDIA is kind of a special situation when it comes to the White House, when it comes to export controls, big questions about China that we'll be listening for in the conference call. I have questions first, though, about India. So thanks for joining us here on the Wednesday edition on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio, channel 121. You can watch the radio on Bloomberg Originals or on YouTube. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. You won't believe what a beautiful day it is on the North Lawn of the White House, which is where we find Bloomberg Washington correspondent Tyler Kendall. No major public events for the president today, Tyler, but a screamer of a headline, a 50% tariff landing on India. There was no delay. There was no taco. What can you tell us?
Yeah, hey, Joe. So this builds on the 25% tariff that's been in place on India since August 7th. That was the so-called reciprocal tariff rate. And then it slaps this additional 25% tariff on the country as well over its imports of Russian energy supplies. This is going to impact about 55% of the goods that India exports to the United States, but very notably, it leaves exempt electronics as well as pharmaceuticals as we wait for those sector-specific tariffs to come down the line, though is likely a pretty welcome reprieve for the likes of Apple, for example, which we know have moved manufacturing over to India when it comes to the products that they sell Americans every day. And we're talking a lot about tech today here and chips, along with the NVIDIA earnings later this afternoon. But this really has been a pretty stunning reversal, Joe. I think it's fair to say when it comes to the trade talks with India, considering that the country had long been prioritized. In fact, you had the U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in an interview earlier today saying that he himself is surprised by how this shook out. India was one of the first countries to come and negotiate with the U.S. Of course, you'll recall Indian Prime Minister Modi was one of the first foreign leaders to visit the White House after President Trump's inauguration, and they made a lot of concessions pretty early on, slashing tariffs on a range of U.S. goods, from luxury items to motorcycles, pledging to import more U.S. LNG. But at the end of the day, it really didn't seem like it was enough to get the White House on board to move a deal forward. And our reporting indicates that perhaps the stickiest issue that really stalled the negotiations has to do with some of India's more protectionist policies when it comes to market access for U.S. agricultural and dairy products. Joe, at this point, we're waiting for updates to see how India could bring this incredibly high tariff down, but the latest reporting is that a U.S. delegation that was set to be in India earlier this week ultimately deferred their trip. We're waiting to see how these talks resume and if there's any path forward for a lower rate.
Boy, fascinating, Tyler. We're also asking a lot of questions about Lisa Cook, with reporting that the lawsuit that she is going to file against the administration to challenge President Trump's efforts to fire her will be filed today. There was a doozy of a cabinet meeting yesterday, Tyler. I know that you were at the White House. The president was asked by Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern about his effort to oust the Fed governor. Listen to what he said.
The Fed just put out a statement saying that Lisa Cook has indicated through a personal attorney that she'll promptly challenge this action in court, seek a judicial decision that would confirm her ability to continue.
That's all right, whatever it is.
It says the Fed will abide by any court decision.
Thank you very much for reading
abide
it.
by a court decision.
I abide by the court, yeah. I abide by.
We'll see how this goes, of course, and it's going to take some time before we find out. But, Tyler, are we hearing anything new from the White House? As we understand, this is, in fact, going to court.
Right, exactly, Joe. And it appears at this point that the White House has no intentions to let up its pressure campaign against the central bank. And that's really what we are watching for here, as we are expecting Lisa Cook to file this legal challenge. And what happens if she files for a injunction, which would immediately reinstate her on the Fed Board of Governors and could mean that she could be there for that September FOMC meeting. Because at the end of the day, we know that in the backdrop of this is that there is a very high legal bar for a president to remove a Fed governor, a protection that was in fact bolstered by the Supreme Court earlier this year. You'll recall the Supreme Court had ruled that the president was allowed to oust 2 officials at other independent agencies, but did provide essentially a shield for Federal Reserve officials, citing the Fed's unique structure in their words and how their practices coincide with monetary policy, carving out this special protection, because we know that the president is going to have to prove that there was cause over these allegations of mortgage occupancy fraud by Lisa Cook. Joe, of course, we should say at this point these are just allegations and no formal criminal charges have been filed.
Got it. Tyler, thank you so much. Live from the White House, Tyler Kendall will be back a bit later in the program. And I just want to point out as well, we just learned that Joe Livornia is going to be coming by about an hour from now economic advisor to the president and counselor to Secretary Scott Bessent. Joe Lavorgna will be in studio here to answer questions about both of these stories. 50% tariff on India in an effort to become the first administration to fire a Federal Reserve governor. The other big story, of course, we're tracking, as I already mentioned, is NVIDIA. It's a big one, of course, and the stock's hanging in there. Investors have high hopes for the earnings report this evening, and the future of the markets could key off of this. As well, the future of policy could play into this report as well. When Jensen Huang starts talking to analysts and investors on the conference call, they're going to be asking about and listening for any hints about business in China. This is something we talked to Mike Shepard a lot, Bloomberg senior editor for technology and strategic industries. No stranger to this program or this desk. Mike, how important will it be in terms of filling in some of the blanks here on export controls, on whether the H20 sales are even going to happen?
Well, Joe, there are a lot of blanks for the company, NVIDIA, and for the CEO and founder, Jensen Huang, to be filling in this afternoon. Investors, as you noted, really have high expectations for what the company is going to report. And a quick look at the range of estimates from analysts, the median calls for a 50% gain in profit and net income and a roughly 50% gain in sales from a year earlier. And investors have grown accustomed to seeing those kind of eye-popping numbers from NVIDIA. So anything that falls a little bit short, either in the results or in the forecasts, could be seen as a letdown. We had our colleague Christina Aquino on the program last week talking about how NVIDIA, in a way, is maybe not a victim of its own success, but really investors have grown accustomed to these eye-popping figures. Now, when it comes to China, this is a crucial market for them. In the last year, it accounted for 13% of its sales, roughly. Jensen Huang himself earlier this year said that, the H20s, which you just mentioned, over the course of 2026, or current fiscal year, that's roughly $50 billion worth of business potentially for them in China. So there's a lot at stake here. The H20s have been cleared for liftoff, at least from the Washington end. They're prepared to start issuing licenses for sales, with the caveat that the company give a 15% cut back to the government. We're going to be eager to have those licenses start at the roll. And how is this cut exactly going to work? But, Joe, there's another dynamic at work here, too, and that's on the other side of the globe. Officials in Beijing have been musing about whether NVIDIA itself poses a security risk of its own to China. And there could be a rug pull coming from the other direction. In other words, would China move to bar NVIDIA even after the U.S. has opened the door, or reopened the door, shall we say?
So two quick questions about that in our remaining moment here. I don't want to cut you off, but Jensen Huang has said there's no backdoors to this technology, right? Trying to answer those concerns. He's also questioned reporting that China is causing NVIDIA to slow down production of the H20, that manufacturers were told to slow their roll because there may not be that market waiting for it.
He questioned that reporting, that there was any kind of a slowdown. And in a way, there is a backlog of H20 chips. When the administration put its ban on those back in April, they kind of hit the brakes, and they had a pile up there, Joe.
Well, so we'll hear about all of this after 4 o'clock.
That's
with some big questions to be answered. Mike, thank you so much. I suspect we'll review this with Shep once we learn more. Tomorrow will be the aftermath of this important report. NVIDIA shares up fractionally here as we make our way toward the big news. Nathan Dean's coming in next. Stay with us on Balance of Power on Bloomberg.
12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, and the NASDAQ 100 index all advancing ahead of NVIDIA earnings after the close of trading. Our Mag 7 index, though, right now trading lower by 0.1%. NVIDIA is a part of that index. NVIDIA shares ahead of earnings. Little change lower, down under 0.1%. But right now we have got the S&P higher by 9, up 0.1%. Dow Industrials up 97. That is a gain of 0.2%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index up 8, up less than 0.1%. The 10 years yielding 4.26%, with the 2-year 3.63%. Gold is down $3 the ounce, $33.89, down 0.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.1%, $63.98 a barrel. And Bitcoin 112,138 on Bitcoin, up by 0.7%. And about face at Cracker Barrel Old Country Stores getting rid of that new logo that sparked controversy and prompted a slump in its share price. The company also says its new logo is going away, with its old-timer coming back. This after a backlash on social media and criticism from President Trump. Cracker Barrel shares, they're up now by 8.2%. It is a topic we'll have more for you on coming up on Balance of Power. Recapping, S&P up 7 right now. That is an advance of 0.1%. From Minneapolis, word that 2 children, ages 8 and 10, were killed in a shooting at a Minneapolis Catholic elementary school. This according to police. 17 other people were injured, of which 14 are children. The gunman died by suicide in the back of the church. Recapping, S&P up 0.1%. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Okay, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Charlie, watching Wall Street for us on this NVIDIA earnings day, and we're going to be talking about that a lot more later on as we keep tabs on what is widely regarded as the most important stock at the moment on Wall Street, and it'll tell us a lot about the future trajectory here of high tech and Wall Street. Everybody's calling him the old man. It's Uncle Herschel at Cracker Barrel. Boy, that didn't take long. We were talking about it at this very time yesterday. President Trump's salvo urging Cracker Barrel to reverse course on its new logo, reconsider what it had done. Quote, they wanted the president to know that they heard him, according to a spokesman at the White House. Deputy Chief of Staff Taylor Budowich talking on X about this. Uncle Herschel will stay in the logo. So will the barrel. The president taking credit for this in a series of missives on Truth Social last evening. They even recrafted the logo. I don't know if we have that to show everybody on YouTube, but yep, there it is. There's no Uncle Herschel there. That's Uncle Donald with his arm up on a barrel of oil. Instead of Cracker Barrel, it says America first. America is back at Cracker Barrel. Really something. I don't know. I've had so many people ask, though, what I like to order at the Cracker Barrel, and they want to tell me what they want to order at the Cracker Barrel. The caramel apples apparently looming large here at Bloomberg. I heard more about the chicken fried steak yesterday than maybe anything else. And it dawns on me that I'm just going to guess that Nathan Dean has spent some time on the rocking chairs at Cracker Barrel. We're going to spend some time with Nathan coming up next as we consider the move by the president to fire Lisa Cook. These were the two stories he was managing yesterday. Cracker Barrel, future of monetary policy. We've talked about this already. There are questions about whether the president has the authority to fire a Fed governor, particularly in this case when, well, she hasn't even been charged with anything. Kevin Hassett talked about it earlier, president's economic advisor. Listen to what he said.
The president absolutely has authority to fire a Fed governor for cause, and I think the accusations are serious, and I look forward to seeing the outcome. If I were her in her circumstance, I would take leave right now. I think it's the honorable thing to do.
You've been to Cracker Barrel a lot, I'm guessing, right? Road trips, make a stop at the...
Never been able to solve the peg game. That just drives me crazy.
Thank you. So you know what we're talking about. I'll take a chicken fried steak in here during the break. Is the president going to fire Lisa Cook?
So I think there's two things that are really important to keep in mind when it comes to this situation. The first is can Lisa Cook remain at the Federal Reserve while the court cases continue to play out? Now, my colleague Elliot Stein said on the terminal just this morning, this is the most important thing, and he thinks that will be decided by fairly soon. It will get to the Supreme Court by the end of the year. Because if she can't remain at the Federal Reserve, there is this potential that President Trump could nominate somebody else. And if Stephen Myron is confirmed at this point, you have a situation where 4 out of 7 Fed governors are then aligned, or at least politically leaning with President Trump. And then we get into the situation what the markets most care about is, could the regional bank presidents not be reauthorized in February? But what we're telling our clients is there's a lot of steps between now and that point that have to play out. So again, this is something that's like an ultimate nuclear option, if you will, but there's still a lot of steps before we get there.
This next level, starting to lean on the 12 regional banks, explain why that would be disruptive to people who are just learning about this. People get, okay, you're going to fire a Fed governor. What could the president do if he leveraged the regional banks?
Well, the regional bank presidents are the ones that serve on the FOMC in addition to those board governors, and there's a rotation between those regional bank presidents. So if we get into a situation, and like Bloomberg News reported just this morning, the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent was saying, look, if you don't get the nod for Federal Reserve chairman's, to replace Jerome Powell, maybe some of those candidates can then next be the next regional bank president. So if President Trump puts allies or people that believe in his monetary policy goals on those regional bank presidencies, then you have an FOMC that's voting very much in the Trump mindset. So again, very important. And Bill Dudley, put out a great column this morning for Bloomberg Opinion saying that maybe market participants haven't really taken that into account.
Really interesting. With all of that said, are you getting phone calls about this? Are clients nervous yet?
So clients want to know the legality of the process. And this is where my colleague Elliot is really involved in this. And this is, can Lisa Cook remain at the Federal Reserve while this court case continues? That will most likely go to the Supreme Court ASAP. And then secondly, can the president fire Governor Cook for cause? And the question here is, and this is what Elliot and I put out on the terminal, is, the idea that she was fired for cause before there was even an indictment or a conviction or even a finding from an inspector general, Elliot's take is that most likely the president doesn't have that authority. But again, time will tell.
Confirmation hearing for Stephen Myron is apparently set for next week. Did this affair just change for him? Get more difficult? You're going to have a lot of at least Democratic lawmakers want to air this out now.
Absolutely. I mean, even the other reporting that's come out of Bloomberg News is that they were talking over at the White House potentially about allowing him to remain at the CEA while he's also serving as a Fed governor. And it sounds like some of the Senate Republicans aren't happy with that. But next week is certainly going to be a lightning rod for this debate. And obviously, this is going to be a discussion amongst all the members. But I would also say is that just remember, and this is my little secret thing that I would just throw out there, is that Senator Tom Tillis serves on that committee. Senator Tom Tillis has shown, and also is not running for re-election, a desire to be, somewhat not on board with just the White House's ambitions or goals here. So I'm not saying we're going to get a Senator McCain thumbs down, moment, but that's one of the things that I'm keeping in mind is seeing what Senator Tillis's reaction is to this.
Really interesting. Will the markets move on this until there's some, a charge is filed or something changes beyond the court case?
I don't think so. I think the markets are somewhat just anticipating that this is going to play out through the courts and that the nuclear option, if you will, which is these regional bank presidents in February, there's a lot of steps between now and then. And so I think the market is just willing to watch those steps take
really
forward.
Interesting. As we spend time with Nathan Dean, we always want to know who's calling Nathan, because that's a big part of his job, right? He's interfacing and talking with clients of Bloomberg, terminal users, on a regular basis. And I'm guessing your phone's going to start ringing when lawmakers come back next week, because shutdown will be back in the air. Remember, we were talking about this every day a couple of weeks ago. You throw in a little Jeffrey Epstein and a couple of things, and it just falls right off the radar. But the fact is, when lawmakers come back, they're going to have something like 14 business days to fund the government. And a lot of folks think this is going to shut down. Have you started running odds yet?
Yeah, so we're at a 40% chance of not a shutdown. And the reason why I may be a little out of consensus here is because there's a lot of rhetoric. I mean, look, and I should also just say from the market perspective, there really is no market impact of a government shutdown. For the contractors and the folks who live here in the Washington, D.C. area, it's obviously different. But the reason why I don't think there's going to be a shutdown is I'm not exactly sure how the Democrats get out of it as an end game. Because if the government shuts down, I could easily see the White House coming back and saying, you know what, let's run the country for 3 to 6 months with the government shut down and see what happens. And, for me, the question is, as you go into these funding fights, and again, I think you're going to kick the can to either December or March, which party thinks that they're politically advantageous by the shutdown?
Right.
And I think both parties are going to go into it. And I'm not sure either party is going to say this is good for us.
If you're Chuck Schumer, though, you could get fired if you tell your members to help out in this process, right? I mean, after the last turn on government funding, there's a real question about whether Democrats, in fact, are bracing for a shutdown. Many have said, even on this show, that we can't do it without an exit strategy, to your point. What would that be, though? What are they possibly going to get out of Republicans to call it a deal?
Well, I think what happens here is the Republicans come in with a proposal. The Democrats don't like that proposal. And then as we get, it's like the whole Stephen Dennis tweet that's like, no deal, no deal. Yes, you have a deal. Then no, you don't have a deal. And I think what happens is at the last second, both parties just say, you know what? We've been negotiating. We're not getting anywhere. Let's just kick the can because, and I go back to this point, is that if the Democrats think that they're going to have a shot of taking the House, and there's even whispers amongst the Democratic circles that they potentially could have a chance at the Senate, is a government shutdown going to help you to that goal? They're going to have that decision over the next couple of weeks. I'm not exactly sure that the Chuck Schumers or the Hakeem Jeffries of the world are going to think that's
Really
the case.
So 60% chance of a shutdown, if I'm hearing you correct.
No. 40% chance of a shutdown, 60% not a shutdown.
Of not a shutdown.
Yep.
Got it. Okay. So take it to the bank. You hear it always from Nathan Dean first. This is interesting. Yeah, 40% full. Exactly, James. With all of that said, lawmakers don't have much of an agenda when they return. Fund the government. Are we going to hear more about the Clarity Act? Where do they go from here?
So a lot of this is going to get pushed off until next year, and I think there's going to be a breather after September 30th. But there are a couple of things out there. The Farm Bill. We've had a lot of farmer and ranchers call in and say, look, the Conservation Reserve Program, which funds about $1.8 billion to farmers, needs to be reauthorized, the National Flood Insurance Program. Now, this is where I call these tactical bills. These are the bills where you get, really niche-y and so forth like that. So, there are going to be constituencies that really care about this in September. But for a lot of the big stuff like crypto market structure and, we haven't heard from Senator Durbin on his Credit Card Competition Act for these credit card bills. That most likely will pop up in the next few months. A lot of this stuff is going to be for the first quarter of next year. And I think come April, everybody turns to the election and they says, get me out of Washington. I want to start campaigning.
Boy, I'll tell you what. It's almost fleece vest season. It's been a little chilly out in the mornings. Kids are going back to school. When do you break it out again?
I'll bring it out next week.
Next week is really? Fleece vest season begins next week, James. This is kind of big news here. Then we can start calling him America's dad again. Nathan Dean, thank you, as always. Bloomberg Intelligence. Give him a call if you're a client. He'll probably have some pretty interesting advice for you. Covering policy here, our senior policy analyst at BI in Washington. I'm Joe Matthew, and glad you came along on the Wednesday edition. We're going to assemble our panel next. They're back together today, Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Chanzano and Rick Davis, as we look ahead to the midterms and what appears to be the opening salvo from Democrats on the president's big, beautiful bill. Look no further than the gubernatorial contest in the state of Virginia. We're going to zero in on the strategy coming up with Rick and Jeannie right here on the fastest show in politics. Thanks for being with us, only on Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Just getting word that the FDA has authorized COVID vaccines for those at risk. The FDA also issuing authorizations for Moderna, Pfizer, and Novavax. Those headlines right now on the Bloomberg Professional Service. We'll give you more details as they become available. Tracking equity markets right now. We are looking at a mixed market. NASDAQ just turning lower since our last update. We've got the Dow and the S&P both advancing. All this ahead of NVIDIA earnings after the close of trading. Our Mag 7 index is down now by 0.2%. NVIDIA, lower little change, down under 0.1%. So here's where we stand midday. We've got NASDAQ down 1 point right now, little changed. S&P up by 0.1%, higher by 6. We're off session highs. Could see a record close though. The Dow up 84. Higher by 0.2%. The 10-year 4.25%, with the 2-year 3.63%. Gold up $2 the ounce, $33.95, up 0.1%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1%, $63.87 a barrel on WTI. After the bell, NVIDIA delivers quarterly earnings. Options traders are betting on one thing, and that is that the report will move markets. You got to keep it locked into Bloomberg for the latest when that number drops. Gil Luria is head of technology research at D.A. Davidson. He's got a neutral rating on the stock and a $135 price target.
The only noise right now is around China. That's not a demand issue. That's how many chips can NVIDIA sell in China, which chips, how much taxes are they going to pay on them, will they get the next generation of chips approved? That's really the variability around the results.
Gil Luria of D.A. Davidson, interviewed this morning on surveillance. NVIDIA's earnings are said to be the biggest risk factor in coming weeks, outweighing the September 5th jobs report and the next consumer price reading on September 11th. They say 17 other people were injured, of which 14 are children. The gunman died by suicide in the back of the church. Recapping, stocks higher now with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the green. S&P up 0.1%, NVIDIA unchanged. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie. Many thanks, Charlie. We'll come back around the top of the hour here to retop Wall Street as we get ever closer to NVIDIA earnings after the bell. We'll be talking a lot more about that in the second half of the day on Bloomberg TV and radio. Thanks for being with us on the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power. Next hour, important conversation we will bring you with Joe Lavorgna, counselor to the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, and of course, a former economic advisor to the president himself in the first administration. A lot of this has to do with Lisa Cook. We'll be talking about as well the 50% tariff dropping on India today, as we also consider the conversation we just had with Nathan Dean on the prospect of a government shutdown in the fall, how that would play in the midterm election cycle. That's what a lot of decisions will be based on here, of course, in Washington. As well, the way people feel about the president's big, beautiful bill. We're going to have a conversation with Jeannie and Rick about the midterms and the messaging surrounding them. It's already begun, by the way. You don't have to wait for the actual midterm cycle because we've got some elections coming even sooner, including a gubernatorial contest in Virginia. That is fascinating here. Abigail Spanberger, the Democratic frontrunner, of course, as a member of Congress, you've heard plenty from Representative Spanberger here on Bloomberg, now running for governor in Virginia with a term-limited Republican named Glenn Youngkin on his way out. She's up with her first ad, and it's getting a lot of attention because it zeroes in specifically on her opponent's support of the BBB, the Big Beautiful Bill. Here's a sample for you.
What does she say about Trump's bad budget bill?
The bill, as you know now, does so many great things.
What? The Trump budget raises healthcare costs, raises mortgages, raises the price of electricity and gas. You pay more so billionaires can pay less.
And there's the message. Will that be the model nationally is the question we pursue with our signature panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors, as mentioned, Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us. Jeannie is of course, not just political science professor at Iona University, but democracy visiting fellow at Harvard University's School Ash Center, Bloomberg Politics contributor, Rick, partner at Stone Court Capital, and Republican strategist. Did Abigail Spanberger just write the script for Democrats around the country, Jeannie?
He absolutely did. This election, if Democrats have any hope, and they do have some hope, it has to be about repealing the big, beautiful bill. It can't be about Donald Trump. It can't be about all the things he's been trying to distract us with. It's got to be about things that matter to people, and that's their pocketbook. And so she is absolutely on the right track. You know, we can go on and on about the problems Democrats are facing, from, you know, a challenge with registration numbers down the list to the lack of leadership in the party right now. But the big thing they have going for them is what Donald Trump did, and that is pass a bill that is regressive, that is going to kick people off of health care, that is wildly unpopular, and they need to run on repealing that. So I give her an A on that ad, Joe.
Interesting. Rick, you've made your share of political ads. How does this land, and how would you answer it as a Republican?
I'm glad Jeannie's not scoring any of my ads. I was essentially a C student, so I'm sure my ads reflected the same thing. Look, I mean, this is going to be a battle over the economy. We've heard over and over again Democratic strategists come on this program and say the same thing. So I'm not creating a new wheel here to turn. But in so much as the big, beautiful bill, Donald Trump's hallmark legislative achievement in the first year of his presidency, is going to be graded on that score. And so in so much as the economy deteriorates, or that the voters' confidence in the economy continues to go down, and there are indicators indicating that that's where it's headed, then the big, beautiful bill is just a definition of their pain, right? And so, yes, provisions of the big, beautiful bill are unpopular, but the economy as a whole is a much more driving issue for people's vote. And I think that Democrats will have to make that transition. Right now, it's fresh on people's minds. The election is November. And so, you know, Abigail Spanberger, I think, is hitting a strong note because it's first on everybody's mind.
She's obviously a major front runner in this campaign. Jeannie Spanberger, according to polls, would suggest that this is going to be a blowout if the election were held today. She's running against the Lieutenant Governor, Republican Winsome Earl Sears, that many folks don't take terribly seriously as a competitor in this campaign, and you can follow the money on that front. I'm wondering, for that reason, if we should be looking at Virginia as a microcosm or not.
Yeah, I think we should look at Virginia always. We always do, but in conjunction with the governor's race in New Jersey, where you do have a Republican candidate in Jack Ciattarelli, who is, you know, I would say taken a little bit more seriously, perhaps, by his voters, and then Abigail Spanberger's opponent down there. And of course, we can't forget about the New York City mayoral race, where, you know, obviously a Democrat or an independent is going to win, but that's something Democrats don't want to focus on too much, because we do have a huge split in the Democratic Party that is around the country, but is really encompassed by Mamdani's win in the primary there. So we've got those three big races, but we just saw the state Senate race the other day, and that was a race wherein a Democrat won, breaking the Republican supermajority in the state house in a Trump plus 11 district, I think it was. And so that is a good sign for Democrats. Democrats have tended to overperform, though, in these special elections like that one. And it's they haven't performed as well in the non-specials. So that's why so much rides on what happens in these gubernatorial races. And then, of course, the big game has got to be the midterm next year.
Well, that's for sure. And to that end, one of the big talkers here in Washington today is the big picture memo from Doug Sosnick, former Clinton advisor. And it's really interesting, Rick. It made me think of you immediately, because Sosnick is suggesting that Democrats lower their expectations despite the historical implications and trends that come with the midterms. You may not be flipping as many seats as you think, he says, and a big reason is because politics have become national. And you've brought this up a lot of times, Rick. It makes life a lot more difficult in a congressional district when everyone is talking about the same story here and Donald Trump is driving the narrative. Do you agree with this memo?
Yeah, we used to say all politics is local at midterm elections, and I think Doug Sosnick is right on the mark with his latest memo that indicates that no, it's all being driven nationally, and what he really means is by Donald Trump. Whether that phenomena exists over long periods of time, nobody will know. But the other fundamental aspect of this is realignment has actually made it more difficult to have these big swings, an average of 26 states per midterm cycle against the party in power. So if you think that this is going to be a 26-state swing, then you got to believe what Jeannie was just saying, which is there are going to be districts like, Trump plus 10s that are going to go Democratic. And if you say that, then 26 is a low number. It could be twice that.
The other issue that he raises is the education divide, Jeannie. And this is pretty remarkable. This is something that began before Donald Trump even got into politics, going back to President Obama's first term. Democrats had 60 members in the Senate. Since then, they've lost 18 seats in states where less than 35% of the population has a 4-year college degree. The idea being that if this divide continues to be where it is or even widen, Democrats start bumping into the education ceiling. Jeannie, how do you get around that?
They do. And I'm so glad you pointed out that this has been going on since before Donald Trump took office. So much of what we talk about today in a day-to-day basis is about Donald Trump, but this far precedes him, and it's a real problem for the Democratic Party. And what they need to do is they need to make sure that they are speaking to people around the country and not just the college-educated people. And that has been a problem for Democrats right along. And so we need to do a better job reaching out to people in what are now Trump, double-digit districts. But that's become much harder in this era of redistricting, which is another thing the Sosnick memo talks about, rightly so, is that there's so much little competition in these districts that, it used to be really complicated for us to go on, Joe, and talk about the midterms because there's so many races across the country. Now we're, looking at, maybe a dozen. So our job got easier, Joe. But unfortunately, that's a really bad sign for democracy because you need competitive elections in a democratic system that is healthy. And we are incredibly unhealthy in a democratic system where competition is waning. And, we may see more of that, not less of it, as we look what happens in Texas and California and elsewhere. So that's a real problem on top of the education issue that Democrats face.
Well, to Jeannie's point, a remarkable number, 419 members of the House are from the same party as the presidential candidate who won their district. So Sosnick writes, it narrows the opportunity for Democrats to fully benefit politically, even if support for Trump and Republicans implodes. Rick, the galvanizing of red and blue on the map seems to only be reinforced by what we're watching.
Yeah, it's a highly polarized electorate. That's why you have blue states with blue governors and blue senators, and 2 blue senators, and that's why in red states you have red governors and 2 senators who are red. I mean, and those delegations reflect that all the way down to the legislative seats. So that being said, there's plenty to be determined, right? And midterm elections could change, and they historically do, even in this condition. This is not a new thing. And presidential elections, which are a decidedly different group of voters, primarily in the last decade, motivated by Donald Trump on the Republican side, won't have Trump on the ballot for the first time in a while. 3 elections in a row, Trump's been on the ballot. So I think the future is not as set in stone as sometimes our pundit friends tend to indicate it, because we are constantly surprised, like in today's reporting on the Iowa outcome and state election. So look, stay tuned. It's still a fight out there. And frankly, these midterms could have a real profound impact on the second half of the term for Donald Trump.
It's a fascinating conversation that we're going to be having for months here with Rick and Jeannie. Many thanks to both of you, as always, for weighing in. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis with us here on Balance of Power. on Bloomberg. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Stay with us as we turn the bend here. Hour 2 is on the way. We'll welcome our global television audience, and we'll spend some time with Joe Livornia. He's on his way over from the Treasury Department right now to talk about Lisa Cook, the president, trying to fire the Federal Reserve governor. And it's, of course, happening against the backdrop now of a new 50% tariff on India. We'll get into all of this with the counselor to the Treasury Secretary coming up in Hour 2 of Balance of Power on Bloomberg.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
The lawsuit is expected today. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power, as Fed Governor Lisa Cook's lawyer is expected to file the lawsuit against the White House as President Trump attempts to have her fired. We'll get a live report from the White House on this as well. The new 50% tariff being put up against India today. I'm going to bring you an important conversation later this hour with Joe Livornia, the former economic advisor to President Trump, now counselor to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, making his way over from the Treasury right now. He'll be with us in a few moments as we start, as ever, on Wall Street. NVIDIA earnings are just hours away, and we update the markets now with Charlie Pellet at World Headquarters in New York. Charlie, what do you have?
Well, thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Indeed, NVIDIA shares up now, little change, higher in the green, up by about 0.1%, ahead of a closely watched earnings report after the close of trading today. Yes, complete coverage as the number drops on Bloomberg Television and Radio. NVIDIA right now up by just under 0.1%. S&P up 10. That is a gain of 0.2%. Likewise for the Dow up 0.2%. NASDAQ up by 0.1%. The Mag 7 index, of which NVIDIA is a part, trading lower by 0.1%. 10-year 4.24%. Spot gold up $1.93 the ounce, up under 0.1%, $33.95. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1%, $63.88 a barrel. Bottom line here, NVIDIA, the big event coming up after the close of trading, shares up now by just under 0.1%. From Washington, word that the U.S. has approved the latest COVID shots with new limits on who gets them. Balance of Power continues right now. Back, we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
Okay, Charlie, thanks. We'll get more from Charlie Pellet in about 20 minutes as we watch Wall Street on the way to NVIDIA earnings and a couple of other stocks in the air as well. CrowdStrike is also reporting after the bell. This could be a really important after-hour session as we try to figure the future of high tech, at least in the near term, on Wall Street. So stay with us, and we'll have much more, of course, on NVIDIA in the late edition of Balance of Power. On the way, our conversation with Joe Livornia, counselor to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, as President Trump prepares to follow through with his plans to have Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook fired. Not so fast, she says, of course, planning now to file suit to keep her job. Her lawyer, Abby Lowell, suggesting that that could come as soon as today. We want to bring you to the White House here for the latest from Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. We did hear from Kevin Hassett this morning. He was speaking outside the White House, economic advisor to the president, about this effort to fire the Fed governor, with questions about whether the president, in fact, has the authority to carry this out. Here's what he said.
The president absolutely has authority to fire a Fed governor for cause. And I think the accusations are serious. And I look forward to seeing the outcome. If I were her in her circumstance, I would take leave right now. I think it's the honorable thing to do.
Would take leave right now, he says, even though she has actually not been charged with anything. There is a criminal investigation at the Department of Justice underway that had been referred from the administration. But let's get the latest now from the White House. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall is on the North Lawn. What do we know about this lawsuit, Tyler?
Joe, well, as you outlined there, we've heard so far from at least two administration officials today. One was the NEC director, Kevin Hassett. The second was the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, who in an interview earlier this morning urged the Federal Reserve to conduct an internal review that would include these allegations of mortgage occupancy fraud before an external review, something that the Treasury Secretary has actually long called for when it comes to the central bank. All of this to say that at this point, the messaging out of the White House when it comes to this legal challenge is that they're not going to back down. In fact, you had President Trump yesterday saying that he is prepared to fight this in court. And when pressed by our very own Anne-Marie Hordern, he did say that he would abide by any court decision, because at this point we are waiting for this court challenge to be officially filed by Lisa Cook. We got confirmation from her attorney as such earlier today, and we're going to be watching closely if that does include this injunction, which would essentially reinstate Cook in her position for the time being while this case makes its way through the legal process. We should also just flag here that it is very likely that whoever wins or rather loses the injunction is going to file an appeal to that as well. So this is something to watch really closely on, because how the court ultimately weighs on that injunction could have pretty broad bearing impacts on what the makeup of the Fed board is going to look like come the September FOMC meeting. Joe, as you well know, I don't need to tell you, there is a very high legal bar here for the president to fire a Fed official. He's going to have to prove cause. The issue with cause is that it's not explicitly defined, though the president does say that he has sufficient evidence for cause. As you mentioned, these are just allegations at this point, and we have seen experts point to this idea that the Supreme Court has actually bolstered protections earlier this year when it comes to protecting Federal Reserve officials from being fired.
Joining us from a beautiful day on the North Lawn, Tyler Kendall, thank you so much for the update. We want to get a little bit more on this Lisa Cook matter. And Tyler mentions Anne-Marie Hordern actually was the one to ask President Trump about this during the cabinet meeting yesterday. Let's bring you back and listen.
Fed Fed just put out a statement saying that Lisa Cook has indicated through a personal attorney that she'll promptly challenge this action in court, seek a judicial decision that would confirm her ability to continue.
That's all right, whatever
it
it
says
is.
the Fed will abide by any court decision.
Thank you very much for
Will you
reading
abide
that.
by a court decision?
I abide by the court, yeah. I abide by.
He says he abides by the court, but as Tyler mentioned, there are still big questions about the way this is going to pan out. And we turn to Joel Griffith for insights on this, senior fellow at Advancing American Freedom. Joel, it's good to have you on Bloomberg TV and radio. Will the president manage to fire Lisa Cook or not?
Well, I believe the odds are against the president in this situation. It's the Congress, when the Congress formed the Federal Reserve more than 100 years ago, made it very clear that Federal Reserve officials were to be secure in their appointments. And as was mentioned a second ago, they can only be fired with cause. And that is a very high legal bar. A mere accusation is not sufficient cause for a president to terminate that board appointment. This underscores a deeper problem here. We have a president who continues to try to cajole the Federal Reserve into enacting his preferred monetary policy. The way our central bank is structured, rightfully so, is that it operates independent of politics. We don't want a Federal Reserve that will be manipulating interest rates to satisfy the desires of any one particular politician. And we certainly don't want a Federal Reserve that is going to continually empower Congress to overspend. If we look at this situation, if the president is successful in terminating Ms. Cook, that's going to, of course, allow him to appoint someone to replace her. We've got another appointment coming up once Chair Powell leaves. I think we're in some dangerously uncharted waters here. I believe the court will decide in favor of Ms. Cook. Could be wrong on a prognostication, but from what I can see with past precedent, her case looks rock solid.
Well, okay. All of that said, maybe it's not about actually firing anybody. Joel, is that possible? The president doesn't care necessarily if Lisa Cook gets fired, but it puts a chill across the rest of the board, and it puts people in check when it comes to making decisions on interest rates. This is the concern about credibility when it comes to the Fed, right?
Well, that's correct, because the investigation that's been launched into her private real estate transactions, that investigation was launched by President Trump's own Department of Justice. And that's where this becomes doubly troubling. We just have an accusation at this point. There's been no charges filed. There's been no conviction. We have a president who we know wants to nudge the Fed or even force the Fed into lowering interest rates and into possibly monetizing more of the federal debt. If the president were to succeed on this in terminating her based on an accusation launched by his own Department of Justice, the precedent will now be set for future presidents to do the same, to launch investigations for future board members in order to give them an ostensible reason to fire them. This is quite dangerous. We know what happens when a central bank becomes politicized. We saw this happen probably most recently with Turkey, where Erdogan was able to effectively commandeer control of the Turkish central bank. And the Turkish people now are seeing inflation rates of 20 and 30% a year. We don't want that to happen here. Our Fed needs to remain politically independent. The Senate, of course, has a vital role to play. The president has a vital role to play in nominating Fed board members. But once they're appointed, they need to have the ability to operate independent of the political winds of the day.
Yeah. Joel, we just laid on another 25% tariff on India, which brings it up to 50. This is the other big story we're talking about today. India, of course, was supposed to be a trading partner with warming relations, not cooling relations here with the U.S., but things seem to have fallen apart with attempts to make a deal. Now this extra 25% is effectively punishing India for buying Russian oil. Is it the smart thing to do?
No, levying more tariffs on India is not a smart thing to do, and it hurts an important ally. It also hurts our own families, our own businesses, and manufacturers here in the United States that are exporting. The tariffs that have been levied in India are in two parts. You've got the 25% so-called reciprocal tariff. Let's just dismantle that one for a second. The tariffs that India have been levying on our exports have been around a weighted average of 6%. If we were to impose a reciprocal tariff on India, that would mean a tariff on Indian imports of only 6%. So the reciprocal tariff that we're imposing on them is 4 times the rate that they're imposing on us. It makes no sense. Second of all, the additional 25% tariff that we're levying on them, supposedly because they're purchasing Russian products, that is only going to serve to drive India into closer economic relationships with our adversaries, Russia and also China. This is not a wise move. And the total cost on families of all the tariffs on India are approaching $400 a year annually per family. This is just another tax hike. We've seen a series of these tax hikes via tariffs. And sadly, the total combined impact now of the tariffs that have been imposed by President Trump for most families outweighs the benefits of the tax cuts that we just saw through the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill.
Hi, Joel. It's great to have you. Joel Griffith, Senior Fellow at Advancing American Freedom. We appreciate the insights as we keep our arms around the India tariff story and add the voice of Seema Sirohi, columnist for the Economic Times of India and author of the book Friends with Benefits, the India-U.S. story. Seema, welcome to Bloomberg. It's great to see you, and thanks for joining us here in studio today. Friends with Benefits is something that has been underway for decades. The warming of relations, economic ties between the U.S. and India. Does this 50% tariff undo all of that work?
To some extent, yes. The shock in India has been tremendous. It was not expected because trade talks were going quite well.
Yeah.
And the Commerce Secretary led us to believe that a deal would come through. But President Trump apparently decided not. India wasn't giving enough market access.
Okay.
And then there were a couple of other reasons. Russian oil being the latest problem. Now, if you remember, under the Biden administration, India was kind of encouraged to buy Russian oil so that the price of oil wouldn't go up too much, that Saudi oil and Iraqi oil would be available for the Europeans, because India is a very large buyer of oil.
Yes.
So now suddenly there's a turnaround, and as the Indian foreign minister said, India is quite perplexed at the turn of events. Some people think that President Trump has taken umbrage, and it's like a personal issue with him now, that India did not accept his role in the mediation between India and Pakistan during the 4-day war in May. So it's a whole lot of things that have come together to undo 25 years of really hard work.
Yeah, interesting. Knowing that Prime Minister Modi was the first foreign leader to visit this White House, things were said to be on the right track, to your point. But if this does cut off funding for what the president now refers to as Russia's war machine, is this additional 25% in fact worth it?
That's for the Americans to decide whether they want to pay higher price at the gas pump. But
if it means ending the killing in Ukraine, I guess is the other way of asking.
I'm not sure, because President Putin has his own agenda vis-a-vis the United States. So it's not as if India stopping to buy oil is going to stop the war. He has, as we learned in Alaska, he wants certain things from Ukraine. He has continued with this war at great cost to his country, his people, and everything. You think he's going to give up because India stops buying oil? Besides, India has said it's going to buy oil from wherever it can get it, wherever the best deal is, because the government of India says it's the responsibilities to the 1.4 billion people of India. I think what's the tragedy is that Indian exporters who export items like gems and jewelry, leather products, they are going to hurt very badly because the U.S. is a very large market for them. And it's going to play out economically.
If I'm hearing you correctly, then instead of helping to end the war in Ukraine, make life more difficult for Russia, we are in fact pushing India further into the arms of Russia and China. Is that how you see it?
In a manner of speaking, yes.
Okay.
Because the relationship India had with the United States, it took years to build. And the whole idea, one of the underpinnings was that India, being a large Asian country, would be a counterbalance to China.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And 3-4 administrations in Washington worked towards that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, suddenly he's appended that. So people in India are asking, what is President Trump's real game? Is he just cutting India out of everything? Is he wanting to make a deal with China so badly that he's ready to append an entire strategic partnership with India? Is he looking towards what many call the G2, which is a group of two in U.S. and China?
Is that how India sees this?
India is worried about it because even President Obama floated the idea. So Indians are very jittery about it. And yes, they are thinking about it. What is the end game? Is it to divide the world between the US, China, and Russia if he makes a deal with Putin as well on the side? And then India gets left out.
Mm-hmm. So how do you have both, though? If this helps us reach a deal with China, and we're also pushing India into the arms of China, how do you have both?
China is the only country that gains net in this situation.
Sounds like it under this construct.
Absolutely. Because China is already, on the ascendant. Mm-hmm. It wants to displace the United States as the number one power. And it has leverage over the U.S. India does not. So when President Trump put tariffs on China, they stopped critical minerals, and the president backed off. So they have leverage. So they are in a situation where India is trying to reach an accommodation with China. The U.S. is trying to reach an accommodation with China. So Xi Jinping has every reason to be extremely happy.
We have less than a minute left. How would you describe, in a couple of words, President Trump's relationship with Prime Minister Modi?
I would have said that they were good friends, that there was some sort of, friendship between them. I no longer think so. Besides, I hesitate to describe, attribute personal relations to relations between countries, because leaders at the end of the day are looking after their own national interests.
That's right. Although this is a president that seems to pivot entirely on relationships. Seema, it's great to have you with us. Seema Sirohi, live in Washington with us here on Bloomberg. We appreciate the insights. We're going to turn the conversation back to Lisa Cook and the president's attempt to fire the Federal Reserve governor. We'll get into India tariffs as well when we spend time coming up with Joe Lavorgna. Just arrived here in our studios in Washington. Straight ahead on Bloomberg.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg NVIDIA Wednesday. Stocks higher, NVIDIA shares ahead of earnings. Little changed. We got you covered after the bell on Bloomberg Television and Radio special coverage. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ heading into that report all higher. Little changed right now on NASDAQ, up by under 0.1%. The S&P keeping it all in context, up 0.2%, higher by 11. Could see a record close today on the S&P, indeed in record territory right now. The Dow up 123. That is a gain of 0.3%. 10-year 4.24% with the 2-year 3.62%. Spot gold is trading a little changed, up under 0.1%, 33.96 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.1%. WTI 63.92 a barrel, and Bitcoin now up 0.6%, 112,039 on Bitcoin. Crack a Barrel has scrapped its new logo after that social media backlash. Shares of Crack a Barrel, they are gaining now by almost 7%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie Pellet live in New York. We'll get back to Charlie for an update on the markets at the bottom of the hour here as we watch NVIDIA specifically today leading up to earnings after the bell. But of course, the broader tech space could be impacted by the news for better or worse. And that's why the building will shake a little after 4 o'clock when NVIDIA results go out. We're also tracking the story surrounding Lisa Cook with reporting today that the Fed governor's lawyer could file a lawsuit against the administration after President Trump moved to have her fired. This is just one of the stories that we're going to be talking about with Joe Lavorgna. Told you he was coming in. Counselor to the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, former economic advisor to President Trump in the first administration, just walked over on a beautiful day in Washington. It doesn't get any nicer than this. Thanks for coming by. It's always a pleasure to see you. This is pretty interesting, the moment that we're in here involving Lisa Cook, because there are a lot of questions about process. This is going to go to court apparently now. What about due process? Why are we moving to fire someone who's not been charged with anything?
If you look at the Federal Reserve Act, it does say for cause,
right.
And it looks like those forms were not filled out accurately, that they were filled out improperly. And this is why Secretary Bessent highlighted why he believes the Fed should do an internal probe. The law may not be clear where it dots everything out, where there has to be a specific process. It says for cause. The president believes he has cause. Certainly, you have to take these things very seriously, given the fact the Fed is a regulator, and we'll see where it goes.
Don't you want to know if he has cause, though? I mean, is it up to the president to say that something was wrong?
Yes, I do. I think so, Joe. And as Secretary Bessent alluded to, Governor Cook has not said she didn't do it, and that's maybe perhaps is quite important. The Fed, look, we need trust in government, and the president came in. He wanted to make things more efficient, streamline, get rid of the bloated bureaucracy. We're seeing that. We're seeing government spending slow pretty significantly. We've seen a lot of excess federal jobs go by the wayside. He actually wants to bring trust back to institutions. We've had other episodes in the past where Fed governors have had to resign because of alleged improprieties. And this one certainly could be quite serious, and it's the president's prerogative, and I believe he has the ability, because, again, it's for cause, and it looks like these things are pretty serious, to basically do what he's doing.
The administration willing to go to the Supreme Court on this?
Well, we'll see what happens. We have to see how the law plays itself out and going through that process. I don't know. I'm not being a lawyer, not knowing how it's going to work, but the president certainly, I think, has a good reason to be concerned about what's happened. And this notion somehow about Fed independence, remember, whoever is ultimately confirmed for the Fed chair, for Adriana Kugler's position, and possibly Ms. Cook's position, has to go through Senate approval. So this notion somehow that there's a hit to Fed independence is a bit misleading and out of context, because whoever is chosen will have to be vetted properly.
And I guess Stephen Myron will have a confirmation hearing next week. Is that what you expect?
It's supposed to be moved up, so fingers crossed. Hopefully that happens soon.
Did that conversation just get a little more difficult for him? Democrats are going to come out swinging on this, aren't they?
Well, the problem is the Democrats have not supported any of the president's picks to begin with. So I'm not sure that really matters.
So it's the same prep if you're Stephen Myron.
I would think so, yeah. And he's got a very good record, and he was already confirmed just back in March. Right. So it's like, what's changed? So I would hope that goes through smoothly and that Stephen gets it. He'd be a great governor.
Bloomberg News reporting late yesterday, Bloomberg Scoop, that the president wants to go further and actually start to affect the makeup of the 12 regional banks. Is that the next layer here? Because that will bring up a whole other conversation about independence.
Possibly. I mean, the thing is...
Does he want to reshape the Fed to
I think
to
the
his
Fed
own
needs
likeness?
to be... I mean, the Fed probably needs some serious overhaul and reshaping. I mean, the fact that, the governors have basically agreed to every president, I think, in the history with which they've been, actually the ability to not have a president get that position just shows the fact that everything has been rubber stamped. And the presidents aren't really going through a democratic process in that sense, right? It's a private, sort of quasi-private entity elects these people to the reserve banks, and then the Board of Governors then kind of approves it. I like what the president's trying to do. He's trying to have a very populist, very, everyday American, everyman approach, so to speak, to policy making, where he wants to lift up Main Street. And the Fed oftentimes is perceived to be, a globalist, elitist institution. That's a perception that the institution has. And I think even the Fed itself would probably admit that there's been some overreach. And Secretary Besson has said that, and they want the Fed to go back to kind of its core mission of low and stable inflation, full employment, and moderate and low interest rates.
We're going to get interest rate cut or cuts starting in September, according at least to market expectations. There's a worry, though, that if the president puts a chill across the Fed, that the Board of Governors may not always be acting on data, that it may be influenced by the president. Why do you doubt that?
Well, a couple of reasons, Joe. One is you had two governors dissent, and they dissented before we had that employment report, which showed massive downward revision. So there were very strong cases to be made why rates should be lower before that meeting. And then, of course, those governors, Bowman and Waller, certainly their case, I think, is more strong. The chair himself has said, look, interest rates are high relative to the neutral rate, very high even relative to the highest dot on the dot plot. So the Fed has put itself in a position where it needs to be accountable for its forecasts and for what it's saying. Factually, their inflation forecasts have gone up from March to June as inflation dipped slightly lower, so their forecast error got wider. The bond market is telling you that there's not an inflation problem. Break-even inflation is well contained. The 10-year note is well contained. So there's nothing in the markets who are forward-looking that's worried at all about Fed independence. I think the president and Secretary Besson has been echoing this, really want to bring accountability, get rid of the mission creep, and reevaluate, get back to the basics of what the Fed is supposed to do. I don't look at that as being at all an attack on independence, but rather, okay, let's fix this situation, which had gotten a bit broken over the past dozen and a half years.
You mentioned inflation. There are still questions about when this is going to start showing up in consumer data. The market did get a bit spooked by the PPI, suggesting that, maybe it's actually finally here. This is the threshold before it spills over on the retail side. Is that going to happen? And if not, who's eating this?
So, the PPI was a bit higher than expected. That was after 5 months of very weak readings. Some of that was in things like retail services, which actually are margins from company to company. The CPI has not shown that inflation. Goods prices since the president took office are down 0.4% annualized. Since April, when all the tariff actually accelerated, inflation is still barely positive. So I don't think, Joe, we're seeing any of the tariff effect yet. Maybe it shows up at some point, but I'd argue, given the fact that we're debating whether there is a tariff effect, is proof positive that clearly it was not anywhere near as bad as all the experts and pundits thought. The president said that we've got the leverage, that our trading partners are largely going to eat those tariffs, and I think that's exactly what's happened.
Before you leave, I have to ask you about NVIDIA, because it's NVIDIA Day. We've got the earnings coming, and your boss was talking about it earlier today, knowing that the government is taking a 10% stake in Intel. Should we have a stake in the world's most valuable chip maker, NVIDIA? Scott Bessent was asked about it on Fox earlier. Listen.
I don't think NVIDIA needs financial support. That seems not on the table right now. I don't know if we need to take stakes in defense companies. We'll see whether the defense companies are fulfilling their mission in terms of providing adequate and timely deliveries for the U.S. military.
How does in our remaining moment, the conservative Republican inside of you feel about government stakes in publicly traded companies?
The Intel is a unique situation because the Science and Chips Act under the prior administration gave significant
So you
amounts
feel
of
like
money.
we bought that stake already?
Yeah, that stake, and that's why. So I look at Intel as being a very
Well, what about a
unique
Lockheed
case.
or something else?
Well, the secretary has said, look, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not made any type of commitment to do that. I think people are conflating Intel or you thinking that's going to be a blueprint for other places. And I think in this case, Intel is unique because of the grants they were getting, and the administration properly thought that, look, the taxpayer could benefit much more with the upside of actually converted to a non-voting equity stake.
Fascinating. It's always great to spend time
Thank
with
you,
you,
Joe.
Enjoy the walk back to the Treasury Department. It's only a couple blocks from here. Joe Livornia, counselor to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. We'll keep our arms around the NVIDIA story right now. And what a pleasure to have Caroline Hyde with us, of course, the host of Bloomberg Tech, live on Bloomberg TV and radio, a little later than usual. Caroline, what are we in for after 4 o'clock? And is it enough to meet expectations as opposed to beat and raise?
Joe, the pleasure's all mine. And, well, there has been a lot of optimism going into these numbers. This is a company that has the most valuable company in the world. It is $4.4 trillion. It is 1% off a record high. And the expectations are for at least 50% increase in revenue. And we're seeing more than 50% increase in earnings per share, too. The question, though, is more about its forecast. And will that live up to the hype? And more broadly, the confusion. Because here are a load of analysts. I would say there's only one sell recommendation on this stock, more than 70 buys. But among all of those analysts, there is a $15 billion discrepancy between the highest expectations for the forecast and revenue and the lowest. And why is that so broad? Because people don't know whether Jensen is going to be factoring in Chinese revenue into the next fiscal quarter, into their fiscal third quarter. And so that is where the discrepancy lies. And that comes at the very heart of what you talk about day in, day out, Joe, which is geopolitics.
God knows. And we're going to be listening for news on China. I'm looking at the stock, Caroline. It's not moving a lot today. It's just up fractionally, but just below its all-time high. This thing is looking pretty rich going into earnings. How will the technicals factor into the reaction?
Well, what's interesting is, yes, it's a record high, but because revenues have grown so much. Last year, they were growing at more than 200% per quarter. Now they've slowed down to only just 50%. But because revenue has been scaling so fast, because earnings have been scaling so fast, Joe, actually, on a PE ratio, this thing looks pretty appetizing. I mean, it's nowhere near the 190 times forward profit that we see on a Palantir. Instead, it's trading at about 30 times. So actually, from an expense perspective, not all that much, but there is so many high hopes. They are going to have to beat expectations because we've already factored in a meet.
I love the fact that we're just calling him Jensen now. It's a first name basis with the world, right? Caroline, thank you so much. The great Caroline Hyde, live from World Headquarters in New York. This is going to be obviously an enormous topic on Bloomberg Tech on the next program here. It'll happen after 4 o'clock. The conference call will take place by the time we take air at 5 p.m. on the late edition of Balance of Power. We should have a pretty good idea of where things stand. And Romaine Bostic will have more for us on that later this evening. Straight ahead on Balance of Power, you do want to stay with us. We'll spend some time with the Colonel. Colonel Sanders is coming in from Bloomberg Intelligence to talk about this idea of potentially taking a stake in defense contractors. We'll also turn to Gaza and Israel in our conversation with Hagar Shamali. It's all ahead on Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. S&P 500 index trading at 6480. That is a record. This as we await the latest numbers out of NVIDIA coming up after the close of trading. NVIDIA shares right now, they are little changed on the day. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index, of which NVIDIA is a key part, up 0.6%. So the S&P now higher by 0.2%, up 14, again at a record 6480. The Dow up 152, up 0.3%. NASDAQ higher by 0.2%. The 10-year 4.24%, the 2-year 3.62%. Spot gold is pushing higher, little changed, up under 0.1% right now at $33.95 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.1%, $63.94 a barrel. Bitcoin up 0.9%, 112,355 on Bitcoin. Kohl's shares are surging 17% after earnings. After earnings, Abercrombie & Fitch shares are up 0.4%. Abercrombie raising its full-year sales guidance. And Elliott Investment Management has built an active stake in Rexford Industrial Realty. Rexford up now by 4.4%. 2 children are dead, 17 injured after a gunman fired dozens of rounds through the windows of a Minneapolis Catholic church holding a mass for elementary school students. Recapping U.S. markets higher ahead of NVIDIA. S&P up 14, up 0.2%. NVIDIA now unchanged. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
I'm guessing it won't be unchanged after the bell. Charlie, many thanks. Charlie Pellet, live from New York, watching Wall Street for us every day here on Balance of Power. Thanks for joining us. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. As we carry on here on Bloomberg TV and radio, one of the issues we just discussed with Joe Lavorgna was the idea of a potential government stake in one or more of our defense contractors. Of course, remembering that government's taking a 10% stake in Intel. Scott Bessent this morning on Fox Business ruled out the idea of a stake in NVIDIA. But just a day earlier, Howard Lutnick had floated the prospect of this happening with other companies, say maybe a Lockheed Martin. That's all you have to do is say that on TV, and all of a sudden the stocks start to move. And we did see a little bit of a rally in shares of the big defense contractors yesterday. Joe Lavorgna seemed to just now pour cold water on this idea, suggesting that NVIDIA is a story of its own and should not be considered the same as a defense contractor or even NVIDIA. They certainly aren't the same, and it's something we wanted to talk about with an expert. Wayne Sanders, Colonel Sanders, is with us. Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Defense Research Analyst, yes, retired Army Colonel. Great to see you. Welcome back.
Thank you
as
much.
always.
Thanks for having me.
Lockheed Martin would like this idea or not?
Well, I think Lockheed would like it.
It would?
I don't think that Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, General Dynamics, some of the other primes.
What would it mean for competition, I guess, is the question.
I mean, you're looking at that point in time, you're not looking at a fair shake when you're coming through. A lot of conflict of interest discussions normally come into this from the federal acquisition regulations that normally put in that so that you don't have these kind of conflicts of interest.
Yeah.
Even the undersecretaries themselves normally have to sign something if they have connections to a specific company and then have to deal with those. So they have to actually be removed from it. And now you're saying, I'm going to give somebody a potential stake into it. And then saying, okay, yeah, well, now how do I ensure that it's been fair when it was fairly competed? And then if you award that contract to that company that you have a government stake in, what happens if it's not going well and you want to be able to pull out of that contract?
Yes.
Look at the future aviation, future attack reconnaissance aircraft. The Army was able to pull out of that because of the stipulations that are in place.
I see.
But would they do that if they had a 10% company in the company, or 10% in the company?
Then you have weapons programs to nowhere and money that's difficult to justify. How's this different than MP materials, for instance, which the government took a stake in to try to harvest more rare earths? This is clearly a national security interest.
Absolutely. I think that when you look at MP Minerals, the way that this is done, it's done from an industry perspective. MP Minerals is the only one that can actually do a lot of the rare earths mining that is already active to be able to meet some national security needs that are there. And they created the floor in order to make it sure that China couldn't come in and undercut. So from that perspective, that was addressing something that there wasn't enough competition in. It was a part of the defense industrial base that needed support. When you throw it at a specific company versus an industry, if you look at shipbuilding, another one. Shipbuilding is another one that needs that help, and you see maritime prosperity zones being put out in executive orders, different things that are incentivizing people to come in and compete within that environment.
Interesting.
But you're not giving the money directly to one specific company and giving them an edge up.
You know, we've talked a lot about the DIB, the defense industrial base, and the need for some very not high-tech things like just shells. Never mind the missiles that are used to intercept missiles from Russia, the Patriot missiles and so forth, but the old-fashioned stuff, bullets even. If these companies aren't incentivized to make them, would nationalizing part of these programs help?
It could. It's one of the ones that I thought munitions, I thought shipbuilding. Those are some of those areas that are in there.
Perfect. Yeah.
But you look at the way it's government-owned, contract operated is the way that a lot of the Army depots and the plants actually create these munitions, right? So you look at like General Dynamics, Ordnance, OTS, as they're known. They partner with the government in order to be able to do that, but it's owned through that process. You look at propellants and accelerants, some of those are classified capabilities to mix the right things for energetics to be able to go out. So that partnership does become key, but they just have to make sure that they're doing it in a fair way.
You're so good at this. Thank you for shedding some light. Wayne Sanders, Bloomberg Intelligence Colonel, thank you, as always, for being with us here on Balance of Power. I thought we'd learn something there along the way. We'll keep tabs on this story if it's going anywhere, and we may not talk about it again. It's hard to tell if that was something that Howard Lutnick even planned to say on TV yesterday. Turning to the situation that's underway in Gaza right now, and some pretty fascinating reporting that the president is planning to lead a large meeting. This is coming from Fox News earlier, a conversation with Steve Witkoff, his special envoy. Set to lead a large meeting on a day-after plan for Gaza once the conflict ends. This is the first time that we've even heard a reference to such a plan existing, and we wanted to talk about it with Hagar Shamali. It's a story that we need to spend a little bit of time on here. Former director for Syria and Lebanon at the National Security Council, founder, CEO, Greenwich Media Strategies. Hagar, it's great to see you. I want to ask you about a lot of things that are happening on the ground in Gaza and in Israel, but with regard to this day-after plan, what will it include, and why haven't we heard about it until now?
Yeah, by the way, Joe, it's not uncommon for the U.S. government to plan day-after plans when you have a war. When I handled the first 2 years of the Syria crisis at the NSC, when things become, especially when things become very tenuous and you feel like there's no way ahead, often the government pivots to day-after planning. And there could be a million reasons for that. Some of it could just be churn. Some of it could be a make-work exercise. Some of it is because when you envision the day after, it can help walk you backwards and say like, well, okay, if that's what we want the day after, then we have to set things up accordingly. We have to find these allies. We have to get this investment. We have to set up this security arrangement. I mean, whatever it might be. So, but in my experience, I find that often when the U.S. government focuses on the day after, it's because they're struggling with the present, and especially in a war. And I experienced it myself with Syria. It was churn, hours of day after planning that never ended up materializing. I will say this war is different though, because there is a feeling, and I get this from a lot of my Israeli friends and Israeli sources, many of whom are close to the government, and there's a general feeling that regardless of how difficult things are right now, there's a sentiment that it's going to end soon, hopefully by the end of the year, within a few months. So there is at least an opportunity with the day after in this one.
Interesting. It's noteworthy, I think, for some people because the extent to which the president has talked about leveling Gaza, not that there's much left, removing everyone who lives there and building condos, making it a waterfront resort area. Is that going to be in the day after plan?
I highly doubt it. I don't think I don't expect a Mara Gaza. I think it would take a significant amount of investment to get there. Unless it's private investment, I just don't see it happening. I think it's this, anytime, again, you're doing day after, you're thinking about who's going to pick up the trash the next day. If Hamas is not governing, which is we've all seen, and the U.S. agrees with this, Israel is certainly pushing for this, it is not an option to have Hamas govern. So if Hamas is not governing, who is governing that would have the legitimacy and support from the people? How are you going to have functioning schools, water, hospitals, all that stuff? And what is the role of the United States in that, especially when you have an administration that is never looking to fund these operations themselves, right? Where they rather look toward other countries or mechanisms or private investment to make something like that happen. So if they say, for example, the goal is the long-term stability of Israel and not to have Hamas govern Gaza, then how can we, the United States, since the Israeli government, by the way, is not doing this kind of planning at all, and that is, many of my Israeli friends tell me that, if they're not doing this kind of planning, then the U.S. can at least try and help do that so that they can figure out the policies from now.
Yeah, incredible images that we're looking at right now on Bloomberg TV of Gaza, much of which looks like the surface of the moon. Hagar, I want to ask you about the outrage surrounding these attacks. There were a double strike, if you will, by Israel against Gaza, killed 20 people at a hospital there, including multiple journalists. The Israeli military now says it was going after a Hamas surveillance camera and that 6 of those killed were members of Hamas. But there are a lot of accusations out there that this was intentional. How do you see it?
Well, I don't see it as intentional for a few reasons. The reason, let's walk a bit back for a second about this hospital. Nasser Hospital, which is under permanent evacuation orders, meaning nobody should be there, was taken over by the Qassam Brigades, which is the military wing of Hamas. And they used this hospital to operate out of it. And this is well documented already. We know that Hamas took hostages and kept them there, for example. And it's now been months that it's under permanent evacuation orders. We also do know that the Israeli government says that they were targeting a Hamas outpost and CCTV camera that was placed on the corner of the roof of this hospital. Yeah. And the video shows that the first strike, and as you mentioned, there were 2, that the first shell struck the corner of that roof. So I'm inclined to believe that also because it is known that Hamas looks and monitors IDF movements from the rooftop of that hospital. So this is already established. Why the second shell happened, and it happened 7 minutes later after the first, when you had civilians and a handful of reporters, as you said, go up the side staircase, and why you had that second shell that ended up striking them and killing, as you said, I think 20, is still we don't know yet. The investigation is still happening. The reason I'm inclined to believe that it wasn't deliberately targeted is because you saw the IDF and the Prime Minister come out very quickly to say that they deeply regret that there were non-combatants included and so on, and they don't do that often. They do that historically, and you see it over and over again when a mistake happens. When a mistake happens, that's what's said. Now, I'm not trying to justify this attack altogether. Unfortunately, it is emblematic of what happens when you have a collapse of ceasefire talks and you have the Israeli government that said they intend to expand the war in Gaza, as they decided 2 weeks ago. That operation to fully expand into Gaza actually hasn't really started. It starts in 2 to 3 weeks. And so this is a very tenuous moment, and it's also why that Trump meeting is so important. But it doesn't serve the Israeli government's interest right now. That's another reason I don't think it was likely targeted, because this is a government that's currently facing a significant amount of pressure because of the humanitarian crisis in Gaza from the hostage families as well. So the last thing they're going to want is Trump to shift his position and say that he's not happy about it, which he said that publicly, and to then pressure Netanyahu to reach an end to the war, which is what Trump said he would do. That he said he doesn't think a temporary ceasefire is possible, but he wants to push him toward a permanent end. So that's why I don't think this was deliberately targeted. It is an unfortunate and tragic and awful situation that has come out of where we are now. And, hopefully the administration can push towards something, a temporary ceasefire. But Trump himself said he doesn't think that's possible, and that they're trying to push toward a permanent end instead, which would take some time.
Well, the ranking member, the top Democrat on the House Armed Services Committee, Adam Smith, is now calling for certain weapons to be withheld from Israel as leverage to affect outcomes here, leverage over Benjamin Netanyahu. This is a debate that we were having toward the end of the Biden administration. Hagar, we talked about it at the time. Ro Khanna, the congressman from California, calls this the defining issue for the Democratic Party. In our remaining moment, what's going to happen here?
Yeah, I don't see that happening. First of all, the senators of the Armed Services Committee, the Armed Services on the Senate side, they're not saying this.
Yeah.
The fact is that it's a minority of congressional members, both in the House and the Senate, that believe in withholding aid to Israel to in terms of to affect an outcome. And at the end of the day, you have an administration that has stated over and over again that they will never put Israel in a position where it feels less secure, or that they push them toward a policy that makes them feel less secure. It's difficult. What I will say is that, so I don't see that policy playing out whatsoever. And frankly, I think that the Democrats have much bigger problems on their hands that they need to focus on. A huge chasm in their own party played out, as we can see being played out in New York City right now. And so
well, that's the truth, Hagar. I wish we had more time, but we have to end our conversation there. From Greenwich Media Strategies, Hagar Shamali, we always appreciate the insights. I'll meet you back here in a couple of hours, 5 p.m. Eastern Time, on the late edition of Balance of Power, only here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everyone. It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, live from the Bloomberg Business Week studio in New York. I'm Tim Stenivek. That is Isabel Lee. She's in for Carol Masser. She's from the Bloomberg News cross-asset team. It is, of course, NVIDIA Day, Isabel, and it looks like stocks, well, moderately higher ahead of that print.
Investors will be focused really on everything NVIDIA, on the Blackwell chip, on the sales in China, and really what this means for the AI landscape widely.
We got a great roundtable coming up in just a minute. Caroline Hyde is going to be joining us. Also with us is Kunjan Sabani of Bloomberg Intelligence. Also, a deep dive into the U.S. economy. We're talking everything from tariffs, labor, AI, and yes, Fed independence. Michael McKee is going to be joining us in just a minute. And then Natasha Sarin from the Yale Budget Lab. All that and more coming up over the next hour right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. First up, though, here he is for a check of the day's trade and those top business stories, Charlie Fella.
Hi, thank you very much, Tim. And all about NVIDIA right now. With NVIDIA shares, they're gaining 0.2%. S&P 500 index trading at a record. Will it close? Got to keep it locked into Bloomberg Television and Radio for the latest. S&P right now up 15. We're trading at 64.81. That is a gain of 0.2%. The Dow up 148 now, up 0.3%. NASDAQ Composite Index up 0.2%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index flat on the day right now, but NVIDIA pushing higher by 0.1%. The 10-year, 4.24%, with a 2-year, 3.61%. Gold a little changed, up $1 the ounce, 33.94. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.1%. WTI 63.95 a barrel. And Bitcoin now up 0.9%, 112,371 on Bitcoin. Also reporting today after the close of trading, we'll be hearing from CrowdStrike and Snowflake. CrowdStrike up by 2.2%, Snowflake up 3.5%. Again, NVIDIA after the bell up by 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. We start with the U.S. Central Bank and the Trump administration's push to remove Fed Governor Lisa Cook. The Trump administration continues to push for her ouster. Here's NEC Director Kevin Hassett earlier speaking to reporters outside the White House.
The president absolutely has authority to fire a Fed governor for cause, and I think the accusations are serious, and I look forward to seeing the outcome. If I were her in her circumstance, I would take leave right now. I think it's the honorable thing to do.
That was National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett at the White House earlier today. We should note the expected lawsuit by Fed Governor Lisa Cook that challenges her firing by President Trump could be filed in D.C. federal court as soon as today. This is according to a report from CNBC. Michael McKee is international economics and policy correspondent for Bloomberg TV and Radio. He joins us up in our Boston bureau this afternoon. Mike, how's the Fed handling this? Because yesterday, the central bank said it would, quote, abide by any court decision. But how is someone like Lisa Cook able to do her job as all of this is happening?
Well, obviously, she's going to be distracted. She has to defend herself. She's hired a lawyer, and I'm sure she'll be working on that. But there is a very important Fed meeting coming up on September 17th, and this whole court appearance that's going to happen is going to be very important to that, because if the court rules that the president can remove her from office, even if they haven't completely adjudicated whether he has the right to do so, in other words, if they turn down a stay, an injunction to keep her working while they fight in court, then her voice won't be heard at the meeting, and that'll be one less person who will be voting. And she had indicated earlier in the summer that she might be ready to vote for a rate cut. So it is interesting to contemplate what might happen.
But if the court decides that federal governor Lisa Cook can stay, has the damage already been done?
Not necessarily. A lot of it depends on how this all works out in terms of what she did and whether it was illegal or not, if it was a small thing or if it was a deliberate attempt to evade taxes or to cut your interest rate payment, something like that. The president will be seen as political if it turns out to be nothing, and the Fed probably gets by. But if it does turn out that she did do something, even if it doesn't rise to the level of legal cause, and that's a whole separate argument, then the Fed does lose some credibility. So the Fed is trying to be very careful right now and not get involved in much of the PR. They did put out the statement yesterday, as Tim noted, that they would abide by all court rulings and that Lisa Cook was a Senate-confirmed appointee, which is kind of a shot at the bow of the president. But beyond that, I wouldn't expect them to say too much until they have a lot more information.
All right, Michael McKee, international economics and policy correspondent for Bloomberg TV and Radio. Mike is going to be joining us in just about an hour at the top of the 3 o'clock hour on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Well, for more on the economy, everything from tariffs, labor, productivity, and yes, the question of Fed independence, I want to bring in Natasha Sarin. She's the co-founder and president of the Yale Budget Lab. She's also professor of law at Yale Law School. She's got an appointment in the Yale School of Management's finance department, too. She worked at the Treasury Department as counselor to Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. She joins us from New Haven. Natasha, good to see you. I want to start with referencing an opinion piece from Bill Dudley on the Bloomberg earlier today. He's former president of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. He's out with a column today that says, up to now, he wasn't worried about the threat that President Trump poses to the Fed's independence. Now, he writes, he's much more worried, and he thinks the markets should be too. Does the president's attack on the Fed risk? Should we be worried about the president's attack on the Fed?
You should be, and I agree wholeheartedly with Bill. I think you're in such uncharted territory at the moment because remember, this is coming on the heels of many months of the administration arguing that the Federal Reserve should be cutting interest rates in accord with the political whims of the Trump administration rather than based on its very particular dual mandate, which is about inflation and it's about the labor market. And the fact that we have a central bank that's independent, that cares about those two things and those two things alone, is a really significant source of our economic security. The way I know that is because we have experimented in the United States, as have other countries, with Federal Reserves that become politicized. In this country, in the Nixon administration, we had Arthur Burns, who was pushing for interest rates to help President Nixon get elected. And the result of that was runaway inflation that increased from 3 to 13% over a 2-year period. So we do not want a central bank that functions based on short-term political whims. And I'm really worried we're moving in exactly that direction.
The Fed said they will abide by what the court decides. And President Trump yesterday also said he will abide by the same. But if the court decides that Lisa Cook can stay, are we past a red line? Like, is the damage already done when it comes to the credibility of the Fed?
Hope that the answer to that question is no. And I really hope that what's important to note in the context of the legal discussion here is that the Supreme Court has really gone out of its way in a case about removal that had nothing to do with the Federal Reserve to signal that the Federal Reserve is special and that these types of positions, because it's a quasi-private institution with a particularly important role in our economy, these types of positions are really only for-cause removal positions. And frankly, for-cause rises to a level in legal nomenclature that it's pretty hard to meet in the context of malfeasance. And so I think that the court has already signaled directionally that they really think protecting this institution and protecting its independence is immensely important. And I hope that that's what they continue to say as this particular legal case plays out in the courts. But the thing that I'm worried about is the sort of institutional credibility and the view by the markets and by the public and by other countries and other investors that our central bank is independent from any type of politicization. That's kind of a genie that you can't put back in the bottle. It's something that's taken decades and generations to build. And I worry that it evaporates pretty quickly as a result of some of the types of attacks that we're seeing. So I'm hopeful that the judiciary is going to step in appropriately here, but I'm still really disheartened to see the types of attacks that you've been seeing leveled at the Federal Reserve of recent. So
let's keep your law professor hat on for a moment, Natasha, and talk a little bit about the definition of for cause in this context. You touched on it, but I'm curious if, let's say, the allegations about mortgage fraud end up, and we haven't seen the evidence here, that we don't have that yet, but when it happened, if it happened, matters. My understanding is intent matters as well. So from a legal perspective, why don't you think this would qualify as a for-cause reason?
I'm far from an expert on for-cause removal, nor have I looked at the specifics of this particular case, and nor, frankly, could we have at this point, because Lisa Cook hasn't been charged with any crime or anything. This is a set of allegations that have been leveled at her by the president and by the administration. What I can say is that in the particular context of removal with respect to the Federal Reserve, the court has been pretty explicit that it thinks it's important, and you saw it in the statement that the Federal Reserve put out yesterday. These are Senate-confirmed positions with very long terms that run cross administrations, precisely to try and insulate this institution from exactly the kind of political pressure that we're seeing levied against it. And this isn't just about mortgages, nor has it been about the renovation of the Federal Reserve building, which has taken a lot of airtime over the course of the last many months. It's very clear that what's happening here is really frustration with the direction of monetary policy, and that's really no place for the administration to be acting. In fact, it's frankly counterproductive to their goals of seeing interest rates come down and seeing economic strength be
자, 금요일 트레이딩에서 종료하도록
We're speaking
하겠습니다.
with Natasha Sarin. She's the co-founder and president of the
트레이딩
Budget Lab. She's a professor of
자,
Yale
여기
Law School and has an appointment too in the
자,
Yale School of
시작점
Management's finance
말씀드리도록
department. I
하겠습니다.
promised we'd
자,
go all over.
여기서
So we're going to
트레이딩
move from the central
종료하도록
bank
하겠습니다.
to really what I
자,
think a
김대은과
lot of the
날씨
market is
완수했습니다.
kind of
여기서
moving
트레이딩
past, and
종료하도록
that's
하겠습니다.
tariffs, because earlier this month our team reported that the average U.S. tariff rate will rise to 15.2% if rates are implemented as announced. This is according to Bloomberg Economics. It's up from 13.3% earlier and significantly higher than the 2.3% in 2024 before President Trump took office. Just today, the latest, the president imposed a 50% tariff on Indian goods to punish the country for buying Russian oil. That's the highest tariff in Asia. I'm wondering how you're looking at the fraying relationship between the U.S. and India and what's at stake more broadly when it comes to this tariff.
Importantly, what we should understand, and my colleagues at the Budget Lab are hard at work, by the way, updating our estimates with respect to what happens to the effective tariff rate and what happens to the type of revenue that we're going to see coming into this country. But roughly speaking, we've seen about an 8-fold increase in the average effective tariff rate over the course of the last 8 months of this administration, bringing in about $3 trillion of revenue into the country over the course of the next decade. Importantly, and this goes a bit to your point, Tim, it's never been super clear to me what exactly the objective is of this type of trade policy and where exactly it is that the administration is hoping to land. Because part of what you've seen articulated is that this is really about sort of China and national security and being sure that our adversaries are held at bay. In that environment, you really are quite worried about the idea of alienating allies and being particular with respect to not just India, but if you think about Canada and Mexico and other countries where traditionally they've been very strong allies of the United States. And in fact, we've been encouraging of more manufacturing to shift, particularly to India and Vietnam, exactly because it shifts away from China. And so a little bit it feels like this policy has been kind of inchoate and all over the place. And it's hard to analyze like exactly why it is we're doing what it is that we're doing in order to be able to try and judge any success. What I can say is as a result of the tariffs so far, prices are going up and going to go up further. The economy is going to be smaller, and it doesn't seem like a win from the perspective of the American consumer or from American businesses.
I'm glad you brought that up because I'm curious if you think this will undo all the years of goodwill that the US and India have built.
Well, I think that I'm worried about, frankly, is that you are in a situation where we are very exposed to particular relationships that it's taken to, and this actually relates to our conversation about the Federal Reserve, in that a lot of the sort of goodwill that